Muy buenos días, bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Obviamente tenemos con nosotros al gran Farhan y al gran Alex. Ahorita los voy a traer, tengo que decirles mil perdones por estar 30 minutos tarde. Honestamente, fui ayer a la playa, me comí algo que no me cayó nada bien y he estado toda la mañana pagando las consecuencias, por ende. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, el día de hoy vamos a empezar como siempre. Quiero recordarles a todos ustedes que en la descripción del video les estoy dejando el enlace del Discord para que puedan acompañar, porque todo este fin de semana vimos muchísima actividad, ya somos casi 2,000 miembros ahí, es completamente gratis para ir a platicar con todos nosotros. Y también para que puedan ayudarte con tu análisis, todos los cracks que están ahí, porque honestamente todo el mundo es bastante... ayuda bastante y se aprecia de corazón. Esto es idealmente el tipo de comunidad que me gusta empezar a ver y estamos haciéndolo bien, estamos haciéndolo bien. Vamos a intentar ir un poco más rápido sobre los precios. Lo primero es, vamos a analizar Bitcoin, a eso nos dedicamos en esta... eso es lo que tradeamos principalmente. Vamos a darles nuestro análisis de Bitcoin y de ahí vamos a brincar a todos sus requests. Recuerden, uno por persona y por favor no manden 17 al mismo tiempo porque pues intentamos darle lo más de tiempo posible a cada uno. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, recuerden, empezamos voy a traer a Farhan y Alex. Todo lo que vamos a platicar es en inglés y al final de cada análisis se los traduzco a español para que aquellos que no lo entiendan esté traducido. Y también quiero decirle a todos ustedes en el Discord, Alex, ni Farhan, ni yo les vamos a escribir jamás para decirles que hay un nuevo trade o que hagan esto y que deposites acá. Jamás, 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 jamás. No le contesto los mensajes ni a mis amigos, ¿ok? No te voy a mandar un mensaje si no te conozco y lo mismo viene de estos tíos. Así que por favor, que no se los violen, que no se los abrochen y nada más. Let's go. All right. Boys, welcome. Good morning. Sorry, Farhan. You know what? You're muted. And also, I caught you kind of like when a waiter comes over to your table and you're eating, and the moment that you put something big in your mouth,
right?
and I mean like a big bite, the waiter shows up and he's like, "How's your food?" And you're like,
I'm trying to have my coffee right now. Just get rid of it.
"How are you guys?"
I'm good. It was a good weekend, productive weekend. Me and Alex were basically just showing charge to each other the whole entire weekend.
Yeah, basically.
And then we had a one night where we went on to get some hookah. The worst hookah we have had in our entire lives.
Really?
Yeah, it was so bad. It was so harsh.
Where?
With every pull, we were just coughing our asses off because it was so harsh. This place,
I hate when they make it like that. It's,
yeah, exactly.
Worst.
This is place in Katy, Texas, is about like 25 minutes out of Houston. So
and it's just garbage.
It was
never
so
go there.
No, never.
So
again.
never go.
Never
there.
again.
I go.
You're to come to Houston, we will never take you there.
No,
thank you. I got 2 hookah spots right here for you guys whenever you come over. One of them is a Persian restaurant, which is fucking incredible. Weekend spot. And then I have another one for the week. I'll show you guys. I don't want to reveal the names because then people show up and they won't shut the fuck up when I'm there. But by the way, yesterday, some guy that was sitting there next to me paid for my check.
That's nice.
That's nice.
I know. I felt like a real celebrity. And then the waitress was like, "Why do you pay for your check?" I'm like, I don't know. She's like, "Do you know him?" I'm like, "No."
You should have pulled the cringe TikTok guys and be like, "He paid for my check because I'm a famous influencer."
That's what I say now when the only time I say I'm a creator is when they ask me at the airport. Because normally whenever I was coming through the airport and going through security and immigration and all that stuff, and I'd say, "I'm a businessman, I have real estate, I have a movie production company," whatever, they'd always like question me until I was basically fucking dead on the wall. And one day I just showed up and they're like, "So what do you do?" I'm like, "I'm one of those idiots that's famous on YouTube." And the guy's like, "That's amazing." And he just like stamps my shit. I was like, "I'm going to use this all the time." And it works every time.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Hey, so I want to ask you boys. By the way, everyone that's watching us, we set up the copy trading account on Elite Trading Academy. We don't have a single trade, so if you just want to copy it now, we'll get to that in a second. We'll tell you guys how to do it. We'll post it on the Discord, so don't jump into that. Let's jump into Bitcoin analysis. How do you guys see Bitcoin this weekend? Who wants to get started?
I really want to start first. Alex, do you mind if I do it first?
Not at all. Start it off, brother.
I like this Farhan. Look at him.
We've been watching Bitcoin all weekend, and it's choppy and slightly disappointing on yesterday's rejection, but we'll talk about in the stream.
Yeah, to be
It's
honest,
an
it was
interesting
it
spot.
was a little disappointing with the price action we have right now. But I'm gonna tell you guys why I'm still leaning like at least 55 or 60% towards the bullish side. But once again, I'm your resident hopium dealer.
the
So
hopium
That's right.
dealer incoming. No, that's
That's
great.
right. Keep passing that shit over.
Though.
wrap the belt around your arm, and I'm gonna pass you the spoon.
Let's go. Everyone here waiting for some hopium, get ready because Farhan is about to serve it. And it's going to be nice and warm and fresh.
Oh, I didn't share my screen.
No.
I caught it though.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll give you that. Here we go.
All right,
What
so
do
we're
you
gonna
got for us?
we're gonna start on the weekly on CME. The
Mhm.
reason why I use CME on the weekly open is because spot is only open on the weekends. It's spot whenever spot is open on the weekends, the books are very thin. Usually, Bitcoin has several $billion, sometimes tens of billions of dollars worth of volume every single day.
Mhm.
But on the weekend, it's like 1/10 of that volume. So it's much easier to manipulate the price. So on the weekly open, it's much better to look at CME than it is to look at spot. In my opinion, when CME spot actually starts mattering is around like Tuesday or Wednesday, after CME has an entire day of price action. And we've had these questions in the Discord before. People have tagged me and Alex before. They're like, "Why does CME matter so much? Why does it matter? Why does CME decide the price that spot is at?" The reason it does it is because most people don't know CME is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange,
Mhm.
which is the main stock exchange in Chicago. It's basically the equivalent of the New York Stock Exchange, the NYSE.
Mhm.
So whatever price that CME goes to is the way the other investors who are like retail investors, not institutional investors, they like to follow that, because the whole idea of Bitcoin futures right now is that everybody wanted to get institutions into the game. Now the institutions are into the game. Whatever price action CME does, people see that as that's the way the big money movers are going. So whenever like people see it like on Friday afternoon, we'll close Bitcoin at like maybe, for example, 45K.
Mhm.
We'll go to like 47K over the weekend. We'll have a CME gap at 45K. 90% of the time we go down to fill that gap. Same thing on the upside. Say we close Friday at like 50K. On the weekend we have a big nuke. We go down to 40K, 38K. 90% of the time on Monday or Tuesday, price wants to go back to wherever CME opened or closed to fill that gap.
So that's
Because
a nice trade, no? That's a
Yeah.
nice, easy, an easy trade.
Yeah, so if you're a scalper, like you're a short-term trader, that'd be a very easy trade for you to take. Like if
Okay.
you were wherever you have the CME open on Monday and you have a gap, you can easily take a trade up to that gap. And but the only reason why I don't like taking those trades is because you don't have the risk defined. It's much harder to have your risk management, because right now, if you were to take a long based on the CME weekly, the reason why I'm very bullish on CME is right here. Every single time we went above the blue zone, we ended up correcting back to it, and then we got another expansion up, which was last time. I want to get the exact number. When we reclaimed the blue zone, it was from the bottom wick to the top wick about 93%. Right now, every single time on the uptrending moves, we held the blue zone. Right now, after this drop, after Japan collapsed, and their how do you pronounce it? The Nikkei? Is that how you say it? Nikkei?
Yeah.
When that thing was
Nikkei.
collapsing and it was like everybody's talking about how Japan stock market is going to zero, everything's finished, we ended up correcting right down to the 55. And I'm sure you and Alex saw how the sentiment was on crypto Twitter. Everyone was saying
Dude.
we're going below 40K, we're going at 35K, we're going at 28K. I saw targets, literally, I shit you not, I saw targets to $12,000.
Yes.
No. Already?
Yeah, it was
Already?
quick.
God damn. People are fucking bipolar.
Literally, one green candle, everyone buys, we're going to 100K. One red candle, everyone says we're going to 12K.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you got to remember, though, these are the people we are trading against.
It's true.
That's what makes trading crypto so much better than trading traditional markets, because people who are trading crypto are literal retards. People who are trading traditional markets are guys worth hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. They don't freak out about losing money. All they do,
it's true.
when they're invalidated, they just cut their trade because there's no emotion for them. They're not even trading their own money, right? They're trading somebody else's money.
Mm-hmm.
It's much easier to trade when you're trading with somebody else's money.
Well, yeah.
But right now on the weekly open of CME, we're getting a rejection exactly where we expected it, at this middle zone in the range, which is at 59,895. And what that lines up with is if you go to the monthly, which is exactly what the previous monthly tops were on the closes for CME on the 2021 cycle. So it's very natural to find resistance here. If you did not see resistance, any type of resistance here, in my opinion, we would already be at 80K. But there's going to be very significant resistance here because we closed here in 2021 on this previous high in around March of 2021 at 59,285. What is the price right now? 59,685. We're consolidating
58.
right along the zone. Oh, 50, yeah. It was 50, yeah, my bad, 59,285. We went up to, let me go to the daily. We went up exactly to 59,250. No, 60K. The open, it was 59,250, went to 60K. We rejected there, and now we're consolidating. The reason why I don't see that as bearish is because I see it as consolidation and below resistance, while everybody else is getting bearish. And if we switch to our momentum oscillators right here on the HPDRO, the HPDRO is the directional volatility. So it gives you the like how much volatility is at, but the direction of the moving average tells you which direction the volatility is going to go, which is why I love this moving average so much, because volatility usually does not tell you the direction. Right now, we're about to approach the middle zone. The last time we broke above the middle zone was right here. Let me draw a vertical line. Where's vertical? It's usually very significant to break these middle zones on the HPDRO, the momentum indicator. Mark them off. And each one of these things I'm going to tell you, for now, I haven't even looked at it. It's going to be a significant zone. Right here, we broke to the positive zone. We went from $49,000 up to $74,000. Not too bad. Previous time, we went from $27,000 before we went down and rejected. It was $49,000. Before that, we started at $17,000. We went to $30,000, $31,000. We have the exact same setup every single time from now. We have volatility pointing down right now. Whenever you have volatility pointing down, it's telling you that price is going to go towards the median on this range. The median is basically a magnet. Whenever this is going down and you're still within the blue zone, if you're in the blue zone and the volatility is going down, you have 100 minus 38.2, which is about 61.8% chance, if my math is correct, to go to the top of the blue zone, which is currently at 69,879. And the reason why this number is very significant, you go to the monthly. What is our previous rejective closing highs? I mean, the wick highs, right around that exact same zone.
Yeah.
We're in November of 2021, where everyone is saying that bull market is back on. We're going to 100K when we went to 68, 69K. Everybody max long there. It was a massive trap. We went from 69K to 15K. But we have the exact opposite setup right now, because at that time, we were losing the blue zone and we were closing below it too. We have yet to close the blue zone since the bear market. This was the bear market of right here, 2022. That's when we lost the blue zone in CME. Right now on CME, we've been holding the blue zone ever since the beginning of the bull market around like February, August of 2023. We broke out in October of 2023. The entire time we've held the blue zone. The last time we've been under the blue zone was in the consolidation of summer of 2023. And we still have not gotten there yet. So until we get that, I have no idea where everybody's going max bearish. I feel like we're still within the same range we've been in since around February. Because crypto usually goes within a range, like not just crypto, every single asset on the planet. 70% of the time they are ranging, they're not trending, because the market does not like people to make money. And a lot of people are trading options. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's crypto, stocks, anything. Most people are trading options because they treat options as gambling. They treat options like I can buy a call here for $300. If it goes to my target, my $300 would be like $3,000. You can consider this a gambling ticket. You can consider it like I'm going to the MGM and I'm going to put $10,000 on the Los Angeles Rams. It's basically the exact same shit whenever you do stuff like that.
Yeah.
But right now on the CME, we have it rejecting right where we needed to. And to be honest, people are saying that this is very bearish because it's rejecting here. But to be honest, like after all of this downwards move, we had this big move to 48K where everybody's getting bearish. I think it's natural to reject here. And the reason why I think that is because everybody right now is conditioned to short. They think every single spike up, we should short it. So we had this move back up over the weekend where people were getting bullish. We went up to like 61 or 62K, everyone's getting very bullish. Crypto Twitter was saying the bottom is in. They were like, "Oh, bears are dead." So I was talking to Alex about this over the weekend. It'd be very normal to get a dip below 60K, get everybody very bearish, get everybody saying the top is in, get them short again. And while we're still within the blue zone, in my opinion, there's nothing to worry about. If definitely we could easily wick down from here. Because it's still a Monday. Monday it has a 70, I believe 74. I haven't checked the stats. It's about like 74 or 76% chance of closing green. Tuesday is the day that we have a chance of closing red. So what I'm thinking right now is we go up to test these moving averages right here, these major ones, the 9, the 5, and the 21. And what I like is that they're all bunched up right together. Whenever you see them bunched together, that tells you this is a very significant zone. So that if we can end up closing above this zone, which is at right now 62,000, about 800, 62,850, that would give us, based on the Fibonacci rules, the 78.6%. And that would take us to, I don't even want to say this number right now because this is very uncomfortable for me to say. I don't want anyone to take long trades off of this because this is not financial advice. But if we were able to close above this 62.8 number, we have a 78.6% chance of hitting $87,955. So you gotta remember this is a weekly, so this is gonna take probably
take a while.
2 or 3 months to play out. So this number is gonna move down. If you this is a total guess, like it's not a guess, but it's an educated guess that when this it reaches that number, this number is gonna move down. It's gonna be somewhere around where the 61.8% level is. That's what usually happens. When we were in March of 2024. We were at 73K. Everyone was saying we're going to 85K. We're going to 90K next. We hit the 78.6% level. We rejected it right there at 73K. And we went back down to the 50% level. I'll show you where it was. It was right here at the 74,000 on CME, but it was lower. It was lower on spot. We ended up rejecting right there, went right down to this 61.8% level, corrected there, and then went down to the blue zone because the price does not like to be below the blue zone. The 61.8% level right now is at $80,000. So what I'm thinking is, if we do get this breakout, we hit $80,000. Everybody's going to go max long. They're going to be talking about 100K again. If we reject that $80,000 level, everybody's going to be like, "Oh, we have a triple top, oh no, quadruple top." Because 1, 2, 3,
they're going
to be like, "We have a quadruple top," and now we're definitely going to below 40K. And everybody's been pointing out recently that we have bearish divergence on the RSI on Bitcoin.
Yep.
The reason why I think that bearish divergence does not matter is because there is not a local low or a local high. People don't realize that divergence does not mean anything without a local low or a local high. And what a local low and local high means is that whenever you make a high and you make 2 closes below the previous candle's open, that means that is the high. It's been confirmed as a high. And depending on where that area is, it gives you the next target. So right now, if we do get 2 closes below this open, this open right here, which we have not gotten yet, this is 58,885. If we get 2 closes below that, then we have a target at bottom 78.6% level, which is right here at the 100 EMA, which is around $45,000, which everybody's targeting. But we have not even gotten that yet, so I don't understand why everybody's targeting those numbers, because you have to play it by levels. If you're just targeting, like if you're trying to play crypto without playing levels, like in my opinion, you're just gambling. It doesn't play like stocks. Like stocks play to the book. They play exactly by the level. But crypto is very predatory because the most people who are trading crypto, like you guys know, for example, from firsthand experience, most people who are trading crypto are like those guys who are like kind of desperate. Like crypto is my last option. This is the only thing I can do. If it closes, if
that's why I'm here.
Same here, right? Same. Yeah. Me too. I can't lie. I can't say it. I can't say it's not true. But on crypto, crypto is the main thing where you don't even need TA. All you really need is how people react in the market. So everybody is freaking out. Everybody's max bearish, and we're still within this blue zone. That makes me max bullish. Because whenever we're in the blue zone and we still maintain it, and we get a huge wick right here, I know me and Alex are different systems. He uses wicks. I use closes. But right here, based off my system, we wicked below every single one of these lows and we closed above it. I consider that a swing failure pattern. For all of these guys ended up like a lot of people had their stop losses at these lows, and like somewhere around these consolidation zones.
Yeah, it
We
took
ended
me
up
out.
we wick below all of them, took all of the liquidity, stopped them out, and then closed the candle green. Whenever we have these type of like hammerhead candles, a hammerhead candle is whenever we have like a very long body to the wick to the downside and a body to the upside, and we close green. Let's see if I can even find the last time we had that strong of a candle. We had one right here. It was not nearly as strong as this one because it closed red, and we still moved up from 56.5, 56.7 all the way up to 72.5. Right now, we have that same type of candle, but we close it way stronger. We close it green, and we close it above this meme line after deviating below it, which I consider to be very powerful. I can't even, let me see if I can find the last time we ever had one of those type of candles. Like the closest thing I can ever find is right here on the FTX collapse in November of 2022. And even that candle was not as strong as this one. As you see, this one swept every single liquidity here, took everybody's stop losses, everybody's liquidations, and still closed within the blue zone. On the FTX collapse, we had a pretty strong candle here. We had several candles below the blue zone. Then we reclaimed it right here on this September of 2023. After about a couple of months after our summer consolidation, and we had our FTX collapse like a couple of months before that. So it's normal. Like after that, we had like several months of consolidation, and then we broke above the blue zone. As soon as we broke above the blue zone, we got, let's get the number. Before the next rejection, it was a 66.5% move. So right now, as long as we maintain this blue zone, I feel like we're still bullish, but the confirmation for me is I want to see it close above this median right here, which is at 61,242. If we close above that median zone, every single time we've closed above it, like right here, we closed above it, it was 40 in the 40s, 42, 43. We went to 73K, which was the, which number is this? The 95% zone. You can't usually target the 95% zone because it's such an extreme. There's only a 5% chance of continuation from there. But if we look at our momentum indicators, last time we went above there, we were at this zone in the momentum. The higher you are in momentum, as you guys remember, the harder it is for bulls to maintain that momentum. But now we're reclaiming the blue zone. We're not even close to that level of momentum. That tells you that bulls have a lot more steam to keep it going. And on this CME open, this futures open, we have now confirmed the buy signal on the jewel. Before last week, if you guys remember, I mentioned on Friday that we had the first sign of the buy signal. And I was like, we have to wait for the next weekly open to confirm it. Right now, we've confirmed it. The last time we confirmed the jewel buy signal in this area was, let me mark it off with the vertical line, and I'll show you. So let's erase this one as well. And by Wednesday's stream, you guys are going to see why I'm telling you why CME is so powerful versus spot.
By Wednesday?
Yeah.
Oh, because that's
like,
when spot takes over.
Yeah, I feel like by Wednesday, we're going to have that move.
Got it.
Let's mark it off the vertical lines. Here's what happened every single time CME has hit that area that we are at right now on the jewel. Right here at $27,000 before the next even little bit of like consolidation or drop, we went to $45,000. How much of a percentage is that? People don't really understand how these percentages work.
It should be
if you were to work on Wall Street and you were to pull an 82% move in October to January, which is about 3 months, they would literally call you a god. They would make you a partner in your investment firm. They would be like, anything you say, it does not even matter. Because these guys on Wall Street, like the guy who taught me to trade, he used to be on the New York Stock Exchange in the on the ARCA, where he was a market maker. And he tells you like people who in the traditional markets, when they make 7% on the year, they basically are done for the year. Like all they have to do is make 7% trade for the year, and they get a, because the way the traditional markets work, whenever they make a good percentage, the firms give them a bonus on top of that.
Wow.
So whenever they pull like 7% a year, these guys are making millions of dollars just from their fees. 7% is a lot.
That's it, 7%. I feel like I can work in Wall Street.
Right.
With stocks that move so slow, I do really well there. I'm gonna go to Wall Street now. Forget about this shit.
We can pull 7% a week.
Yeah, I know.
It's not that hard.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Right now, we're getting this buy signal, which I really like, and because of this is one of the main things driving me being bullish right now. If it was not a weekend, I would not care about this, but since we are at Monday and we still have this confirmed buy signal, I am still leaning towards the bullish side. I have currently a long open at like $60,000, $60,500. I added at $60,000. Right now, I'm still holding it. My stop loss is any close, even on a 4-hour below $55,000. If we get a close below that, I'm out, but I strongly do not think that will happen. We go down to the daily. Right now on the daily, we're getting like a support at this 200 SMA every single time we bounce off. Let's go back. 200 SMA on the daily has not been tested on CME since the summer consolidation of 2023. And I'm sure you remember in summer of 2023 when everyone's saying we tested 30K, we rejected 30K. They're like, oh, we're going to go back down sub 20K. We're going to retest 17, 18K. I remember firsthand because I used to be in like this one Instagram crypto group. I was bull posting at the time. I was saying we will not drop below 20K. No matter what happens, we will not drop below 20K. All this was happening. We went all the way down to 20, 25K. And then people started tagging me. They're like, what happened to your not dropping below 20K, bro? They're like, I thought you were bullish. That literally marked the bottom of the market.
Yeah, normally it happens like that.
And that's what you got to remember. Like when everybody is like starting to tag you, everybody's hating on you, everybody's saying you're wrong, and you still have not been invalidated. That is the point where you double down on your position.
100%.
Because most people in the market are retards. Most people are wrong.
Yep. Yeah, I've learned that too.
You just switch to the monthly on CME. It gives you an even better picture. Because the monthly on CME right here is consolidating from around February to right now August. We're consolidating in this zone. The reason, and people think we're consolidating below resistance, which is bearish. The reason why I say we're not is because I use closures. So you see these previous closures on 2021 highs, right around $63,000. We're consolidating right around that zone. So in my opinion, we are not consolidating below resistance. We're consolidating right around resistance, and we're still within the blue zone. And on the monthly, we're getting volatility moving down, which is telling us that this is not really a move that we should be worried about. We should be worried about finding higher lows. The confirmation that we're going to go to all-time highs from here, and not just all-time highs, but all-time highs by a lot, is that every single time you see that when it finds a top, it's right here at the 78.6% zone. Right now, the 78.6, if you close above the 38.2, you target that. 78.6 right now, it's going to move down. So don't get too lost in the sauce. It's going to move down. Right now, that number is at $116,000. So imagine if Bitcoin were to hit $116,000, everybody's going to be like, okay, my previous bearish bias is gone. We're going to go to 200, 250, 300K. Imagine that rejection right there, dropping from around, like, it's probably going to move down to somewhere around like 93 to 95K. Reject massively there. Go back down to retest those 70K lows, highs. Everybody's going to be like, the top is in. It's time to get out. We get one more pump. Everybody gets back into the top. And that's where the distribution happens. And then they get fucked. They hold the bag all the way down to, like, right now, our previous weekly low, based off of the hash ribbons, is at 55,900. So imagine the drop from around 93,000 to around 55 to 60K. What is the market going to say?
50%, it's going to zero.
They're like, it's going to go to zero. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. The last thing I want to look at is actually I have two things I want to look at. First is divergences and the momentum indicators.
Okay.
Let's look at. I'm gonna focus on CME right now because it's Monday. In my opinion, spot does not really matter on a Monday or a Tuesday. What you want to look at is CME. Right now on CME, on the on this indicator, on this chart, we're bouncing off of this 55. We're still rejecting off of the 21. So it's not exactly super bullish yet, as long as we're below the 21. But because we have a silver cross right here, where the 21 is above the 55. So the fact that we've corrected right off the 55 and had this huge, massive candle does make me feel very bullish, because we still have the silver cross, and the silver cross on the weekly on CME especially is extremely powerful. Last time we had a silver cross on CME was right here at around $7,000 or $8,000. We went from there to $65,000 before we lost that silver cross. We still have not lost that silver cross. One thing people have to remember, though, is back here, the market cap of Bitcoin was several times lower where it is right now. So it's much easier for the price to move up while the market cap is lower, because it takes less money to move the price. Right now, Bitcoin has a market cap of, like, correct me if I'm wrong, like 1.1 or 1.2 trillion dollars.
I'll tell you right now. 1.2 trillion.
Yeah,
almost.
1.2 trillion. So it's gonna take a which is about like 3 times more than it was before. So it's gonna take a lot more work to move the price up as much. So we're probably not gonna get, what is this move we got before at the silver cross? Before the rejection, we got 87% move. We're probably not gonna get that, but at the very least, based off the silver cross on CME, based off backtesting, we get a 35% move at a minimum from the silver cross holding. That would give us a target from the 55 EMA, 55% move up to around, 35 is the minimum. That would take us to 71.7, which is previous all-time highs. And the reason why I think this will not hold is because we have several rejections here at the previous 70,000 area. We have so many rejections, and you guys can correct me if you don't see this. But everybody I'm seeing on crypto Twitter is saying next time we hit 70,000, I'm gonna max short at 35.
100%.
Next time we hit 70,000, we're gonna get a max rejection there. That's gonna be our big move down. That type of stuff makes me extremely bullish. Because
look at the if you just look at the shorts map too, they're heavily at $70,000. Like they're all sitting there. They're all sitting there.
Right now, there is about, last time I checked, there's about like $5 or $6 billion of liquidity at around $69.5 to $70,000.
They're gonna get fucking creamed.
And you guys have seen every single time Michael Saylor buys with like $500 million, he pushes the price up like at least $1,000 or $1,500. So imagine $500 million versus $5 or $6 billion.
Yeah.
Do you remember the move in March of 2023, whenever we went up to 73K? The short liquidity there was around like $1.5 or $2 billion.
Oof.
And once they started getting liquidated, we went up from like around 43,000 up to 73,000 very fast with literally no dips. Literally no fucking dips. Straight to 73K. Yeah. Because there's so much liquidity that whenever the shorts start getting stopped out and started getting liquidated, they become forced buyers. They push the price up, and then everybody who's been sitting on the sidelines, they start getting FOMO and like, I need to get in. And right now, you guys see this little bit of a this ascending triangle right here on the weekly. Like most patterns are mostly bullshit. Like they usually do not work at all. The only patterns that kind of work are the triangles, and the only reason why they work is because they work off of trend. Higher lows, higher highs. Right now, based off my system, we still have higher lows and higher highs. We made a low right here. We ended up making a low right here. We ended up closing, and then we quickly reclaimed it. We made another higher low, and we're still maintaining this triangle.
And just to be clear for everyone that's watching, and just want to make sure that they understand it. When you say there's a higher low, it's because your system is based on closings. So anything underneath it or above it does not count, basically. Here.
But this one did kind of invalidate it. But the only reason why I was not as worried as I would say like it's done is because this one closed at 60,425. It wicked to 60,425, and this one closed at 56. So it wasn't that far off. And then the previous, the candle right after it, we ended up bouncing off of this trend line, and we closed green. So after several red candles, we ended up closing green. Then that tells us that we're going to have some momentum to move up a little bit. So we moved up, we tested this top zone again, rejected, moved down 55. I consider this a fake out because we went below the trend line and closed above it. Next candle open, as you can see, let me zoom in. We retested this trend line perfectly, and we bounced right off of it. These triangles tend to break out right in this zone, right around the 75 to 80% apex zone. That's when they break out. And we get a target for that. You guys remember, you have to take these targets with a grain of salt because they don't work out 100%, but they usually work out pretty well. Let me turn off the magnet. It's hard to line it up with this meme line. Take it from here. Take that to the neckline.
So you target the top of the whatever touched the top to the bottom. How do you measure that?
Yeah, so on these triangles, you take your measured move, and you put the line right there above that resistance zone, and that would be your measured move. Let me move it. It's about $90 off, so that's pretty accurate. Right now, that takes us to. This is not going to play out 100% because these numbers are going to move down after the next weekly close. But right now, we have $119,000. I don't think it's gonna. This setup is gonna play out there, but I feel more comfortable with the next weekly closures. That is probably gonna line up with somewhere around $93,000 to $95,000 on. And like me and Alex have been talking about this for the longest time. As you guys remember, from 2021, 2017, 100K has been the big number that everybody's been talking about.
Yep.
Like Bitcoin's gonna hit $100,000. Bitcoin's gonna hit $100,000. With how predatory the crypto market is, I would not only would I not be surprised, I would actually bet that we would go into the 90s, reject heavily, get like a 10, 15, maybe even $20,000 move from there, get everybody to say the market cycle top is in, get them short. We get our final move up to like maybe 100, 108K, get everybody massively long there, get them to hold the bags. And then from there, I think we start the bear market.
The drop. Yeah. Yep.
And we look on the monthly, we're getting the same thing. On the monthly, every single time we've held the 9 EMA, we've been in our bull market. Right now, we're getting our bounce and holding exactly at the 9 EMA. Not only that, we're about to move up to this previous candle closure. We get any close above this previous candle's open right here at $62,000. We're gonna confirm bullish divergence on the monthly on CME. Last time we've had that on CME was right here in December of 2022. And the price was at $16,500 back then. Where did we go from there? We went to $73,000. So we're getting that same exact setup. Also, we're getting the RSI on the monthly going right to the edge of the bullish control zone. When we get that, usually it's the bulls become easier for them to push the price up. So if we get any type of close above, what is this number? 62.6. We're gonna maintain the bullish control zone. We have to target this bullish critical zone, and the bullish critical zone right now. Keep in mind this number is gonna move down after the next couple of closes. Right now it's at 126. I'm guessing after the next like monthly close or 2 monthly closes, probably around like September, maybe October, this number is gonna move down to around that 110 to 108 range. At that point, like every single time, like we retested the bottom of the bullish control zone, we made another high. Price made a higher high, but the RSI did not make a higher high. So that gives us bearish divergence. Every single time we've had bearish divergence on the monthly, that has been the end of the bull market. Same thing right here, same thing right here, same thing right here. Right now, we still have that bearish divergence, but we do not have a local high. So if we get that next high move up, maybe 100K, maybe 95K, this is very likely going to give us bearish divergence on the RSI. We don't know what number we would have to close below then to confirm that bearish divergence because like the RSI doesn't work that way. But I'm guessing right now, based off of this consolidation zone right here, it's going to be somewhere around like 64 to 65K. But that's just a guess right now because we don't know what it's going to be. And let me finish off on the RSI divergences, and that'll be the momentum indicators, and that'll be the last one I have. Let's go to the CME. Start on the monthly. So right now on CME on the monthly, based off from our momentum indicators, we're currently pointed down. But the reason why I do not think this is a dead sentence is because you see where we are pointed down right now. This is the top of the bullish control zone. So usually in this area is where bulls are able to find power and they're able to turn it back up. So if bulls are able to close this month above 71.9, we'll have momentum turn back up to the upside. The last time we've ever had that on CME was right here at 42.8, and we ended up at 73K. At that time, momentum was volatility was pointed up. So that was telling us this is an impulsive move, not a corrective move. So we should be looking for that trend to go up higher. Right now, volatility is pointed down. So that's telling us this is a correction where we should be looking to find a higher low to long up from there. The only way that we invalidate this is if we close below this 9 EMA right here, which is at $57,600. So we close that, This volatility is going to start ticking up. This momentum is going to break below the bullish control zone. At that point, I would say the bear market is in. Let's look at the weekly. Right now, the weekly, the same thing is it's bouncing off the 55 EMA. We're rejecting the 21, and we're still getting a good bounce from there. While the volatility has been at extreme lows from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 6 weeks in a row. And the way volatility works, you have to remember, I've mentioned this before. Volatility is like you're taking a beach ball and you're holding it below the water. The longer you push it down below the water, the harder it takes for you to keep pushing it down. Eventually, you have to let go. And once you let go, that beach ball violently bounces back up to the top of the water and it goes a little bit above the water. Right now, we're getting volatility expansion off of this low. We are at 16.67%. For my system, anything above 15%, you have a confirmed volatility expansion. And from that, you have to look at momentum. Whatever direction momentum is going towards, it's going to give you an idea of what direction the volatility is going to expand towards. Right now, momentum is rejecting from the bearish control zone, and it's giving us upwards momentum above 53,872. Right now, we're healthily above that. Last time we flipped up from anywhere around this area was around October of 2023. And you guys can see what happened there. We had a massive move. We corrected off of, same thing, we corrected off this 55 EMA. Right now, we're correcting off the 55 EMA. We're getting the same volatility expansion with the momentum pointed up. So if I were to draw a Fibonacci target off of this, remember, I don't want to get anybody to take any financial advice off of this or go max long based on what I'm saying. This is just based off probabilities. Probabilities are not certainties. They can always be wrong. Like, you know, if you like if you were to play like blackjack, which is the closest game you can get to 50-50.
Yep.
Sure, you have a higher percentage win in your favor, but it's still turned against you and it's still kind of gambling if you're not like certain on your system.
Yep.
Right now,
if you don't have a system, really.
Yeah, if you don't have a system, you're fucked. You're just gambling. Right now, the number we need to close above on this weekly to confirm this setup to play out is around 63,870 on CME, which is the 78.6 level. We close above that, we have the same level, same percentage chance, almost 80% chance of hitting this 161.8, which is the weekly right now. Over the next maybe, I'm a little bit conservative on my time estimate, so maybe 3 or 4 months. If we close above that, we would hit 104,870, which this number is going to come down off for the next couple of closes. And that still lines up with that same $95,000 target zone. But the only way to make that a reality is that we have to close above 63,870. If we close above 63,870, this is going to confirm as a deviation, and we have to target these previous highs. And with how much times we've tested this, how much liquidity is here, roughly $5 to $6 billion. That's easy enough, in my opinion, to break above this, make a consolidation, maybe retest it, and then go towards this 161.8. Right now, I'm leaning towards cautiously bullish. I'm still holding my long, but I'm watching for any type of 4-hour closure below. Let me give you the exact number where I would close it. Any 4-hour closure below, what is this wick low? 58,250, and I'm out. But for now, I'm still bullish. And I'm looking for us to retest maybe somewhere around this week. If I'm right, this week I'm looking for us to retest by Friday around $63,000 to $64,000. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a rejection there, get a sharp drop, get everybody bearish again. But based on what my system is telling me, this week, maximum middle of next week, we're gonna go to 63, 64K. But I don't know if we will go up from there. All I can see is that we're gonna go from there for my system.
All right, that's not bad. Now let me translate 30 minutes of this and just put it in 2 words for everybody.
Hey, we love Bitcoin.
Did you guys have fun over the weekend with your Bitcoin like Donald Trump told us to do?
Oh yeah, I had my Bitcoins. Elizabeth Warren did not touch my Bitcoins, not even for a second.
She better not touch the Bitcoin. We love the Bitcoin. It's such a digital coin. Everybody loves it. It's great. People love the Bitcoin. You guys go have fun with your Bitcoin. Shove it up your ass.
What's so funny about this whole scenario? Literally, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, bro was on an interview saying Bitcoin is a scam. Talking about how Bitcoin is a threat to the US dollar. But you know how politicians work. The second something is in their favor, they'll be like, I don't give a fuck about what I said 2 years ago. I'm on a different page.
I am suspicious that now everyone is trying to get us to buy it. But either way, we'll talk about it in a second. Let me put this on.
Larry Fink gets what Larry Fink wants. Larry Fink is bullish on Bitcoin and Ethereum, so they're going up no matter what happens.
He can have my mom's pussy if he wants. He's
Larry
Larry
Fink gets what he wants. like our former president says when he says he likes to grab him by the you know what. Yeah. Larry Fink is the expert at grabbing them by their.
Larry has already grabbed them all. He looks like when you pull all the clams from the ocean and they're all tied together. That's what he does.
Oh, he already did it with the U.S. Treasury.
My guy, he's my fucking guy. Alrighty, let me get to this. Cool. Vale. Una cosa que estamos diciendo en esto, estamos viendo la gráfica mensual. Yo creo que tengo que abrir con esto rápidamente. Farhan nos está contando que él, ya saben, él es nuestro dealer de opium, así que él todavía sigue alcista, cree que esta fiesta puede continuar, obviamente tiene invalidaciones en su teoría y ahorita las vamos a platicar, pero algo muy interesante que le estaba diciendo a todo el mundo este fin de semana, porque en el Discord, que de nuevo está en la descripción del video, en el Discord estaba platicando con todo el mundo y vimos que mucha gente no entiende cuál es la diferencia entre CME, futuros, y spot. Entonces, eso es algo que les quiero contar rápido y les quiero enseñar en la gráfica. Vale, pues, voy a poner esta. Y aquí lo que tienen y están viendo es la gráfica normal de Bitcoin contra el dólar. BTUSD, la pueden ver aquí arriba. Pero si quieren entrar a futuros, es esto. Y el precio ranguea y cambia. Futuros está cerrado el fin de semana y spot, cryptocurrency markets están abiertos toda la semana, todos los días de la semana. Futuros sale, ¿y por qué se llama CME? CME es el Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Ese es en vez de Nueva York, este es un mercado bursátil en Chicago y ellos son los que crean los contratos de futuros. Cuando compras contratos de futuros no estás comprando Bitcoin, estás comprando un contrato que dice que ese contrato vale tanto. Entonces, la diferencia aquí es, y lo que le gusta y lo que está diciendo Farhan es, me gusta checar los fines de semana donde cierra CME el viernes, ponte tú este viernes pasado, donde cerró y donde abre spot, porque los precios son diferentes. Ahorita spot está en 60,227, CME está en 60,150. Entonces, le gusta ver dónde abre el precio, dónde cierra el precio de CME, dónde abre spot y normalmente si hay una diferencia para arriba o para abajo, el precio va a ir a buscar cerrar ese gap, para que lo tengan muy claro. Y eso son como oportunidades muy sencillas de hacer un trade. Pero también tiene su lado peligroso, obviamente, porque no tienes un perfecto cero para hacer tus entradas, etcétera. Una cosa que nos estaba también diciendo Farhan es lo siguiente, que en cuanto... también el fin de semana, como todo... como es fin de semana, básicamente casi nadie está tradeando, el volumen se vuelve 10 veces menos, entonces tienes que entender eso. La probabilidad de que el gap cierre en el precio es de alrededor de 90%. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo CME y lo que dice Farhan también, otra cosa para que ustedes noten es, a él le gusta ver CME, solamente el precio de CME lunes y martes. Ya después del miércoles, jueves, viernes podemos voltear a ver spot porque es más... ya depende más de ahí, pero CME es muy importante el cómo cierra el viernes y cómo abre el lunes y martes para que la gente lo sepa. Eso es algo que creo que muchos no sabían. Bueno, vamos al análisis rápido y está viéndolo. Habíamos visto todas las pantallitas que tiene Farhan, pero les voy a contar rapidísimo. En su indicador, el HPDRO, que nos dice la dirección de la volatilidad. La volatilidad va yendo para abajo, lo que hace que el precio vaya a ir a su media. La media de este momento de este indicador son $69,879. Entonces estás hablando de algo por esta zona más o menos. La parte de abajo de esa zona azul que tiene en su indicador, que es muy importante, está en 55,100 y estamos hablando de temporalidad semanal. Un cierre arriba de 62,850 nos da una muy buena pinta de que podemos ir a visitar los 89, pero esto es en la gráfica semanal, por lo que va a tomar meses. No crean que esto es algo rápido. Y básicamente para invalidar su trade, ¿no? Para no hacerles el cuento tan largo, si tenemos un cierre semanal, un cierre en la de 4 horas abajo de 58,250. Ahí es donde Farhan va a cortar su trade porque está en long en este momento y se va a salir. Lo que está diciendo también, y algo muy importante es, hay una pared gigantesca de shorts, de cortos, que están en los $70,000, más o menos. Ahorita todo el mundo quiere hacer toda su pasta de, güey, si Bitcoin vuelve a llegar a los 70,000, pongo un cortote, un shortzote, y ahí todo el mundo se la va a comer entera. Cuando tienes 5, 6, 7 mil millones de dólares en short ahí de liquidez, los va a ir a buscar. Y normalmente eso que genera un squeeze del precio y eso hace que se vaya hasta el cielo. Ahora, de nuevo, Farhan es nuestro dealer responsable de darnos todo el hopium del mundo. Entonces, él está 55% alcista en este momento. Y vamos a ver qué es exactamente lo que nos dice Alex. Tenemos que tener esto preparado y vamos a ver exactamente su análisis. All righty, my ninjas. We're ready to go.
Let's see what Alex has for us.
All right, nice. Let me share my chart here. All right, cool. Yeah, so we were watching all weekend essentially. It was pretty uneventful, pretty choppy overall, but some things did develop yesterday essentially. And so on Sunday, we had an interesting price action, especially on Tether dominance. That was a big vocal point for me in Farhan's analysis over the weekend. And I was essentially watching this deviation. This deviation, this level right at 5.59% is pretty big resistance. So when we basically deviated down, remember Tether dominance has an inverse correlation to Bitcoin. So if this is bearish, Bitcoin will be bullish. And so what we got was, a nice deviation to the bearish retest, and then it sold down. But then lots of chop, and we can see that in the chart here. We didn't really get any expansion down or up right until the end of the weekend near CME. And then so essentially what I'm seeing now on this daily on Tether dominance is I'm watching the 9. It essentially was the rejection point after it got lost on August 8th. So I'm watching that for today. I think if bulls can lose this level in Tether dominance, which is the daily EMA 9, currently sitting right now at 5.59%. I do think it'll give them a lot better chance to push Bitcoin up and possibly save the daily closure. When I mean save the daily closure, yesterday was a pretty aggressive dump. Be it was a weekend, so there is that factor that it could have been possibly a trap to trap shorts. But as it stands right now, yeah, Bitcoin on the daily is not looking good. And per my system, we are technically still in a downtrend on Bitcoin. So right now, as I see it, bulls kind of want this low to hold right around that 58,000 to 57,500. And another reason why I think that is because if we go here to CME on Bitcoin, and something Farhan was mentioning, we see we perfectly reject on the daily here. If we took this bearish retracement pattern, we perfectly rejected the 0.5 zone, which at first tap we wouldn't expect. This is strong resistance, and that was kind of what we were mentioning all of last week and on the Discord this week. This weekend was that daily EMA 100. Lots of confluences on my system, but putting in a bearish retracement, you also see it lines up perfectly with the 0.5 zone. So currently that's at 61,930. Call it 62,000. And for me, that's a massive level for price. What bulls want to see right now is for this daily to potentially find some support here. I find it interesting how the 618 comes perfectly right around that 58,600 level. Again, getting good confluence around that region at 57,500 to 58,500. So ideally for today, bulls just want some more structure on the daily because as it stands, I take it more on a wick basis. For me, it's more accurate. I'd feel comfortable, as Farhan was mentioning, calling potentially the weekly a swing failure pattern to the upside. We can get back above this 9 here on the weekly. This is another big point that we were talking about. We were getting the daily SMA 200 the EMA 100, along with the weekly EMA 9, all right around the same region, right on that 62 to 63K level. Massive region across the board. But as it stands, I think we still have to be slightly cautious here. As just kind of like let Bitcoin's daily form some structure, which would be welcome. So as it stands now, yesterday was pretty aggressive. That deviation down that wasn't what I was looking for my bias to be bullish. Essentially what we want to see now on this daily would just be for us to reclaim the 9. I think that then reclaiming the 9 on the daily and just getting some consolidation can at least give bulls hopium, because what it'll do is it'll move this EMA 100 more down with price, while also it'll move down the momentum pivots that Farn pointed out, which again will just lead to more bullish momentum. Now, if we go here onto ES1, I want to look at this because I'm more 50-50 right now. I'm not bullish or bearish. I had a bull bias going into the weekend, but after yesterday's closure, I'm a lot more cautious now. And the reason I said is just simply because we rejected the major levels that we should reject if we are bearish, essentially. But right on the flip side, there is some hopium for the upside, and for that is basically how stocks close this weekly. ES1 is looking quite bullish, especially on that big buyback we saw last week. And so as it stands right now, to me, on a weekly with ES1, which is the futures of S&P 500, it's looking bullish, and it looks like a bullish deviation per the meme line. Right, and we still have a ways to go before we hit resistance. Now, since we lost the 9, it'd be wise to check the 21, and it solidifies it. It looks great. We see this last weekly closure quickly got bought up for a stock move. It was quite impressive, right? If we measure this from the close, 4.8%. That's something not to shy away from, especially with the S&P 500 future. So big move, lots of momentum. Now, price on the weekly got perfectly bought up where we talked about that it needed to be, and it even got reclaimed. This big move down, you could say, is a trap that essentially, got a lot of bears short, but then it led to a massive deviation, reclaiming the 21 and reclaiming this massive resistance zone here I have at 5,334. Big level. We see the reaction on the rejection. So reclaiming it is really welcoming. And to me, I have this arrow pointing to the other time we basically did like a deviation of the meme line, which was right here, which took us to all-time highs weeks later. But on the flip side, the only difference there is we were above the 9 and the 21 here. While the 21 did hold, we do have resistance right around 5,430. And this will keep moving down with each weekly closure. So we have to be mindful of that. But there is hopium on the equity side because stocks all across the board are looking good. The weekly closures were really strong on S&P 500, NASDAQ. So overall, stocks are looking good. But the only thing iffy now is Bitcoin, and also to put more flames on why we could see maybe a pullback too. Dixie's not looking the worst, and I say that just because it's basically holding this support zone that we get big reactions from on Dixie. Now on the flip side, the correlation with Bitcoin and Dixie really hasn't been that strong the last few months, but it's something I'm always mentally watching here. So, as Dixie stands, it does look like we are rejecting the daily EMA 9, but there's still a long day to go today. So I'm watching that level closely, but it is basing and consolidating on support, kind of what Dixie bulls want for Dixie, because what that essentially will do is move this 9 even more down, giving them a higher probability of a breakout. Now let me go to this chart here. I think if I switch, I think I switched it for you guys too, right? Now we're on BitGet.
What do you mean? No, we're seeing the DXY.
All right, let me go here.
Mhm.
So one thing I like about BitGet is, it has a really clean interface, and another part of that is, it's a partnered exchange link, so the fees are a little lower. But why I bring BitGet up here is, I just want to mention something that I'm sure a lot of people are going to start hearing since it just happened, which is the death cross. Essentially, it's when
Oh yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So in my opinion, the reason I bring this up is what is a death cross? So it's when a smaller moving average, i.e., like the 50 is a common one, moves above a major one. Like I know some people used 100, I used the 200. And so on this, I wanted to bring it up because we visually can see this here. I put this vertical line to represent when it crossed. And why am I bringing this up? Well, oftentimes when new traders, new people are in the market, they hear a death cross. Oftentimes, in my experience, this can just lead to a big trap. Often people not familiar with these hear death. They see price action from a few days ago or kind of what happened, when we had that massive dump. People get accustomed to shorting, and it just leads to a big trap, very much so like the golden cross. And why I bring this up is because you're going to start hearing a lot of people talk about this. So I back tested here on BitGet's chart, which again, very clean interface. And I just wanted to show everyone kind of the last time, this happened, which essentially marked, a massive consolidation range, leading to a massive bottom. Now, I don't use these as bottom indicators, but this representation shows that these death crosses in quotation marks aren't death. They're just big hype that kind of leads into a big trap.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, by the way, but does that previous death cross not look exactly like the current one? Where we're testing up to it, rejecting it. Everyone's talking about the death cross. They're getting very bearish. Within the next couple of weekly closes, we just blast right through that death cross.
Exactly. And so that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I thought that was interesting. That is what we had when I was analyzing the charts over the weekend. We did technically get that 3 days ago on this last closure here that happened on August 9th. So something to be mindful of. In my experience, and Fard concurs, these just often act as big traps, and can mark some just consolidation rather than massive dumps, right? Here when we had this death cross here on September 11th in 2023.
That's when the 50 goes under the 200, right?
Yeah, that's what I use. I like the 50
Got
going
it.
under the 200 on the daily. For that, this just essentially led to I remember back in 2023 when this happened, everyone's talking about it, bearish, we're going back down, 15, 18,000 is going to happen, everyone's bearish. When all it really did, if we go and analyze this time, it just kind of led to consolidation, leading the lower time frames to start kind of forming a trend. Very slight trend here. We had this high, we had this low. We didn't break the high, but we also didn't break the low here. Another point where in trend, when I'm trying to identify trend, it doesn't need to be so easy as, okay, cool, we just made this higher low. Now this needs to make a higher high. Oh, it did not. I don't really look at it like that. I'm always looking at the last lows. As long as we don't break the last lows, in my opinion, that's structure forming. That then means the 4 hours probably in a slight uptrend. The hourly definitely is, but getting that daily uptrend is important. And you can see it structure every time. We did break the high, didn't break this low, leading to the expansion. So something to be mindful of, when we're talking, when you're going to, on crypto Twitter, you're going to hear a lot of people start talking about that, especially if price action does start, coming down a little bit. Another point too on why, let me share this. I do think, it's good to just be slightly cautious. I don't look at these too much. The liquidity levels on the heat map, I think, with confluence to a system can basically give us good confluence to kind of where the money is at least. I use CoinGlass with Binance, when I'm looking at these. And you can see there's not really much liquidity. The liquidity is kind of showing us we're in that no man's zone. There's not too much liquidity up here, and there's not too much down here. So, in that I have to flip to more of like a higher time frame, like a weekly. you know, and essentially we see here we did take the little liquidity up here. We have some at 61,000, but we do see the heat building up again, right around, you know, the last lows that we essentially made, right around that 54,000. Now, you know, I don't use this at all to determine trades, but it's just good to have a bias, or at least a mental note on kind of what's going on, in regards to the money, right? Because that's kind of where the money flows, kind of, you know, where the money is, that's where it likes to go. That's where market makers like to go. Um, let me see here. Now, on the flip side, on the last point here that I'll bring up is something Farn even mentioned, and it's something that we were talking about when we had this massive dump last week, when everyone was kind of freaking out. You know, we did mention here on the Bitcoin monthly chart, you know, even though that the weekly is under the 9 now and it rejected it, we still can't be full bear if the monthly hasn't lost the 9. Now, something we've been saying, a lot of time left for this monthly to develop. Many things can happen before then. 19 days, it's a long time in crypto. But in my opinion, even though, you know, it's time to be cautious, in my opinion, you know, more let things develop more. We still can't discount that, you know, bulls did hold the monthly, and it did get, you know, bought up pretty nicely. You know, you can see every single time since the 9 on the monthly was reclaimed here, you know, it basically held every single time, and it, to me, it constitutes bull markets. You know, when you start hearing everyone like last week get extremely bearish, we can agree structure looks bad, but we can't get full bear mode as long as the monthly 9 is still very healthily above and holding. A spot where price does like to react each and every time it does, you know, tap it. Now, you know, so that's essentially what I'm looking at. You know, yesterday wasn't the best closure, and I'm just watching to see what's going to happen essentially today. On the Discord, you know, I'm mentioning it's always an easy setup on Bitcoin, especially if we just focus here on the 9 instead of the 21. You know, something I mentioned, I forgot when it happened. It was a few days ago, but you know, on the lower time frames, Bitcoin is not looking bad. And the reason I say that is, you know, it was a good thing that this last 12-hour close closed above the 9 again, reclaimed it. Losing that was kind of the, to me, a signal to not long. So reclaiming it was really, in my opinion, a good indicator. And why I say that is very much like why I said it a few days ago. You see the reaction here. It just barely closed above, but that was enough for bulls to hold it to get that expansion. Now, on this move, it doesn't look like a lot, but on this day from the wick low to wick high, that was a 10% move
Oh,
from the
mega.
reclaim. You know, many people on Elite Trading Academy Discord made great money that day. So, you know, on the lower time frames, it is looking good in the sense that it did reclaim the 9. But on the flip side here, we still have to focus now on the 4-hour. You know, a spot I've been mentioning all weekend, something that Bitcoin couldn't get above, just the 4-hour EMA 100. I do believe if we can get above this and reclaim it and flip it into support, I think it'll give, you know, our thesis more legs that, you know, we're probably going to retest the 63,200 zone, which is a massive, as of right now, for me, massive resistance because it was massive support on the chart. It has basically been a zone. This meme line here has just been something I've been nonchalantly watching for a few months now. You know, each time we've lost it, the reactions have been pretty big, and we talked about it, you know, when it got lost here, you know, and the dump wasn't disappointing. So if we do by chance reclaim this 4-hour EMA 100, which is currently right now at 61,152, and also we can get above this meme line resistance right around the same level, 61,100. I do think we're going to have a lot more momentum and a better chance to actually tap this the daily EMA 100 again. And why again I'm looking at that is because when I'm seeing a massive major moving average on a daily line up with my major meme support line, like we see here, to me, this tells me it's a big level. But if we don't even look at, whatever, moving average, and we just simply look at price action, what has price action told us each time, it's interacted with this diagonal here?
Oh, it
Big
does
dumps,
work.
big pumps,
Mhm.
it's held, and then here. So ideally, what we'd want is some scenario here where we lost it, gets reclaimed, and we get that expansion up, trapping bears, and bulls are, having a great time. But until then, I'm still watching that area. It helps because we have a massive major moving average lining exactly with that region. So until we can get above the daily EMA 100, I'm not full bull. I'm more in the camp of cautious. I do think we can play this momentum even today. I mean, Bitcoin dumped 3% and then just pumped 3%. So the volatility is there to trade. But I'm definitely more cautious. This is a big level on Bitcoin. This major moving average is something that price really likes to hold and expand on. And then when we're in a bear market, this is the area where we like to reject. Every time on this dump or on this massive rally Bitcoin winning, essentially in 2023 up until now, anytime we interacted with this moving average, that has marked a major bottom in price. So losing it isn't a good sign. Rejecting off of it and then deviating down and losing the 9 especially isn't a good sign. So today we really want the 9 to get reclaimed. Bulls want this to turn into a higher low and for us to break what's it called? Basically 70,000. Yeah, 70,000 to kind of reverse us. I do think if we can break 70,000, I don't think price is going to stop there. And that'll give us the fuel to break all-time highs because all these shorts here get smoked, everyone's sidelined, and no one's positioned for the move. But until then, I'm cautious. We have to look at the daily EMA 100 lining up perfectly with the weekly EMA 9. If these two levels aren't reclaimed, I'm very cautious then, because these two levels mainly are the levels in my book where the momentum on the lower time frames can be really bullish. If we're under these levels, it's going to we're going to get these rejections that we've seen, big moves down each time we hit it. And the weekly EMA 9, it is nice because it is lining right around 62,000, right around that level where I just talked about on the daily. So, something to be mindful of. If we do get another rally into this officially, I'm going to just watch the reaction because if we get any kind of, bearish topping candles, especially on a daily, after hitting this major moving average, because I'm still not convinced, even though on this massive pump, we didn't fully hit it yet. We haven't retested it yet. Even though we had this massive pump, we had this nice dump, we still haven't retested it. So in my book, we're still unsure if this is going to be resistance or support. Very much like here, we didn't retest it. Price then officially did. It gave the most obvious short trigger ever, this rejection to topping candle. It's almost like I forgot what it's not. It's not a shooting star, but to me, this is a topping candle. You can see this because of the wick body leading to a very small head closure here. It would have been easier, right, if it was red. Then you could say it was an inverse hammerhead candle, but and then if you don't even use candlestick theory, losing the daily EMA 9 after rejecting the 100, not a good sign. So that's kind of what you could argue bears are thinking now if they're front running this. But Bitcoin likes the dirty dance. So it wouldn't surprise me if it then does try to push up and test it. But for now, I'm cautious. I want to see these two levels on the weekly, the EMA 9, the daily, the EMA 100, along with this diagonal getting reclaimed. If it does get reclaimed, I think we'll have a really great chance of breaking the all-time high. Especially with the way Tether dominance is looking. But until then, I'm cautious. And just like how this diagonal has worked on Bitcoin, something we've talked about a lot on the live streams was the fact that Tether dominance on the weekly still looked like an uptrend to me. And, essentially now we got this is the higher low, we got the higher high. So it could easily come back down to this 5.2%, even, hitting this again at 5%, let's say. But in theory, Tether dominance still will be bullish, even though it had this nice rejection. Is still below the weekly EMA 100, which has been a vocal point for Tether dominance. We are still above the 9, and if we go and back test it, that's all it could look like, is just another higher low leading to a higher high. So something to watch very closely. The charts are telling us the story. It's just for us to decipher it. But that's kind of what I'm seeing. I'm 50-50 right now. I need some levels to get reclaimed. It's very simple. If that daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed, I can front run the monthly, and then I have a super easy invalidation to long. If we lose it on a daily, just get out, short on the retest, and that's it. So it's very simple to me. It's just getting to that point.
I couldn't agree more. It's just like a sandwich of like nothingness where we are. Like we're right in the middle of it all. Like just waiting to go up or waiting to go down. And just like you said, those will be nice confirmations for us to see. And awesome job, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Put this on. Vale, pues, estamos hablando obviamente de Bitcoin. Rápidamente el análisis de Alex se los doy en 2 segunditos, perdiéndose de todas las cosas maravillosas que nos dijo. Número 1, esto es Tether, USDT Tether Dominance. La dominancia de Tether, eso quiere decir que es la dominancia del dólar digital, básicamente, si lo quieren ver así, y es inverso en contra de Bitcoin o de cripto, si lo quieren ver así también, porque mientras más fuerte el dólar, menos fuerte las acciones, por ejemplo. Entonces, mientras más fuerte sea esto, más bajada va a tener Bitcoin. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo en este momento? Estamos en esta parte del canal, estamos viendo en la semanal dónde está parado. Voy a poner el EMA 100 y voy a también poner el 9 para que lo tengan acá y puedan ver esto. Estamos literalmente en contra del 100. Esperamos que tengamos un buen rechazo acá si somos alcistas para Bitcoin, aunque tengo que decir, Alex está 50-50, está en medio y quiere esperar a ver, ¿cómo se llama? Quiere esperar a ver cuál es el resultado de estos movimientos y ahorita les voy a decir cuáles. 1, tenemos esta vela que nos da bastante esperanza porque esta es una vela que te dice tope en Tether y aparte es una vela semanal. ¿Qué necesitamos para confirmar? Necesitamos un cierre abajo del 5.34% y eso muy probablemente también lo ponga abajo del EMA 9, que es este azul que están viendo acá. El promedio, recuerden, EMA son los promedios del precio en 9 días, 21 días, 55 días, 100 días, 200 días, lo que ustedes quieran lo pueden hacer. El de acá es el 100. Mientras más días tenga el promedio, más peso tiene en el precio, ¿ok? Más impactantes son los movimientos. Queremos ver un rechazo definitivamente acá. Acá vimos un rechazo en la dominancia de Tether y esto literalmente fue de textbook y en cuanto ves el rechazo, una vela que te dice top, un topping candle, ¡pum!, te da el putazo para abajo. Esta vela fue la que te confirmó en el 5.5% y bajaste. Pero acá retomaste el EMA 9 y ahora estás peleándote con tomarlo o no tomarlo, estás arriba, pero estás abajo del 100. Eso es en la semanal. En la diaria, si nos ponemos un poco más de cerca, podemos ver que estamos a punto de perder el EMA 9 acá. El EMA 9 está en 5.59% y estamos nosotros en este momento en 5.58%. De nuevo, el día de hoy tenemos que ver cómo cierra esto. Ahí se va a poner bueno. Muy probablemente si lo pierde va a ir a buscar la zona del 5.06%, que es más o menos donde está pasando el EMA el 100. Entonces, para que lo tengan pendiente, obviamente primero va a ser el 21, déjame ver dónde está el 55, está por ahí abajo del 100, interesante. Y Bollinger Bands, da igual. Ok, de ahí vamos a Bitcoin rápidamente. ¿Qué nos está diciendo Alex de Bitcoin? Un poco de lo mismo. Pueden ver esta línea para que la puedan usar como referencia si quieren, de que conecta esta zona y va por acá. Es una línea bastante importante en estos niveles. Tenemos también aquí arriba nuestros topes y lo que vamos a buscar poder vencer como resistencia si somos alcistas y también después usar como soporte cuando venga de vuelta para abajo. Tenemos el nivel de los 65.610, que es un nivel bastante importante, el de los 61.470 y el de los 57.647 hasta abajo, en donde nos mandó el Wicazo, que fue básicamente el tope de los ETFs, que es esto, el lanzamiento de los ETFs, que fueron los 49.306, ¿ok? Para que lo sepan. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Estamos viendo en la diaria cómo Bitcoin perdió la 100. perdió el EMA 100 que está aquí arriba y ahorita está intentando retomar el 9. Es muy importante que retome el 9. Si no retoma el 9, esto no se va a ver nada bien y muy probablemente vayamos a ver el precio rechazar y vámonos para abajo. Pero si retoma el 9, lo más probable es que nos dé un zampompazo a los 62,747 o más o menos por esa zona, a ir a buscar, a pelearnos con el EMA 100 y poder retomarlo. Una vez que hagamos eso y también podamos romper esta línea que ahora en este momento hace resistencia, que todavía no nos la encontramos, una vez roto esto y estando aquí arriba, nos vamos a sentir bastante bien de cómo está el movimiento. Pero mínimo por ahora tenemos que esperar y tenemos que ver dónde están nuestros promedios. Pero también vamos a ver rápido en la semanal y por qué es importante. Pueden ver que hay mucha confluencia en esta zona de precio que va a ser los 61,400 porque este es el EMA 9 y va a bajar. Queremos que en la semanal podamos retomar el EMA 9, en la semanal cierra en 6 días y 9 horas, por lo que demasiado puede pasar. Y aquí abajo tenemos el EMA 100, que es completamente irrelevante. Algo que vimos es en la mensual, cómo estamos arriba del 9, simplemente venimos, tomamos liquidez y volvimos a subir. Y los cierres, por ejemplo, el sistema de Alex usa los wicks. El sistema de Farhan es literalmente donde cierre el precio. Personalmente, yo uso donde cierra el precio, pero también, no, literalmente es donde cierra el precio. Entonces me voy más como de ese lado en cómo yo hago mi análisis técnico y acá pueden ver un poco esa línea y el rechazo que tuvimos de esa línea. ¿Qué es lo que queremos hacer acá? Sencillo, simplemente quedarnos arriba del 9. Déjenme les pongo, espérame. Vean nada más. En la mensual todo se ve muy bien, honestamente. Queremos estar arriba de eso y no perderlo. Porque si perdemos ahorita la 9 en la mensual, ahí es donde podríamos decir oficialmente que esto es un mercado bajista, damas y caballeros. Mercado bajista. Y yo creo que antes de ir a todas sus preguntas, vamos a checar la dominancia de Bitcoin rapidísimo. Y Farhan, you want to bring us the Bitcoin dominance? You're muted. I know you were saying something.
Yeah, I forgot to unmute myself.
There you go.
Let me pull up my chart on Bitcoin dominance.
Let
Here's
me
one of my favorite indicators whenever I think Bitcoin is making a trending move.
let me
Because
see.
whenever Bitcoin is moving, one of the main metrics to look at is Bitcoin dominance. Because if Bitcoin is breaking down to the downside or is breaking to the upside, you want to see how much of the market is going into Bitcoin. Because just like how on the major stocks work, a bunch of stocks perform to the upside or the downside, but what everybody looks at is the S&P. So in my opinion right now, Bitcoin dominance is the equivalent to the S&P for the crypto market. Let me show you my Bitcoin dominance chart right now.
Let me see.
And I feel bad talking about Bitcoin dominance because I feel like I'm Benjamin Cohen right now, but sometimes, Benjamin Cohen makes some good points.
As long as you don't talk like this and go super slowly.
Hey,
Good.
the worst thing I will ever have in my life is being as boring as Benjamin Cohen.
I'm not even kidding. I'll throw his videos on to go to bed. I'm not even kidding.
So boring. Shit is so boring.
I think,
yeah.
Yeah. Say it again.
You know how I found Benjamin Cohen?
How?
Same as George.
No way. How?
Because I found him on your Twitter.
On my Twitter?
Yeah, because you used to like retweet them and respond to them. I was like, hey, if he likes them, I gotta give him a chance.
Yeah, just so I have a lot of patience with boring people. Because I'll double or triple the speed that he talks at. Because he's really good. It's just he's very odd.
Oh, Alex already knows. I watch every single YouTube video, minimum 1.5 speed or 2x speed.
That's the
I
way.
don't, because it fucks you up with your brain.
No, for me, I just get through I understand the same information, but it gets through it so much faster.
No, I understand. It's just eventually reality becomes too like everyone just talking at a normal pace becomes bad. You start developing kind of. It's a different version of the same thing that people have when they have to look at TikTok videos nonstop, and it's like every 3 minutes they need a new one. So it's kind of like what you're doing to your brain. So I only do that with extremely boring people. If I'm watching any video, I'll play at a normal speed. But Ben he's not boring. He's interesting. He's just very slow.
But
You're
he's smart. He is smart.
you're sugarcoating it. He's boring.
He's very
You-
boring.
You
but
could
he's
qualify it
smart.
like that. Yeah.
Benjamin Cowan is the equivalent of the Sab Kyle of the crypto community.
No one will know that reference. No one knows Sab
nobody
Kyle.
other than us.
Exactly.
Dude's boring as fuck. All right, so we're gonna start on the monthly on Bitcoin dominance.
Mhm.
Right now, we're getting a very, very strong trend, in my opinion, on Bitcoin dominance. The reason why I think so is because every single time in the previous uptrend of Bitcoin dominance, we have rejected the 55 EMA. This was around here in December of 2020 when the real altcoin season started. Whenever literally anybody would put whatever they wanted into whatever like absolute shit Binance shitcoin they could find, and they would pull a 100x within a week or two. This was the epitome of the altcoin market. Like, do you guys remember this game coin called Axie Infinity?
Yep.
From around
yeah.
here, Axie Infinity was around $8. At the peak of the altcoin market, it went up to like I believe like $130 or $150.
Holy shit.
No, that was such a good time. I
Yeah.
remember that. Remember
Being-
Sandbox Farm? That was
Yeah.
insane.
I didn't play Sandbox, but I had so many people telling me to buy Sandbox. But what I did buy is I bought Gala, and I played that one well. I bought Gala around 11 cents, and I sold it at around like 85 cents. It
Nice.
topped at 90 cents, where everybody was saying it's going to go to $1. I felt like such an retard when I sold it at 80 cents and I saw it at 90 cents. Literally 1 month later, it was at 50 cents. And I was like, who's a retard now, right?
Exactly.
But right now, what I like to see is that every single time this 55 EMA has been resistance, right now, not only are we solidly above the 55, but we've based off of it and we're using the 55 as support. And now we've also closed above this blue range right here, this 38.2. Every single time we close above the blue range, Bitcoin dominance has a huge move up. Last time we've done that above the blue range was right here in December of 2022 and January 2023, when the bear market officially ended and the Bitcoin bull market started at around 16K. We went up from 16K to around 18.5. We rejected it. We moved down to around like 16 or 17K, found a base there, and then from there we went straight to the high 20s. Right now we're getting that exact same setup. We're close above the blue zone, and right now, based on our momentum indicators, it's telling us that we're healthily above the positive zone. Only thing we don't like to see is these lower highs, because each one of these highs made higher highs, and this one made a lower high. So this would give us 3 drives of bearish divergence. But the only way to confirm this bearish divergence, because most people talk about bearish divergence, bullish divergence, but it doesn't mean anything until you have a local low or a local high. And the only way to confirm a local high right here, right now, it would take a lot to confirm it. This previous rejective high right here, open, was around 53.62%. We would need 2 closes above 53.62%. And what I like to see about this, like the perfect confluence, is that it lines up right with this 55 EMA right here, and this top of the blue zone. So if we were to lose this, we would most likely come back down to this bottom of the blue zone. And at that point, I feel like because everybody is so conditioned to be long towards Bitcoin dominance, the only exchange you can really trade Bitcoin dominance on right now is Binance. I wouldn't trade Bitcoin dominance because I feel like it's a very predatory like type of thing, because there's so many altcoins in the market that are worth absolutely nothing. Like there's like I want to say last time I checked, there was about 23,000 altcoins. Around 90% of them are worthless garbage. You have to memorize, like if you have all of this worthless garbage in the market, they're all going to be trending towards zero. So obviously Bitcoin dominance is going to go up against that shit, which is why like Bitcoin dominance, total market cap, I don't put that much weight on it, but it is something that matters.
Yeah.
Right now, Bitcoin dominance is at the edge of the breakout zone. After we close above the 382, the 382, we close above it, we target the 618. We've tested it at 58%. We've rejected it a little bit, but we still have a very strong candle right here. And our jewel is giving us a fresh buy signal right here at the top of the bearish control zone. I mean, the bullish control zone. Last time we had that was right here when we moved up from, 48.82% all the way up to 57%. Almost a 10% move from there, where we had the exact same thing. And we rarely will ever get a jewel buy signal in this area. A jewel buy signal in this area tells us that bulls are fully in control. We only have 1 tick right now on this buy signal. We do not have it confirmed. But to confirm it, we have to close anywhere above this 5 EMA, which is currently at 55.56%. We close this monthly above that. This buy signal is confirmed. And then any hope of a altcoin season, in my opinion, is out of the window. And it's going to be a fully Bitcoin-driven market. If we confirm that buy signal, the lowest target I could have after that would be the 88.3%, which is over here around 64.72, which I feel like this would coincide with Bitcoin breaking out and the move that we're looking for right now, going up somewhere to around 85, maybe 90K, making like a little bit of a top there, rejecting, retesting our previous 73K highs. At that point, Bitcoin dominance will make a local high, in my opinion, break down from here, maybe break, of course, like Bitcoin will make a new high from there. But from there, I feel like altcoins would outperform. And that's where I would want to get out of Bitcoin and start getting into stronger altcoins like Solana. What I want to show you right now because of that is Solana versus ETH. This is why I'm so bullish on Solana right now. I am so close into going absolutely all in on Solana. So close. Me and one of my friends have been talking for like the past 2 weeks. We're like, should we dump all of our Ethereum into Solana? We've been thinking about it so hard.
I would. Yeah.
The only reason
years ago.
I'm sorry.
I would have done years ago.
The only reason I haven't right now is because Bitcoin has Ethereum has an ETF and Solana does not have one. But you know how what's his name Larry Fink is. Bro wants to put an ETF on everything.
Why wouldn't he? He just gets fucking more money.
So right here we have these previous highs on Solana versus Ethereum in 2021 when Solana hit around, I believe those all-time highs were on like $240 or $250.
$258.
When everybody is calling for like around $500, $600 Ethereum, Solana, it rejected around those highs and it ended up making a solid downtrend from there. We lost the blue zone. We went all the way down to the 100% zone. We actually closed below it. You almost never see this happen on any coin other than shit coins, where it will close below the blue zone and it'll end up having a huge green candle after it. And you remember back during the FTX collapse when we went down here, everybody said it was at $8. You probably saw my Instagram stories when I was saying we're probably going to go to $5. I have my bids at $5.
Yeah,
we never hit it. We wicked above it, and then the next weekly candle we ended up regaining the blue zone. After that, we had another rejection, made a lower high, lost the blue zone again, quickly reclaimed it again, and then from there, Solana went on a parabolic run. I believe this was around like $23 or $25, maybe $30, when we went up to around the $200 zone. Unfortunately, I got a Solana at $40. I wish I didn't, but it is what it is. Still holding Solana spot. But what I like to see right now is that these previous highs of 2021, not only are we closing above it, but now we've retested it and we're holding it as support. Well, we are rejecting this top of the blue zone, but right now I don't really worry about that because after this close above this area, we expect this to be consolidation. Like we cannot expect it to just blast right through here. Right here on the momentum, we're starting to flip back up. Ever since this downward move, we had momentum at extremes. Whenever momentum is extremes, you can't really expect a trending move from there. You have to expect momentum to reset, and then you can get another move from there. But you see the exact same thing in volatility. Volatility was at extremes. Now it's reset, and it's starting to flip back up. Momentum is flipping up. Volatility is flipping up while we are still above resistance. In my opinion, as long as we hold here for the next month, even if we don't close above this area this month, as long as we're above this line, this area is going to move down to right here the next month, which is currently at 0.554 Ethereum. If we close above that, we have to target at the minimum based on Fibonacci rules, the 61.8% level, which is at 0.01. That would be how much of a move from here? About 77% on Solana versus Ethereum.
That would be insane.
So imagine, let me pull up my calculator and I'll tell you how much that would be because I'm not very good at pulling off that math off the top of my head.
150, 150, 300, 270. Or
yeah, basically. Yeah. If you were to switch, yeah. So we would have I have on my next on my Solana chart the next resistance right around like 275 to 290. So that lines right up with this Solana Ethereum chart. And the one thing I wanted to look at was on the what do you call it? Divergences on Bitcoin dominance.
You love your divergences.
Divergences is literally my favorite way to trade of all time. There is no higher conviction trade I can ever take other than a bearish or a bullish divergence on the monthly or the weekly.
So you like the big ones.
Whenever you get one of those in the monthly or the weekly, that's when you know you get a swing trade where you can actually pull like a very significant percent. Like you can set your stop loss, close your phone, open it up 3 or 4 weeks later, and you will be massively in profit. These divergences are very, very powerful.
That makes sense. I never thought about it like that. Touche. Okay.
Right now, we don't really have many divergences. Let's check on the weekly. Right on the weekly, we do have hidden bullish divergence. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence in the weekly. Usually, you want to see 3 as the most powerful drives of hidden bullish divergence. When we have any more than 3, that tells you that bulls are solidly in control. Right now, we haven't tested the bottom of the bullish control zone. We expect that to be support. Right now, that area is at 56.85%. We are currently at 57%. So it'd be a little bit down from here, maybe right around this 9 EMA. And right now, we're seeing volatility move up on support of this Bitcoin dominance move up. So that's telling us that this Bitcoin dominance move up is real, and it's not something that should be corrective. Which you already know, Benjamin Cowan is creaming his pants over his Bitcoin dominance thesis, where he's like, Bitcoin dominance is going to 60%. The only thing he's ever gotten right.
Yeah.
Right now, Bitcoin dominance is very healthily towards the upside, holding every single moving average. We have a silver cross. We've retested right where we'd want to, and we're getting a move up. Now we have a close over this previous high. If we didn't have a close over this previous high, I would say that we still should be on caution. But since we do, I feel like now we should be looking for towards the bullish side. And if I were to draw a fib retracement from this previous high right here,
that's on a daily time frame. Yeah, right.
This is the weekly.
Oh,
for Bitcoin dominance, I feel like nothing other than the weekly means anything.
matters,
because Bitcoin dominance is kind of fucky. It doesn't play like how Bitcoin does, or doesn't play how stocks do. It'll give you mad wicks to the upside. It'll give you mad wicks to the downside. And those times, altcoins will give you like a 20, 30% pump, and then they'll retrace the whole thing. You remember Solana at $110 on the dump when Bitcoin went down to 48K?
Well, yeah.
It went from 110 to 160 in the next couple of hours.
Yeah. It always does that. Kind of. Like Solana loves going to 112 and then 165.
You know why it does that, though?
No.
Because it's a predatory market with altcoins, and it likes to fuck the shorts, and it likes to fuck the longs.
There's no doubt. Solana's a whore. The biggest whore I know in crypto.
And right now, we're above every single major Fibonacci level. We've already closed above the 78.6% level. So right now, as long as we base above this area and we do not lose this wick low right here at 55.86%, I would say over the next, this is August, maybe by around January or February, I feel like we are very strongly going to hit this 161.8, which is 72.57%. And based on what my other charts telling me for Bitcoin, I feel like that would be like maybe around 95K, 93K Bitcoin. Everybody gets extremely bullish on Bitcoin because right now, everybody, you guys know, the majority of the market is like 90% balls deep in altcoins. The only people who are really in Bitcoin right now are the big money movers, the institutions, and the people with a lot of capital. Because everybody sees Bitcoin as like, okay, I can make a 2x from here, maybe a 1.5x, maximum 3x. Versus Solana, I can make a 6x, 7x, maybe an 8x. On Pepe, I can make a 10x. So everybody's in the gambling mentality. So they're not in Bitcoin right now. Same shit that happened in October 2023. When the Solana was moving from $20, it went to $60 in the next 2 weeks. Then it went to $80. Everybody's in altcoins. Then the altcoins started stabilizing. Bitcoin broke out from 40K all the way up to 73K. Altcoins did almost nothing at that point. And Alex can attest. He was there. Like me and Alex were together in Thailand when Bitcoin was breaking out to the 70s, and altcoins were doing absolutely nothing. One of our friends at that point, one of our friends who was there in Thailand, he was balls deep in altcoins. While me and Alex were just trading Bitcoin and we were making money, dude was making absolutely nothing because he was balls deep in altcoins. Which I feel like I don't want to say that I know what the market is doing right now, but I feel like the majority of the market are balls deep in altcoins. They're in Solana, they're in XRP, they're in INJ, they're in
even ETH too. Most are just balls deep in ETH. I mean, because of the ETF.
Right now, everything on Bitcoin dominance is telling us that Bitcoin is leading the move right now, especially with this volatility spike up. We have not had a volatility this low on Bitcoin dominance. Like the closest thing we had is right here, whenever we in around October of 23, right before Bitcoin broke out. And right now it's even more severe than that. Because if we can count how many periods we had in low volatility, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of low volatility. In October of 2023, when Bitcoin went from the 30s to the 70s, we only had 3 periods of low volatility. We go before that. When have we ever? We have never had this low volatility on Bitcoin dominance ever. In Bitcoin dominance's history, we've never had this low volatility and expansion from there. One thing I want to see to confirm the direction of this volatility is the momentum chart, because volatility does not tell you which direction it's going to go, but momentum will give you an idea. Where is my Bitcoin dominance? Here it is. Go to the weekly. So right here, you see on Bitcoin dominance on the momentum indicators that you see the same thing on the BBWP, the volatility, that we're getting the same expansion. But what supports that is right here, we're rejecting from the middle zone on the momentum, which is telling you that the bulls are extremely in control. Normally, you see it reject from the bearish control zone, like you did right here. It's telling you that bears are losing control and bulls are about to take over. But whenever we reject the middle zone, it means that bears are not even close to being in control. Right now, bulls are solidly in control. And the pivot right now is 55.19%, which is almost 2% lower than we are right now. And 2% on Bitcoin dominance is a very large move. We would have to lose this 9 EMA right now, which we've been holding this 9 in the 21 the entire time. If we do lose this 9 EMA, it would confirm multiple drives of bearish divergence in the weekly, and we would have a target that's 55, which is at 53.27. But until then, yeah, and that will be altcoin season. At that point, I will get out of all of my Bitcoin positions and I will go balls deep into Solana, mainly Solana, because Solana right now is my highest conviction altcoin. But until then, I feel like Bitcoin is going to be leading this rally, especially with this setup right here.
Very, very nice. So basically, I'm just going to translate it and tell everybody, Bitcoin dominance is going up. Just so you guys know, that's it.
Benjamin Kalman was right, I guess.
Yeah.
that's what I'll say then. All right, I'll be right back. Get ready. Coinbase will be the first one that we do after an hour and 40 minutes. Let's get to it. Oh, by the way, are you looking at the Bollinger Bands right here? Look how tight they are, and we're above on Bitcoin dominance on the weekly.
Oh yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah, it lines up with the BBWP, telling you that we're getting an expansive move.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All righty. Ok, estamos viendo la dominancia de Bitcoin simplemente ¿por qué? Porque cuando tienes dominancia de Bitcoin que está subiendo, es bastante alcista para el ciclo de Bitcoin, pero esto también te dice que no quieres estar metido en altcoins o en shitcoins en este momento hasta que no empezamos a perder niveles interesantes. Voy a poner esto en la mensual para que tengan una visualización buena de esto. Voy a poner rápidamente el EMA 55 y quiero que lo vean que por primera vez en la historia, después de este gordo rechazo que tuvimos, estamos encima del 55. El promedio de 55 en el mensual. Ahora, cuando nos vamos al 9, estamos arriba del 9. Cuando volteamos a ver el 100, estamos intentando llegar al 100, que tiene una bastante buena correlación con este nivel acá en los 63.18. Estamos viendo el 21, estamos muy arriba del 21 y ya les había enseñado el 55. Tiene demasiado momentum esto a la alza. También otra cosa que vale la pena notar es, vean, estos bajos son más bajos que estos, está en una clara tendencia alcista y sobre todo cada que retoma el EMA 9, por ejemplo, tenemos buenos movimientos hacia arriba, sobre todo contando acá, veamos hasta dónde llegamos. Estás hablando de un casi 50% en el movimiento y ahora lo está retomando por acá. ¿Dónde me da eso más o menos? 50% es justamente por acá, igualito el 63.3. Siempre y cuando veamos la dominancia de Bitcoin con esta fuerza en la semanal, en la mensual, en la diaria, siempre y cuando veamos a Bitcoin haciendo esto y la dominancia quedándose acá, no quieres estar metido en altcoins. Por más que estés creyendo que te van a llevar al cielo y que te van a llevar a Valhalla, tienes que esperarte. Es uno por uno y te está diciendo literalmente este indicador que va Bitcoin primero, güey. Entonces, una recomendación grande entre todos los amigos antes de que se rifen a cualquier cosa. Sin más ni más, empecemos con las acciones. Walter, vámonos con Coinbase. Alex, I'm adding your screen right here. Wait, that's the VIX. Is that yours?
Yeah, no, I'll cycle up. I just wanted to bring this up before we hit Coinbase, just like 1 minute. You know, just a little more hopium. I'm sure people will appreciate the hopium. We talked about this on the dump when the VIX actually hit 60. You know, I marked it off, and I just want to come back to this. You know, anytime the VIX has hit 60, it's oftentimes led to macro bottoms. I've back basically correlated this with the ES1, and you can see, okay, we had that dump. VIX hit 60 that last week, but then also here on March 16th, you can see, the VIX spiked up to 60 right here on March 16th, leading to a nice rejection, kind of like what we see here. And that basically correlated to ES1 making a bottom. And then if I'm like, okay, well, what about Bitcoin as well? That was also a macro bottom. So more hopium here, something, to watch, I guess. But right, that also has a lot of influence on Coinbase. And as it stands now with Coinbase, it's looking okay. And I say it's looking okay in the sense that the weekly basically reclaimed a massive level, which is at $187, $188 level on a weekly. So that's strong. There's lots of, momentum here with bulls to push it up. But, that doesn't mean we're going to just break all-time highs. To me, it's very much like what we see, with ES1, where it reclaimed a massive level. It's looking good, but we still have a resistance ahead. And that's kind of what we're seeing with the indices and a little bit with Bitcoin with that daily EMA 100. So as it stands now, Coinbase is looking good. This blue meme line here is a big level of support or resistance on Coinbase. We lost this last time on April 4th. Basically led to that massive dump to $38. So, this we don't want to lose on Coinbase, to potentially give us more hopium to get that push up. Now, when I say push up, I'm watching a region, I guess. Obviously I'm watching my meme resistant level, but like what we saw with Bitcoin with the diagonal, I don't put a lot of weight on them, but if it's working, then we should use it. And at this case too, we've been analyzing this green meme line here on Coinbase for a while now. It often was marking major lows on Coinbase, leading to nice expansions. And you can see the reaction essentially when we lost it. I'm watching this level here. It would not surprise me if we basically base a little bit, reclaimed the 9, let it come down a bit more, meaning it's okay to keep projecting. But what we don't want essentially is, I would say, this low at 177, basically the low that was formed. What was the date here on August 7th? We don't want that low to break, in my opinion. That would signal bad weakness, and we're probably going to break down more. Breakdown confirmed if we break that, major low that was hopefully formed. Hopefully it's a major low that was formed on August 5th. But, ideally what we want on Coinbase now is basically, let the 9 on the daily come down a bit, reclaim it, and then ideally we get a push up. I'm just like Bitcoin, and it makes sense that this chart looks just like Bitcoin because it's in the crypto sector. Essentially, if we can reclaim this EMA 100 on the daily, I think we can go full bull again. Very much like what I said on Bitcoin. And the reason I say that is because if you look each time that Coinbase, and even right here too, which is gonna bother me unless I put that here. So little big, but that's fine. You guys get the idea. So essentially, why I'm looking at this daily EMA 100 on Coinbase is, these arrows are showing you that it's been a massive level on the chart. Now, if we go back in time here and we go and analyze this, just like what had happened last week, we quickly got below it, and then the idea would be if you're bullish is what I should say, we'd want it to get reclaimed. Anytime Coinbase has reclaimed it, it's led to pumps. Now, even if you go and you're saying, okay, here, reclaiming to me isn't one close above. No, it needs to be 2 to 3 to confirm it, in my opinion. But when Coinbase gets that, it leads to nice pumps. Even here was a nice pump. I know on the chart, these pumps don't look big, but this was a 90% pump. After it got reclaimed here, was basically 160% pump. And then this new one that we just added, let's just check it out as well. From once it didn't even get lost, it just hit it and bounced. From the major rejection, it was 135%. So as a trader, someone who looks at charts, when you see that, you can't disregard that level. And so to me, we can be cautiously bullish on Coinbase, but we cannot disregard that level. And just like what I said with Bitcoin, okay, if we don't want to look at the EMAs, look at how well that this meme line, this green meme line, held Coinbase. It basically marked nice bottoms before we had impressive pumps. This one again, 34%, and then this one right here, when we were on stream, we talked about it. This was a 25% pump. So, this is a massive diagonal support line. And it also is lining up with massive resistance. So we can be cautiously bullish on Coinbase. We have this almost like SFP. I say that because breakdown quickly got reclaimed, holding now support. So the idea would be, we want to get above the daily EMA 9 to get legs to push up to this EMA 100. Now, out of curiosity, let me throw the SMA 200 on the daily. And you can see, this was a big level for Coinbase to basically reclaim on a daily. It was a massive level, and it makes it easy to know it's a massive level for me because it just lines up perfectly with our meme line support. So it doesn't surprise me at all to see a bounce here. Ideally, though, if you're bullish, this is where you want to hold on Coinbase. You don't want to get back below the SMA 200 on the daily. You'd want the 9 to start coming down to give us more fuel to potentially go back to this major EMA level, which lines up with diagonal support here. If we can get back above the EMA 100, which most likely corresponds with getting back above this meme support, which is now resistance we have to assume, I would then be full bull mode on Coinbase. But
until then, Alex, what EMA is that blue line right there?
9.
The 9. So what I have on the weekly on Coinbase, the weekly momentum pivot to turn momentum back up to the upside is at $200. Literally right there.
So that is interesting because that's great confluence to me. That basically tells me, if it does reclaim the 9 on the daily, I don't think it's full bull then. I just think then, that'll give us the move to make a nice pump. Let's say theoretically reclaim it today where it's at. I mean, to me, I think a 10, 11, 9% pump's pretty big, especially for stocks. So
on the NASDAQ, 10% is massive.
So when I see this, and I mention this in my analysis, and then we have Farn who tells me the momentum pivot, that's why I love our systems, because it's good confluence, right? That to me then tells me, that once that daily 9 gets reclaimed, A, we want that to hold, but B, then that probably does line up with my thesis where reclaim this gives us a lot of legs to come up to this region. And as it stands right now, the major resistance I have is 218 to right now 220 to 221. So I would be looking at that region to either short, because what you'll see here on these dumps is you'll get bearish retests, you'll get big dumps, and then you'll get a nice pump. I mean, from the low, if we count it, let's say in a utopian world from this low we hit my level, that's an insane pump, 36% from the low. But what that will do essentially is it gets everyone to forget this whole structure that kind of got broken, gets everyone horny, everyone's happy. We come up, everyone longs here for the breakout, all-time highs, and that's the bearish retest to go down for the real move down. We cannot discredit that, and we also can't discredit this level, because until then, very much like on Bitcoin, the chart's not proving to me yet that it's bullish. It's cautiously bullish for me. And the reason I say is because we're holding this SMA 200 along with support. We have momentum trying to flip up on the daily. If we can get back above the 200, 201 region, adds more confluence, especially with stocks, with what I mentioned on the VIX before I looked at coin. So there's that hopium. Out of curiosity, before I finish this, let me look at the weekly, because let me look at the monthly, because we looked at the weekly. And just like on Bitcoin, right? And it makes a lot of sense. The monthly, we can say all these targets and stuff, but right now, to me, this next monthly closure is going to be very, very telling to me, because just like Bitcoin, right? If even the weekly is bearish, but the monthly is still holding, overall the monthly has more weight than a weekly. And just like Bitcoin, this entire bull market, Coinbase, even on the nastiest of dumps, right? This was a massive 26% monthly candle dump. Still held the 9 on the monthly. So we can talk about it not, being cautiously bullish. But until this monthly level, is lost, I do think then we have to try to, play the volatility, not get too lost in the sauce, but just be mindful of that and lost in the sauce both on bulls and bears. So watching this monthly too, because you can see here we did lose it, and this looked bad, but the thing is, when you get these early, like in the beginning days of the month moves, it gives bulls so much time to like repair things, even potentially form massive bullish candles on the monthly, like a hammerhead, kind of like what we saw here. If I move this, we had a massive dump, got bought up, leading to almost a hammerhead. It'd be more confirmed if we didn't get this wick high here, this wick at the top. But my point being is, with this long time, it gives bulls some time to repair. And they do, they can, if they want, try to. This would be the month to step in. But like if coin does lose the 9, I'm pretty much full bear on this chart. And that probably will give me confluence that Bitcoin's probably in a bear market. But one thing after the next. And the only reason I say that is because we don't have much data on Coinbase. Compared to everything else, Coinbase is fairly new. So the idea then would be we have to use what the chart has given us. What was the reaction here when the monthly lost? We lost it.
Nuke.
We rallied into it, rejected, and then often that was actually the real move down. So we can be cautiously bullish, but the key word here is cautious, because all the charts, especially on the crypto sector, which in my opinion, if you trade tech on stocks, is something you should be watching, because I feel like crypto, being the most risk on, does sell off first, bleeds into the tech sector, leading equities to go down. So if crypto is bearish, it's hard to be bullish on like the more higher beta stocks, Nvidia, Tesla, and so forth. So something to watch. Coinbase is looking interesting. I'd watch the monthly, and the daily, especially with Farn's confluence, seems like a good area to watch. Seems simple to me. We reclaimed the 9 on the daily. We'd want that to hold. We hold that, probably a great chance of going back to 220, 221 to 218. At that point, I'll either look for a wick up, get sold off, falls below here for the move down, or a deviation. Maybe we close above the support, we hit our resistance, reject it, and then it loses support. We can short the bearish retest. As it stands, though, yeah, technically speaking, I won't trade unless we reclaim the 9. But this is where this is technically the spot per classical charting and trading where bulls would bounce. We'd get a bounce. This would be a low. We're going to reclaim the 100, and this is just another macro low, but not confirmed. And I'm watching that 220, 221 to probably get rejected first tap.
All right. If you don't mind, can I add something to the Coinbase thing?
Please
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. So right now on Coinbase, like you mentioned, the monthly, we're at like a very, very like precarious zone. What I have on the monthly on Coinbase is I have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, but the only way to confirm it is that we would have to close above 226.6. And if we close above 226.6, based on the
Daily or weekly?
weekly.
Okay.
No, actually, my bad, monthly over 226.6, that would give us the 161.8% level, which is the same number I've been talking about for the past couple of weeks on Discord and the WhatsApp group, was around $495 to $500. But we need a monthly close over 226.6 to confirm that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I find that very interesting, because if we go back to the chart here, I think I'm sharing it now. This will keep moving up if price consolidates, but as it stands, where would the price have to get to reclaim this massive diagonal? 226, 225.
Yes, the exact same number as your diagonal line.
Very, very interesting, which tells me another point. Okay, cool. That was on a weekly, right? Or was that a monthly? Yeah, monthly, right. So for me, hearing that, if we, let's say, reclaim the 100, that would mean we reclaimed the 100, the 9's holding, and we just reclaimed my massive diagonal meme support line. To me, that would look like a massive deviation. And yeah, I agree that then we're now at the point where Coinbase does like to bounce to get highs. So yeah, that would give me a lot of confluence, especially daily closures above. I would even feel comfortable front running the weekly.
Yeah. What I like to see about your meme line is that it lines right up with my momentum indicator.
Love it. 2 systems giving the same
Sí.
exact areas, and that's the beauty of it. So yeah, no,
Fucking-
that's cool. And Coinbase, I'm cautiously bullish on it, but we're still like, even if we get a nice bounce of 10-11%, we're still at massive resistance on my chart and your chart. So
We got any fellow Coinbase holders here?
I'm
Coinbase-
sure.
a lot. I'm sure a
Coinbase
lot.
is one of the 3 stocks that I hold. So
That's why they're asking, right? It's kind of like Rivian. That's probably going to be next, and then UNG.
UNG will. I would 100x my entire net worth that we're gonna do UNG today.
Oh, you can bet
Oh,
your tits.
100%.
Yeah, of course.
And-
And also Rivian and Tesla.
Innovix too,
I
probably.
can't much see Rivian.
Enovix too. Enovix is
Enovix.
very popular. Absolutely. All right, let's move this on because there's so many people here and we haven't gotten to shit. Ok, tenemos aquí Tesla. Digo, puta madre, estamos justamente haciendo bromas de que vamos a hablar de Tesla de seguro y también de Rivian. Tenemos aquí Coinbase y lo tengo en la mensual, lo voy a poner rápido lo tenía en la semanal, lo voy a poner rápido en la mensual para que lo vean. Pueden ver que estamos literalmente, justamente en este momento, en contra de soporte, que es nuestro EMA 9, que es un nivel bastante importante. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando hemos visto en el pasado, y recuerden que esta es una tabla bastante chica porque no hay tanto historial más allá del 2021, ¿qué fue lo que pasó cuando perdimos el EMA 9 en la mensual? Tuvimos la caída, tuvimos el regreso a la línea y la pérdida total. Y tienes una caída rápidamente de 88%. Eso es lo que pasó. Queremos a huevo en la mensual estar encima de eso. ¿Ok? ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar en la mensual? 18 días, 5 horas. Los voy a llevar a la semanal rápidamente, donde pueden ver esto todavía más de cerca. Básicamente, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando en la semanal? Voy a ponerles el EMA 100 también. Vimos cómo estamos rebotando con el EMA 100, regresando para arriba. Nos gusta estar encima del EMA 100 completamente. La última vez que lo rompimos, tuvimos este subidongo de 144%. Entonces, 100% no queremos perder esto, es lo que yo diría. Es nuestro EMA 100 en la diaria. En la semanal. Y acá lo que queremos tomar es retomar el EMA 9, que también está aquí en los 216. El precio de Coinbase, para todos los que me están escuchando nada más, está en 195.53 en este momento. El EMA 9 está en los 216, pero también tenemos soporte aquí bien dibujado en los 211, por lo que esta confluencia probablemente va a hacer que el precio lleve a Coinbase aquí arriba. También tenemos esta línea paralela que era soporte, nos dio una divergencia por acá y también pueden ver que la hemos perdido y por lo que cuando vayamos a regresar a tomarla, lo más probable es que nos vaya a rechazar la primera vez, a menos de que llevemos demasiada fuerza. Lo voy a poner en la diaria ahora para que también puedan ver en la diaria dónde estamos parados. Justamente lo mismo, en la diaria queremos retomar este EMA 9, no está nada mal consolidar. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos hacer? No queremos perder los 177. ¿Por qué? Porque si pierdes los 177, empieza a perder estructura. Ahorita lo que estás formando es estructura. Tuviste este bajón, pero estás haciendo un alto más bajo y estás empezando a trepar. Entonces, si rompes acá los 177 más o menos, rompes esta estructura por completo y probablemente el precio no se vaya a ver tan bien que digamos en este momento. Voy a poner el S&P 200. Pueden ver cómo exactamente rebotamos en el S&P 200, el promedio de los 200 días por acá. Y justamente hermoso rechazo y vamos para arriba. Eso es en el 200, ese es el 9, perdón. Que es el que queremos regresar esencialmente. También al 100, que está por acá en los 217, que trae confluencia justamente en esta zona. ¿Qué más? El 21, que está aquí arriba también, la misma zona, y el 55, que está justamente en la línea de Alex. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a buscar? De nuevo, retomar la 9, no bajar de 177, poder aguantar. Y si tenemos un cierre arriba de los 226 en la mensual, vamos a tener divergencias alcistas, lo que vaya a hacer que el precio explote por ahí de los $400, pero tenemos todavía 19 días para cerrar la mensual, me parece. ¿Cuántos son? 18 días y 4 horas, para que no se me ilusionen todavía. Todavía falta para esto, pero así es como está Coinbase. Se ve bien, pero pues tiene que aguantar esos niveles que justamente acabamos de platicar. Veamos. SPY, S&P 500, my friend. What is this?
All right, here's what I want to show before though. Here's why I've been very bullish on Bitcoin. I mean, Coinbase is because it's a traditional stock, so it's not as fucky as cryptos are. So I posted this around August 9th of 2023.
Yeah.
Right around this consolidation zone, and I was like, here's the buy zone. Nobody listened, but it works out so cleanly on stocks. We ended up bottoming right up here. We made our top right up there.
Yeah. Pretty fantastic.
It's so clean on stocks. It's so easy.
Pretty fantastic, if you ask me.
Right,
Do you want to do the S&P 500?
I'll do it. Should we do the SPX or the futures? I prefer the futures personally.
Do the futures then.
The reason why I like the futures is because the SPX closes, whereas the futures are open. So the futures gives you an idea of where the SPX is going to go.
And that's SP1.
Futures is ES1.
ES1. Thank you.
All right, let me share my chart. I don't really like S&P futures as much as I like NASDAQ futures, because crypto usually follows NASDAQ because it's the tech sector.
Yeah.
And crypto is basically a tech.
Basically. Yeah.
Everybody says, like, the meme is, I'm in it for the tech, but it is a tech sector.
It is still, however, the fucking meme. You're right about it.
So right now on the monthly on the S&P on the futures, we are exactly bouncing where we would want to see it. We're bouncing right off the median, and not only are we bouncing from the median, but we've reclaimed the blue zone. Every single time we've reclaimed above the blue zone, like right here, same thing here. We bounced, we reclaimed the blue zone. We ended up having a very big move from there. Ended up going below it, reclaimed the blue zone, another all-time high. Right now, we're still holding the blue zone. What we need as a confirmation is if we need to close above here at 53.47. At that point, the blue zone will move up. We want to see one more close. At that point, it's probably going to go to this high right here. Which is cool about these areas is that you can easily kind of predict where they'll move to if you have a basic understanding of technical analysis, which is probably going to be around this area right here, which is 55.19. We close a monthly over that. We got to draw a fib retracement, and then we can get a target from there. And we would have to target this area right here based off close off of that. And what lines up perfectly is that this 78.6% level is right at this median, which right now
with all those EMAs too.
Yeah, and we're still healthily above it. So as long as we close above this 78.6, this is the monthly on the S&P, and so it's going to move pretty slow.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to move down, but I'm going to say it's not going to be right here right now, because right now this is a pretty high target. I don't think it's going to hit it based off of this setup, which is 77.64. I feel it's going to move down to the 99%, maybe even the 95, which is right now the most conservative target off of this. Like if you were just to be very safe, right now that is at over 6,000 on the S&P.
I said we were going 6,000 on the fucking S&P. If we do, I'll be very happy.
Right now, we're getting momentum indicators like resetting, which is exactly what we want to see. Right now, with the momentum going down, volatility going down, exactly what we want to see. This is telling you this is a corrective move before we base and make our next impulsive move. The only way to make this not a corrective move is that we would have to lose this median right here, which is at 51.65, and we were healthily above that. So it doesn't, like, we still have 18 days, 5 hours to go, but in stocks, that's not really that much. If it was crypto, I would say that anything could happen. 18 days, we could possibly drop 50% on crypto in 18 days. But on the S&P, that's not going to happen. Almost certainly, I would bet my life that we will not drop 50% of the S&P within the next month. I would bet everything I have 100x. I would sign up to be a slave in Yemen to say that we will not drop below the 50% on the 38.2% on the weekly, and that we will not close below that on the weekly.
That's commitment right there.
Maybe we do, and I end up being a slave in Yemen, but I do not think that will happen. Right now, let's go to the weekly. Right now, we're getting exactly what we want to see in the weekly. We're getting momentum going to the extreme zones. We're getting it flipping up. Not only that, but momentum is lower than we were right here, while price action is significantly higher. So that gives us a hidden bullish divergence. Not only one drive, but from here too. So this gives us 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which is the best formation of bullish divergence you want to find. 1 drive is pretty powerful. 2 is pretty powerful. 3 is the ultimate target. because crypto works in the not crypto, but the markets work in the power of threes. It usually has a consolidation zone, a manipulation zone, and then an expansion zone. You can consider this consolidation, consolidation right here, manipulation, expansion, consolidation right here. Since we did not lose this 21 in the blue zone, we can still consider it consolidation. If we would have broke below this 21, I would say that consolidation comes into question, and now we're corrective. But since we held it, right now it's still consolidation, and now we have momentum pointing up with bullish divergence. The way to confirm this bullish divergence is we want 2 closes above this open right here, which is 53.30. We're already above it right now. If we get 2 closes above 53.30, this blue zone is probably going to move down, and at that point we would have to target the next Fibonacci range, which would be, let's see, this is going to be a rough target. With the Fibonacci ranges, you don't have to like be exact. You just need like a rough zone. Right now, it's around this level, but it's gonna move down to around the 88.3% level because like that's what the stocks like to do, like the top around the 88.3. Right now, the 88.3 is the same number, 6,000. The same 6,000 number keeps coming back up, and I'm gonna end it off with if we have any divergence in the momentum indicator. This will also tell us which direction price is moving right now in terms of trend. Let's go to ES. So right now, same thing on the this chart. We're basing off of the 21. We're bouncing off of it, finding that as a base. Momentum is currently pointed down the weekly right now, below 56.96. It's pointed down. If we lose this 21 EMA, this momentum setup is going to play out. This volatility is going to turn up, and then at that point, we're going to come down to this 55, which is at $5,000. At that point, like we would probably get a little bit of a bounce, but I would not feel comfortable saying reversal until we get back above this previous close, which right now is at 53.70.
And it's interesting that the green line matches exactly where that drop was with the on the left.
Yeah, right here. And this green line is going to move up after every weekly close. So whenever it does come down to it, it's going to be technically another higher low after this. And at that point, like you already see how people are getting so bearish on stocks. They're saying the market is going to collapse. The U.S. is in a recession. Everything is fake.
And well, the U.S. in a recession. That's independent from the market.
It's in a recession. Like if you're going to be realistic, but if you're looking at the numbers the government is giving us based off those is not in a recession, we all know those numbers are fake. Everybody knows those numbers are fake, but the market accepts them to be real. So it doesn't matter what we think; it matters what the market thinks.
Exactly.
So whenever the market sees those good numbers, they just believe them. They price them in. They could be fake. They could not be fake. But as long as the market believes they're real, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, of course. You gotta take it for what it is, right? You're not gonna take a stance and be like, no, these numbers are fake. So therefore, everything, like if people are taking it for granted, it is what it is.
Because like what are we trying to do here? We're trying to make money. We're not trying to be right. Being 100%. right feels nice. But what actually feels nice is getting that P&L at the end of the day.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
Right here on the monthly, on the same momentum chart, we're at the 9 EMA. And as you see on the S&P, on the ES futures, every single time we're on the uptrend, we strongly hold the 9 EMA. If we correct, we go down to the 21 of the 55, and then we uptrend from there. Right now, we've corrected the 55, we've corrected the 21, and for now, we're still holding the 9. As long as we still hold the 9, in my opinion, this is still very bullish. Maybe we'll get some consolidation and then go from there. But the reason why I don't think it's going to happen like within the next 1 or 2 months is because we're getting the same thing right here on the momentum indicator where the momentum is down below 5,700. So as long as we're holding this 9 EMA, I think we're going to go sideways maybe for the next 2 or 3 months until around maybe October or November, right before the election. I think we'll have a pop right there. This momentum indicator will come down to the middle zone. At that point, the number is going to go down a lot. It's going to be much easier for the bulls to turn it back up. And usually what happens right before the election, we have a little pop before the election, we go up. Into the election, we have a little bit of a dump, and then we have that dump into like March or February, and then we reverse from there. But right now, like I'm personally not of the belief of this time is different. I'm thinking it's best to play on the side of statistics. And right now, what the statistics say based off every single election year is around this time we consolidate. Right before the election, we end up having a big move because the incumbent in office, whoever is president right now, needs those numbers for their to get reelected. So no matter how fake it looks, like every politician wants to get reelected. They don't want bad numbers going into the year, the election. So they'll do whatever they can to get them pushed up. it was like back when I was in Greece, me and Alex were in Greece, and the CPI numbers were about to come out, and everything was looking like they were about to be very bad. Like everything was going to come out bad. The PPI came out a couple of days before. It was also bad. Me and Alex were both like, yeah, CPI is going to be really bad. It ended up blowing out to the upside by several percent, and we had like a $5,000 move on Bitcoin from there. So the market is fake. The market is a scam. The market is
100%.
basically trying to get as much money out of it as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Out of whoever is positioned to the wrong side, who like you can't really see the amount of money on each side unless you're a market maker or you own an exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get an idea based off open interest and based off the McLaren oscillator how many people are positioned. And right now, based off of that, there are more people positioned to the downside than there are to the upside. So max pain is up, in my opinion, on stocks.
Ooh. I would agree. I would agree with you 100%. I feel like it's gonna feel like a little 2022 when we enter that market. Remember, in 2022, January, February, I feel like it's gonna behave kind of like December 2021, all that stuff, and then go into it, big pops. Everyone's really happy. Going to 2022, you're like, there's no way this is going down. This is gonna be different this time around, and then everyone's gonna eat a mega dick. That's kind of like.
Do you remember
what
the
it feels
2020
like.
the 2020 election? We had a
of course.
huge spike right into there. Right after Biden took office, we had like 1 or 2 months where we were correcting. Right after that, we had one of the most parabolic runs we've seen in any market ever.
Yeah.
So like it doesn't really matter who the president is, to be honest. They're just a
No.
figurehead. It matters what the Federal Reserve is doing, and they tell you before what they're going to do. They're telling us right now this year they have 2 cuts on plan.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna bet against the Fed, in my opinion, that's a very stupid trade to take.
No, go with the Fed. Always bet with the Fed. The trend is your friend. Never bet against the Fed. That's what they say.
Yeah, and that's why I find it interesting hearing Trump talk about potentially canning Jerome Powell. I'm unsure if that's good news or bad news. Just because like I feel like in 2022, like markets got really accustomed to following the Fed. Like they have us watching, FOMC days and CPI, PPI, blah, blah, blah.
Do you remember on Twitter, like a couple of months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, there was this rumor coming out that Jerome Powell has resigned from the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, I remember that.
We got a pretty nice spike on stocks and crypto at that point. So right now, I'm thinking the market wants Jerome Powell gone.
Yeah. Then the big question will be like, who takes his place? If yeah.
Oh, Mama Yellen, of course, Mama Yellen or Jamie Dimon.
But she would go back to it. She already did it. She's now like the treasury person. So now she can go get someone else to do it. Maybe
I feel like it wouldn't be on. I don't know if it would be even Jamie Dimon. I mean,
I think it might be Jamie Dimon. I think
what would be his incentive to do that? He doesn't have many
exactly what you're saying.
You know why I think he's going to do it? Why I think he's going to do it? Because he already owns a significant portion of JP Morgan stock. So if he were to leave for 4 years, how much is he really losing? And he already knows once he's done with his job as a Treasury Secretary, they're going to welcome him back with open arms.
Yeah, but like, what's the incentive to do that? It's not like the pay's better. It's like more headache.
It's not about the pay. It's not about the pay.
It's the cloud, in my opinion.
It's that you're cutting off the middleman. Because right now, Jamie Dimon has to go through the treasury to get whatever he wants. So imagine if he's the one who's there.
That's a good point.
You're literally cutting out the middleman.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. But normally the people at the Fed and the politicians are like the mask, like the actual puppet that they show for the people that run the shit. Jamie Dimon is one of the people that runs, like he runs the world. He owns the Fed right now. He owns it. I know that it's really funny if we put him there and all that stuff because all the conflict of interest that creates. But Jamie Dimon being the biggest bank with the biggest deposits, he owns the Fed. So he doesn't have to put his face up to do all the fuckery that he's doing. He can just have Jerome do it. That's what these people do. That's what Janet Yellen is doing. They just are the face of like those people that really control shit. And then this is why, just think about it. Think about like the United States being your company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you have any of these politicians that always fuck up? Like the Fed keeps fucking up every time, right? Like everyone's like already, the Fed's going to make another mistake. The Fed always make mistakes. Would you hire those people and that entity over and over again if they made mistakes? No,
it's not a fucking chance.
It's meant to run like that. And it's meant so that we can blame those idiots because they're just getting money for being the idiots in front of us. So no, Jamie Dimon, he's a fucking man. And now I don't know if he's going to want to do it or not, but I don't, if I were him, that'd be so stupid.
That's a good point too.
I feel like if he didn't want to do it though, if he didn't want to do it, whenever Trump kind of floated that he was considering him, I think he would have been like, I'm not interested. But he didn't say anything.
Oh, he doesn't. I don't know. I also don't understand power dynamics at that level.
Oh, me
But
neither.
I do
Me
think
neither.
Jamie Dimon owns the world.
Yeah,
Either way,
I'm just a retard trading magic internet money. So
I
we
just
all
click
are,
buttons.
baby.
I just click buttons. So
Exactly. Aquí tenemos el SP500. Rápidamente estamos viéndolo en futuros. Lo tengo en este canal tan hermoso que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con lo que nos dijo Farhan. Pero lo que podemos ver es esto. En la mensual pueden ver que tenemos esta vela que es un poco un doji. Y lo que vimos es cómo tuvo un rechazo en la mensual del EMA 9. Aquí por ahí de los 5,200 y se viró para arriba. Voy a poner un poco más para que vean esto. Voy a ponerles el 55 y el 21 para que tengan una referencia más cercana a esto. El 200 está hasta abajo. Tiene bastante fuerza el movimiento, como pueden ver. Desde aquí abajo fue que tomamos todo y venimos a retestear todos estos niveles, un poco del 55, 21, etcétera, pero los ha usado como soporte. Ahorita lo que estamos viendo tenemos este punto pivote que es bastante importante, los 4,816. Estamos por encima de él. No queremos romper eso. Eso sería lo primero. Lo segundo, no queremos romper los 4,973 para poder seguir formando estructura alcista. Esto si eres alcista en el SP500. Ahorita lo más importante y viendo todo lo que está pasando, queremos retomar el 9 y estamos justamente encima del 21. Es que cambié mis colores, discúlpeme, solamente quiero asegurarme que es el caso correcto. Del 21. Y ni siquiera venimos a testear el 55 que lo hemos hecho antes. Creemos personalmente que esto se ve bastante bien. Farhan y su sistema nos dice que en la mensual, estamos hablando de la mensual, que es esto un poco, el momentum va para abajo, la volatilidad va para abajo, lo que nos está diciendo que esto es un movimiento de corrección antes del movimiento impulsivo. Este es el movimiento de corrección antes del movimiento impulsivo que va para adelante. Sí podemos cerrar en la mensual literalmente arriba de los 5,340, de los 5,165. El blue zone del indicador de Farhan se mueve en los 5,347 y eso muy probablemente nos haga llegar, si tenemos cierres arriba de ello, en la zona azul, por ahí de los 6,000. Es el nivel que estamos viendo en el SP500, se ve bien, pero muy importante, no podemos romper esta zona de los 4,965 yendo para adelante. Ok. ENPH. Who's going to do ENPH? Let me see what the fuck that is.
I think it's in phase, right?
Is it? Oh, I mean futures. It is. End phase energy. We already did this.
ENPH.
This one right here.
Are they nuclear? What type of energy are they?
It says right here, ENPH unveils like Greenberg's Caribbean, blah, blah, blah. It's not, blah, blah, blah. Don't say, one second. It's a technology company which engages in the business of designing, developing, manufacturing, and selling home energy solutions to manage. I don't think this is nuclear energy.
I see. So I'm not as bullish then.
Exactly. Nuclear energy is a whole different thing. That's end phase.
Oh, wait. ENPH. Yeah, this is it, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Monday. Okay, cool.
No, Mondays fuck us over.
On God, no, literally. Okay, cool. So here's end phase, boys. Let's see. So, I mean, currently what we've been watching with end phase is just a range. I mean, we've just been in a range. You can see the range I have here is support at $91.77. Call it 92. And then I have resistance at $121. So, you know, until we get a decision here, we're just going to range. And ideally, that is kind of what, you know, bulls want. But in my opinion, on the daily, if we could get back above, you know, at least the daily SMA 200 and 100 and consolidate above there, then I think this consolidation could be more bullish. Now, if we zoom in here, let's take a look. You know, so what I see here on the daily is there's too many things here. Let me throw this off and let's check this out. So currently what I see is if you look really closely, you know, we're like in a range of a range. So like, you know, we're like finding resistance at the 21. and then bouncing on the 9. And so
Mhm.
I have no bias here. I want to see where this daily closes. It's bulls have momentum because they reclaimed the daily EMA 9 and even held it on this dump you see here. What's stopping them is this 21. So on this daily closure, something to watch. You'd ideally want the 21 to get reclaimed. Right now, it's sitting at $108.73. If we can get a daily closure above there, I think we'll get momentum to go back up to $114. It makes sense to me. That's the next level here. And then right there will be really key. Our bear's going to just roll it over. Is this going to be another lower high potentially confirmed if we break the low that was formed on August 5th? Or our bull's going to try to form structure here, reclaim the EMA 100 to push up to a breakout, confirmed if we break the high that was formed on July 26. So as it stands right now, we're just in a range. Bears could, you could argue, this is potentially, if you just drew it from here to here, it could also be a bear flag potentially, because you have the expansion down. Now you're getting the consolidation. But I don't put too much weight on that, on those kind of patterns. Very much like a bull flag. Let me try to find one here. Kind of like here, where you get the expansion up. This is the flagpole. This is the actual flag in a range, and we go up. It could be a bear flag where we go down. This is the, a bear flag essentially, where this is just the range before we have consolidation down. And to add more, to kind of show the range and to show how tight it is, if we go and throw the Bollinger Bands on the daily here, you also can see they're getting quite tight. So, even though we're in a range, what I'm liking about the Bollinger Bands, or at least what it's telling me is, it's matching up nicely to this meme range we have drawn out. You have the upper band at resistance and the lower band right near support. Telling me that, yeah, if I just like analyze this chart and was waiting for the easy trade, it's right in front of me. It's simple. If the daily gets above the EMA 100, there's probably a good chance now that we can break out. Like I said, though, unconfirmed if we need to break basically, in my opinion, the high on July 26. Now, if we get above the EMA 100, the way the Bollinger Bands are looking, us breaking this high will give me more confidence that it's a real breakout. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, let me turn these off so you guys can see it more clearly. You can see here that the bands are squeezing. Now, we're still getting resistance right under this mid band. That's why I'm saying today's closure is going to be really important, because that mid band's lining up right where that 21 is, an area where it's kind of been holding price now. So ideally, that's kind of what we want to look at today, especially since we do see it's tightening and it's even starting to pinch. You're seeing the upper band starting to curve down. We'd expect this one to start curving up, giving us a pinch. When it pinches, theoretically, it's very close to breaking. And that to me just gives me more, I guess, just confluence that, yeah, this isn't a range. Doesn't take a genius to see that in these ranges is where most get chopped out, or they just quit and give up because it's boring. A range is boring, but in the background, in a range, that's when volatility is compressing the most before we get the biggest moves. So that's the daily right now. I'd watch 114. That's going to be resistance until proven otherwise. And it's been an area, this EMA 100, since we lost it, that price likes to kind of chop and break down from. So if you have a bias and you're trading this, watch the daily. It's very simple to me. Getting back above it doesn't mean we're full bull mode. It just gives bulls more momentum to push up. Breaking the high on July 26, to me, will confirm it, and also gauging the Bollinger Bands the way they are can be more confluence. Now, if we take a look at the weekly, no, it was, yeah, the weekly. I want to take a look there before the, what's it called? The monthly. The weekly looks interesting to me. We're just like in this channel here. It's like, that's why I'm saying we're like in a range, and you can almost say this is like kind of like a diamond pattern here. So ideally we're at almost like the Prescovus. Let me draw this correctly. I take it from the rejection high down. You know, these are very biased though because of where you put your own lines. Maybe you take it from here. Maybe you do it from here. I always do from the breakdown down and then where it got bought up and kind of keep it in this channel. I don't look at targets with these too much. I just mainly look for confluence. This tells me that there should be, this is a weekly, so there maybe is another week, but if this is valid, which sometimes they're not, and that's perfectly okay. But if it is valid, we're almost at the end. So to me, that solidifies with what we're seeing on the daily that we should get some volatility here. Let me see what this looks like on the daily here. So yeah, this is telling me, yeah, this can give us more confluence that there is a move brewing. Essentially, we've just been trapped in this kind of range here, especially on the weekly. But the weekly as it stands, let's take a look. So we are currently under all moving averages, the ones I look at, you know, and we're basically rejecting off the 9. So for me, that is not a good sign. You know, it's never good when we basically we dump like this. This is an insane weekly candle, but then also, you know, there's no actual follow through. So then it's kind of the argument of this being a bear trap is gone, because then we should have just seen this expand and engulf this last weekly. And then now what we're seeing is actually a rally up, but it again is solidifying that we are still under resistance and we have major resistance coming up. I mean, even if, let's say in a perfect world, this is right, let me move this here, right? We still have this massive 115 to 212 zone resistance. Let me delete these real quick. And the reason I say that level is because to me, again, it just lines up with what I was saying with the daily. You know, we have that daily EMA 100, which has been a massive point for this since it got lost here. What's it called, on like June 20th? So lots of resistance I have using what I look at 114. Now I'm curious to get a bearish retracement here.
And if you don't mind me interrupting you for a second,
Nope.
right now on the weekly, momentum is currently pointed up above $112.
Interesting. More confluence to that 114, 112 region. You know, and I took a bearish retracement zone from this point on the daily. And you can see, right, this EMA 100, let's just take this off. And if you only trade the fibs, you know, this basically is telling you, yeah, the 618, a massive level, you know, price likes to get above 4 pumps, is right where at 113, 112. Accurately speaking, it's at $12.96. So call it 13. And the reason
the 618 at that 112?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you close above the 618, that would turn momentum up and you would target the top of that previous range right there.
Yeah.
Which was that candle above like 140.
So ideally, what I'm seeing here, and the reason I put this is because the chart is bearish on the daily. So we did it on a bearish retracement. But why I'm showing you this is because it, to me, solidifies basically why we want to watch this EMA 100. You know, it's coming and it's going to keep going down, but it'll perfectly match up with the 618. Again, more confluence, especially with what Farin just said with his momentum. This 114 area is going to be really crucial to get above. You know, I do think that'll be the first step essentially for bulls to possibly have momentum to actually hit what Farin said, which again, I wish I didn't delete it. Let me go back here. You know, the top, yeah, it's right around that 140. You know, if we break this EMA 100 here and reclaim my meme line resistance at 120, yeah, we have fuel. This is the trigger to go to 148. You know, and why that, and that's a humongous move, by the way, from this range. I mean, that's a 23% move.
Yeah.
And why I think that could be likely is A, you know, this left a massive inefficiency. You can argue this filled it slightly, but we didn't get the gap fill here. So there's still a gap. A. B, we have pinching Bollinger Bands. I'm sure on Farin's BBWP, it's also showing that volatility is probably extremely low at this point on the daily. So that's 2 points of confluence on why I think that we're going to get a big move soon, along with the weekly kind of almost like a diamond pattern we're in that I mentioned. I deleted it. On top of we're just getting nice confluence all across the board around that 114. So that's what I would look at. But as it stands now, chart's bearish. It's not looking the best. The daily is still catching resistance under the 21. We want to see basically where this closes. Probably gets the push up to 114. If we can reclaim that, that's a great sign. Doesn't mean much until we break the the July 26 high for me to confirm the breakout to 148. Until then, the easy trades to watch. And also, if we do reclaim these levels, you have a simple invalidation. If this gets reclaimed, and I don't mean just one closure, if it gets reclaimed bases and holds for like 2 closures minimum, maybe 3, then we have a really good chance of breaking this resistance here, which then will probably solidify the Bollinger Band breakout, which sits perfectly at the top of this mean line. Don't hold the bands, and I don't hold the bands. Wait, the upper. I know people trade just off the bands, and I guess it would have worked with this stock, but I only look at Bollinger Bands for volatility and to see that, because I don't use BBWP. It's a nice indicator for me, and it's free. But as it stands, yeah, we have the upper band right at my resistance level at 120. So overall, yeah, bulls want to keep they want to just keep ranging, reclaiming some levels. They can get back above, let's say 120. It's bull mode on, and I have the next target at 148.
And let me show you real quick, because you just showed something that I'm sure you noticed. When you put the Bollinger Bands, let me just kill the 21. Blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck are they? There they are. When you put these on, you went to the top of the channel, to the bottom of the channel, and now you should go to the top of the channel, right? Like that could be the next move. And yeah, so
that's why today's closure, because not only on that, we're at the mid-range of the band, and also we're above the 21 on the daily. So today's daily closure is going to be important. How today closes as it stands. If, like, let's say we close like here or at 110, yeah, I think we'll have great momentum to go back up to 115. There will be the big test, because essentially, as you just represented, that is how you make the bands tight. You go up to the top, you go all the way down to the bottom, and then you just keep doing that up and down. And that's why I show the bands when we're in a range like this, because that's why we're ranging. People get bored. They get chopped out, they quit. I mean, this has been a multi-month range, but as it stands,
September 23rd.
Yeah, so as it stands, though, volatility and momentum it's like a ball underwater. Once you let go of that, it's gonna pop. So you just want to be ready and know the levels, and that's why it's nice viewing that, because if you get the breakout and you watch our stream and you have your system and you have your levels, it makes the trades a lot easier and you have a lot more confluence because it's already in the back of your head. So,
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Bueno, aquí tenemos ENPH. Esto se llama Enphase Energy. Damas y caballeros, se dedican a hacer básicamente una empresa de tecnología de energía, ¿no? Que tiene que ver con diseñar, desarrollar, manufacturar y también vender soluciones para casas. No sé por qué le estoy diciendo esto. Aquí está la acción. La tengo en la semanal en este momento. Pueden ver cómo ha estado rangueando, pero venimos de que esto es una caída y acá lo que se está formando podría ser una consolidación bajista. Pero, ¿qué estamos viendo también? Tienes este bajo. Este es un bajo más alto que este, pero este es un bajo más bajo que este. Y acá tienes un alto más alto que el pasado. Entonces, entra la pregunta, ¿qué va a pasar? Lo primero que nos notamos fue poniendo los Bollinger Bands, y ahora los voy a llevar a la diaria rápidamente, es que a esta acción le encanta jugar con los rangos de las bandas. Abajo, arriba. Arriba, abajo. Cada que toca abajo, sube. Cada que toca arriba, baja, sube. Entonces está rangueando bastante bien. Hay mucha gente que tradea solamente con estas bandas. No, personalmente no soy fan de ello, pero ahí lo tienen. Ahora, estamos viendo cómo se está apretando, por lo que probablemente se esté liando un movimiento bastante bueno. Les voy a poner el EMA 100, les voy a poner el 9 y les voy a poner déjame ver el 200 rápido, también el 200. Pueden ver cómo literalmente el precio está rangueando en este momento. Estamos encima del 9 y de aquí al al 200 estamos en 111, el 100 está en 113 y el precio está en 108.91. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Estamos buscando, si eres alcista, poder retomar estos niveles. Una vez que retomes estos niveles y también con el indicador de Farhan vimos que si tienes un cierre arriba de los 112.74, muy probablemente vayas a ir a buscar esta parte alta del canal en los 119. Si rompes esto, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser probablemente hasta acá en los 140, pero tienes que irte paso a paso. Tienes que recuperar tu 200, tienes que recuperar el 100. Casi una vez que recuperes el 100, va a estar muy bien situado tener 2, 3 cierres en el 100 en la diaria para poder considerar que esto hace un movimiento al alza y subir. Asegurarte que no te estén rechazando y te hagan un fake out a la baja. Eso es en Face, damas y caballeros. Disney. We're not doing lucid. It's just one per person, sadly.
So let me get Disney.
Do it up. I have it right here. It's next to the 7 midgets. What are
Am
they
I-
called?
I'm sorry. The 7 dwarfs.
7 dwarfs. I thought it was 7 midgets. I knew it was.
Oh, it's the
something
same word,
less
bro.
than-
Same word. Same word.
I saw
Uh-huh.
someone that's a midget that was wanted to get a movie part, and he was saying like, "Dude, I'm a midget. We're supposed to get these Disney characters. Like, why are they CGIing them?"
Whenever you were hiring your characters for your roles for your Hollywood movies, how did you do that? Did you
What do you mean?
did you do any DEI? I'm gonna hire you just because you're this certain like a demographic.
Oh no, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was brutal, like absolutely brutal with this shit. And the reason why is there's no time to fuck around in Hollywood. So there's, for example, I learned really fast you cannot hire a fat first AD, an assistant director, because he's running the schedule. If you have a fat guy running the schedule, he's gonna get hungry after 4 hours and he's gonna want to go to break. So he's going to look for excuses to go to break, and then he's going to be in a bad mood trying to coordinate with everyone. The same thing with women in certain positions that someone told me, don't hire a woman as your first AD. I was like, no. The only person you don't hire as your first AD is a fat guy. And they were like, nah, dude, you don't want to get a woman that you don't know as your first AD. I was like, fuck you. You're being sexist. I went and hired a woman. Day one of the shoot, after all pre-production and everything, we're like, dude, there's a dog barking in a room. Whose dog is it? And someone told me it's the first AD's. So I go to her and I'm like, hey, your dog's barking. Do you mind just going to get it and put it in another room? Because we're shooting next to that room. She gets inside of the room with the dog and doesn't come out for the rest of the shoot.
My God.
I had to do it myself. And then when it came to the actors, I had to hire whatever. By the way, I made a movie a very long time ago called Martial Science, which is terrible, but it's great at the same
funny
time.
As fuck. The movie's funny as fuck.
Well, the monkey man, I wanted to hire a black guy and have him be the monkey guy. And my business partner was like, you do that, I'm out. We can't do this. That's racist. I was like, in the fucking movie, the guy's eating a banana, dude, and he's black. Like, why can we just do the same thing? He was like, nah. So I always hired according to whatever the part, specifically, I guess what I'm saying is I never hired based on nationality or you have to be a man, or I'd hire the best person. I made that movie, Martial Science, that's supposed to be in China. Like the detective is Japanese. And not a lot of people notice because they're racist as fuck. To me, that's funny.
The funny part about that is the Japanese and the Chinese fucking hate each other.
Yeah, they absolutely fucking hate each other with a passion.
It's so ironic.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Wow.
I gotta show Alex Martial Science. I know he's gonna laugh his ass off.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know you made a movie. Wow.
gotta be still. I've made like 17, 21 movies, some shit like that.
Damn. Okay.
I used to be a film producer.
Oh.
Here we go.
All right, so Disney. You gotta remember, Disney does not look the best. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they've been destroying their legacy, making absolute trash movies over the past couple of years.
Yes.
They're like, we got to make a live action remake over everything we've made over the past couple of years, except we have to make it 10x more gay than the previous version. So that's what they've been doing over the past, like, I want to say 2 or 3 years. Does the stock price reflect that? It looks like a clear downtrend to me on the monthly. We made a top right around here at $200. This was around like March of 2021. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not when Avengers Endgame came out?
I don't know.
I believe that is when, right? No, or right after. When
What's the
no,
date
this
on
was when Spider-Man came out. Spider-Man, the one after Avengers, the Far From Home, that one came out. That marked the top of Disney. Ever since then, it's been a steady downtrend because this is anecdotal experience, but just for me alone, whenever they started making those movies, they've been shit, and I've had zero interest in their movies. After that, we have a silver cross in the monthly to the downside. We've had a silver cross to the upside in the monthly on Disney since, let's go back, September of 2009. We have had a silver cross on the upside to for the monthly on Disney. We've held that silver cross since 2009. That is what, like, it's 2024 right now. 15 years we've held the silver cross. We just lost it right now. We lost it around June of 2024. We lost the silver cross.
No way.
Yeah. Pretty massive on a company like Disney to lose that. We retested it, rejected it, and we got to move back down. And then we lost the blue zone too. Right now we're finding some support at the 200 SMA, which obviously you're going to expect this as a major support on something like a monthly, because we have not tested this 200 since we didn't even test it here. We just front ran it right here at October of 2011, right before the election with Obama and Romney. We retested it right before because we usually have like we have a pop into the election and we dump right into it. We had a test, we front ran it, and then from there we went to like parabolic new all-time highs. The time before that, we actually went to the 200 SMA was right here in November of 2008. Everybody remembers what happened in 2008. The great financial collapse. Everything was going to zero. The banks were going to zero. Everything was over.
Yep.
We went down. We had several closes below it. We ended up reclaiming it. The difference is over there, momentum was at extreme lows. So whenever momentum is this low, bears have to work significantly harder to keep momentum down. At that point, we were also at the 100% range. So you have a 0% chance of closing below here, which is what I love about statistics, that you can remove your emotion and you just look at the numbers and you see like, yeah, price has dumped a lot, but we only have a 1% chance of closing from here. So that's where you can take your high confidence trade and you would have your stop loss any close below that range, which, like, to be honest, like in the entire history of Disney, we have never once had a close below the 100% range. So whenever you have something like that with a 100% certainty, nothing in trading is 100%, but as close as you can get to 100%, that makes your a higher confidence trade. So what you would have done at that point is you would have taken a trade at 100, and your stop loss would have been any, because this is a monthly chart, but in my opinion, any even 4-hour close below that, what that number was at the 100% level, you would say, okay, now we have a trend reversal, and this 100% is going to consolidate here. It's going to move up, and then we're going to dump from there. But we didn't get that. We got a bounce, which right now we're getting the same thing. We're getting a bounce right here at the 200 SMA. We're getting a bounce at the 61.8% level. From here, we still have a pretty decent chance of going down. We have like a 38.2% chance of closing from here. But right now, we're still above it. We have momentum to the extremes to the downsides. We're below where we were in all of these lows right here, so while momentum is lower. So if we can confirm a local here at this zone, this is where bulls, this is the hopium zone for bulls, to make a local low here and flip up from here. Because if we can, we're going to confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drives of hidden bullish divergence. At that point, we would have a minimum target of the 78.6, which is currently at 133, which, like, to be honest, this is not going to be extremely bullish. This is going to get people like thinking that we have the bottom in and we're going to go up from there. But this will still be a technical lower high. And the way that you can see this is if we draw a fib retracement, this will tell you what level this is at. It lines right up with this 38.2% zone. And actually the 50% zone and 38.2. You don't really need it to be exactly, because it can wick above it and it can wick significantly above it. But as long as it does not close above this 50% zone at $126, it's still bearish. We get a rejection there. If we get a rejection here and a weekly closer, because we're on a monthly chart, but right now the weekly is will still do the same thing. Weekly rejection of 126 and close below it. After that point, we have to target the same 78.6 to the downside, which right now is at $76. But until then, we're not bearish, but we were cautiously bearish. I'm leaning like around like 60 to 70% chance bearish based off of this. This is like 61.8, like 61, 62% chance I'm leaning bearish right now, which is why I love this indicator, because it gives you the exact numbers that you would need. If we go to the oscillators, volatility is pointing up, which is supporting the move to the downside, which is telling us that we should not be looking for this 200 to hold, but we should be looking for a back test of the 200 to look for a short. And then we would have our stop loss with any weekly closure above this 200. The reason why I don't like this trade, though, is because with a weekly, anything that happened, we could close a test below it and end up closing above it. And if that happens, this will be a deviation, and we would have to target these previous objective highs over here, which is at 138. But until then, we have to assume this is going to be a rejection zone. This is going to be a slight bounce before we go lower, especially because momentum is pointed down and volatility is pointed up. And we look at the jewel is giving us the first signs of a sell signal. We have not confirmed this yet, but what gives me more confidence in the sell signal is it's pointed heavily towards the downside. Like the angle is pointed like vertically down. With the jewel, you get an idea of the which way you're going to go based off of the curvature. Whenever it's vertical, it gives you confidence that whatever direction it's in is very strong. Like right here, when it was vertical, it was a strong move up. Right here, when it was vertical, I'll mark a line right here so I can actually give you an idea of where price was.
Let's see.
Vertical line. Right here. Right here. Right here. Every single time that we had one of these on the jewel, it flipping back up to the vertical side, we've marked a significant low before we bounce up a lot higher. It doesn't look like that much right here because I'm on a linear logarithmic chart. Logarithmic makes it easier to see whenever your price is going up like multiple X's, like on a crypto or a Bitcoin or something like that. Because if you don't have it on log on that chart, like it makes it harder for your indicators. But on stocks, you want to see it on a linear chart. So on stocks, it doesn't look like that much right now. But if you were to calculate it up, that's a 64% move.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right here, we had the same thing. We had the jewel flipping up, giving us a vertical signal. We ended up moving up from there, from this vertical line. Let's move this down. That's because that's a pretty big move. That was a 218% move. So right now, we're getting that same exact signal. The jewel is flipping down, jewel is flipping to a sell signal, and it's on a vertical. So it's like right here, we saw a vertical to the upside. We're getting a vertical to the downside right now. So these were all like 60%, 200% moves. I don't think we will get that. I think like let me draw a fib retracement, and I'll be able to give you a more idealistic target. If we close below this 200 SMA, it lines right up with this 99% zone and 100% zone, which every single time we've corrected to the 100% zone. So it gives you extra confluence. And that number is currently at $44. This is a monthly chart. So this isn't going to play out within like next 2 or 3 months. This is going to take maybe like 8 months, 12 months, maybe 14 or 18 months to play out, because stocks like this with such a huge market cap, they move very slow. So this number is going to move up. What I would say, though, is it's not going to move up any higher than this 88.3% if we're still bearish, which right now would be a sweep below this previous low right here. And right now that is at $70. What I would look for is if we do break this 200, get some type of reaction here at this 78.6 or 88.3, around $69 to $76. Start to nibble into what I would do is start to nibble into longs here, from here to here. And I would have my stop loss at any weekly close. Like this is a monthly chart, but you can also get it on the weekly. Any weekly close below $75 to $70, and I would say, okay, we're out, and we can target this zone. But as long as we hold $70, $75 to $70, then we would say that we could target this golden pocket up here at 113. That would give us, it would still be bearish because this is a bearish retracement. We would find another lower high here at 113, and then that would give you the higher confidence short, to where you get a bounce, because right here you have a very low confidence after this much of a move down. Price does not like to give people the easy trade. After it's moved down, everybody wants to get bearish. Everybody wants to short.
That's when he goes up.
Yeah, he wants to move up a little bit. He wants to shake everybody out of their shorts, and then it's going to make the real move down. So if we get right up here to this $113 zone, I feel like it's going to reject, make a lower high. At that point, this zones will move up. And then it's probably going to be somewhere around here with this 161.8% level is probably going to be like around 69, possibly $62-$60 at that zone. Because of, I wouldn't say this if it was a shitcoin. If it was a shitcoin, I would not feel comfortable saying this. But since it's a major stock like Disney, I feel like that would be a major opportunity zone. But I would not set any orders beforehand. I would wait to see the reaction there. We get a strong wick there. I'd wait for the close. The next open, I would wait for a back test of that zone. Then I would take a long there. At that point, that would probably be around the same 88.3, around $69, $65 zone. And I would have my stop loss at a daily close below $60. Below $60, you get a daily close. At that point, you're probably going to go somewhere towards the 40s. And that also coincides with this monthly sell signal on the jewel. Let's switch to the momentum chart, and then we're going to get a much better idea, and I'll close it off on that. So right here on the monthly, let me get where's my number at? The monthly right now is giving us a volatility expansion from the middle zone. So we had contraction from this entire point where price was moving up, volatility was contracting. That was saying that this move right here is corrective, and it's not an actual impulsive move. That it's a mean reversion after this entire move down. We went right up to this 200 SMA. We didn't even touch it, which tells you that price is actually very weak. That we could not even touch this 200 SMA, and we ended up getting a very sharp move down. About how much percent? Let's see. Currently, about 33% move down after getting a rejection from there. We have a fresh sell signal, a silver cross to the downside on the weekly, where the 21 had just crossed below the 55. What I would say at this point, because of this cross, statistically, you have to be bearish, because whenever these two cross to the downside, that's telling you on this time frame, price is on a downtrend. It's right now, what we're looking for is to retest the 9 EMA whenever we get a silver cross, which would be right around this zone right here. Let me put a horizontal line that'll give you a really good idea.
This shit's doing also an incredibly large head and shoulders on the monthly.
Oh, yes, 100%. And we're right at the neckline right now, too.
Mega. Yeah, the neckline is actually the 78.68.
Let me draw a measured move and see what we can get from there. I feel like this might be one of those negative ones.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, that would be negative. So we would not target this zone right here. Like usually whenever people see these, they get very excited.
Yeah,
they will play out, but whenever it's negative, it will not play out to the negative side.
No, I have now. Go on your if you have it on the monthly, go to your chart, back out a little bit. Oh, look at this. Let me just show you real quick. Hang on, and then I'll put yours.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that is?
That is right there at that previous rejective highs, right before we broke out.
And look at the number.
40, 45?
It'll be around the 40s if you just connect these three.
That's
so here, go back to your charge.
I feel like that number will come up for sure, 100%. Right here. I feel like it's going to come up 100%. And if this number comes up right now, that gives us literally the best confluence that we need. Right here on the monthly, we have a local high right here. We're about to go down to the bearish control zone. Same with the fresh sell signal on the jewel at resistance. The bearish control zone right now is at $76, which after the next weekly close, this number is going to go down. If it goes down below 76, what is the next level at, right? 65, $60. Probably it's not going to hold there because that's going to break below these previous high lows right here, where we made a marked a major low. It's going to break below this wick low right here. At that point, we would have to target this bearish critical zone. Right now, it doesn't. It tells you that number is impossible because it's so low on the monthly chart. But after the next monthly close, the number is gonna give you an actual number. We're probably get an idea if we go to the quarterly. Right here on the quarterly, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly RSI. To confirm this divergence, we would have to close below $99.40 on this quarterly close after 1 month and 19 days. Quarterly, multiple drives of bearish divergence, from my experience, has marked not only a cycle top, but a cycle top from where you will not see those previous highs for the next at least a year or two. And this quarterly bearish divergence would give us a target at an absolute minimum of $53. This is going to go up after the next monthly close, but it gives you right that same $60 zone. Right now in the monthly, the monthly is trying to give us a buy signal on the jewel, but it's not confirmed yet. The only way to confirm it is that we would have to close above that same number, $99.40. We close above that number, we get a fresh buy signal on the jewel. Last time we had that was right here at this low at $18. We ended up confirming a buy signal on the jewel. We went up from $18 to 200 and what is that? $203. The only way to get this to actually play out is that we would have to negate this bearish divergence, and that we would have to close above 99.4.
That sounds impossible.
Yeah, it sounds very hard within the next month. As long as we do not close above that 99.4, this bearish divergence is going to play out, and then we're probably going to break down, retrace this entire move. I would target this 200 SMA. What was that number you said? $45, $46?
I have it right now at 46.77.
This number right here is at 45.50. So it doesn't look good, but I would look for the next monthly closure to confirm it, to have the nail in the coffin.
On the 99.47, basically, that's it. Like, once you get that, you're fucked. All right. Let me give everyone the good news about Disney. Aquí tienen Disney, lo están viendo en la mensual. Para empezar, esto es un gran hombro, cabeza, hombro, que si de verdad lo medimos, que normalmente lo mides del tope al cuello, que es justamente acá, nos daría un número negativo, que no tiene sentido. Ahora, vean esta confluencia justamente aquí, aquí y acá, donde 3 veces toca por esa zona, y además acá hay un intercambio de 1, 2, 3, 4 meses que también lo tocan. Entonces, 4 zonas importantes por acá. ¿Por qué les digo eso? Básicamente porque estamos volteando a ver a Disney y quiero que vean esto. Voy a darles el S&P 200. Pueden ver que lo perdimos. El 9 lo perdimos. El 100 lo perdimos. El 21 lo perdimos. Y además, cuando juntas el 21, espérame, déjame quito los Bollinger Bands. Cuando juntas el 21 y el 55, está haciendo un cruce plateado para la baja. Y estos normalmente, pues obviamente son bajistas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Básicamente lo que quieres y lo que cualquier Moonboy de Disney quiere ver es que Disney pueda cerrar este mes, que para eso todavía le falta a la vela, ¿cuánto? 18 días y 4 horas. Quieres poder cerrar arriba de los 99.47. Si no cierras arriba de los 99.47 este mes, muy probablemente tu siguiente objetivo vaya a ser esta zona que se parece mucho a la zona de gente llorando en AMC. Pueden ver aquí la lagrimita, la cara triste, y aquí es donde lo verías a Disney con tetas y además, obviamente, un pito, porque eso es Disney. So it's got tits and a dick, because it's Disney. I just drew it for you guys. This is real technical analysis, not the bullshit that you guys do.
The cock and balls formation. Very common.
It's the tits and dick formation that takes you to absolute bankruptcy. So there you go. There you have it. Ahí está Disney con tetas y pito, pintando que va a ser bajista. I have a question for you guys, and you can start, Alex, with this one. They're asking, when I open a position, do I put all of my money with very low leverage, or should I use a smaller amount of my overall and use a higher percentage of leverage? How do you do it, and what's the way? Obviously, everyone's got a different strategy, but what is the way that you do it? Hang on a second.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. You said it correctly. It all just depends on your strategy. You know, for me, when I'm trading, on my trading strategy doesn't have set parameters on, I guess, allocation. You know, you should never full port it on full leverage. It's probably not smart, but there are times where you can take an extremity trade either high or low, as long as you have the risk management, like a very tight stop loss. Then there are times where that can work, but it's the basis of that is just your risk management. So now for
Yeah.
me, when I'm day trading actively, maybe taking a few trades, within the week, I try for me to just keep my size around when I'm actively trading. I really like that 50 to 80,000 margin level when I'm trading, like close to 2 Bitcoin. I'm comfortable with that size. I can play with it and I'm used to it, but that's just my system. I'm okay with the stop losses and the profits. Now, when someone's trading with, let's say, $1,000, you're not going to make too much, being conservative, but you also can lose a lot by having high leverage. So, that's why it's an interesting dynamic. It really just relates to your risk management, your parameters, and, your system. My system allows me to take higher leverage trades on bigger size because I use a hard stop loss. And that stop loss doesn't mean I'm losing 50% of my portfolio. It may be as little as 0.3%. I'm fine losing. Like when I took the longest, this weekend, I was fine losing 80 to make 600. Like those extremity trades are beautiful risk to reward. But we're not going to get a setup like that all the time. So it all really depends on your system, your setup. For me, it's very loose on my risk management. I try not to, when I'm actively day trading and I don't have, let's say, like the highest probability setup, I personally like just putting like either a quarter or maybe a little less than half of my portfolio, and then trading no more than 14x on a leverage. And that's if I have a stop loss. I don't personally like trading off without stop losses, but I can, and it can be done for sure. It can be based on like an invalidation on a closing. So it all depends on your risk management parameters. Farn, what do you think though? What would you say? With size and leverage, how much should you allocate in a position, would you say?
So the way I do it is that if it's something that I don't feel very strongly on, the maximum I would put into it is about like 5 or 10% of account size. And the maximum leverage I'm comfortable with right now is at 15x. So I would use 15x if something I have a very low conviction at, 5% account size, 15x. I don't use hard stop losses. Alex knows I don't use hard stop losses. But I would have like a manual stop loss below the previous, like if I'm trading the 4 hour, I would have a manual stop loss in the previous daily close, daily wick low. So if we close below on the 4 hour below the daily wick low, I would get out. But I don't like to give like a blanket like statement saying like here's how much leverage you should use, here's how much size you should use, because like it's very different.
Yeah.
Like you remember the dump like a couple weeks, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, when Japan was collapsing and we went down to 48,900.
Oh yeah.
At that point, I would be comfortable taking a 20x, 25x trade. I would never take that type of leverage ever. I would use maybe 10, 15% of account size at like 20x, because that's an extremity trade. At that point, the momentum indicators were hitting the 99, 95% range on the weekly. So we have such a little percent chance of closing below there that you can take a high confidence trade at high leverage. Those are the only types of trades that I would take high leverage at.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, 100%.
If it wasn't like that, I would not feel comfortable taking anything more than 10x. And even 10x, in my opinion, is getting up there. 10x.
It's high. It's still
down.
high. Yeah, no, it's high for sure.
The guy who I learned to trade from, he says do not use any more than 4x. So I'm already breaking his rules by using 10x. So
no way. I wouldn't believe that. I think you want to, in my personal experiences, if you're expecting a small move, you want to go with higher leverage on a really tight stop loss, right? And what I mean by that is if I'm just expecting Bitcoin to go from 62,500 to like 59,900, that's when you use more leverage with a tight stop loss to make your nut there. But I think those are risky as fuck.
Yeah,
what you guys do that's really good, in my opinion, is you guys have big moves already like lined up.
Yeah.
You know when the price is going from 58, or at least that's what you're guessing, to like 63. There's a big delta right there in the price. Then you go in, you do your 5, 7, 10, 15%, 15x leverage, and then you let the move play out.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that makes your liquidation, like
Yeah.
basically non-existent,
So,
right?
yeah, it comes down to risk versus reward. Like
Yeah.
over this weekend, me and Alex took a trade where we were risking about $88, and if we would have been right, we would have made $700. So that's a very, very high risk versus reward. What other market will give you the chance to lose $80 and make $700? Nothing.
No, insane bets. And by the way, you have all the chances to lose, whereas in here you're using probability on your side.
Exactly. And it's important to be like a sniper. That's how I look at myself. When we're just like mapping out levels, patience, getting the right shot. When I take trades, it's often I don't just try to take 100 different trades. And this question's interesting because in theory it seems like it would be an easy answer, but it's not, because it just depends on so many factors of your port size, your risk management, what you're even trading. My whole parameter changes if I'm trading alts versus Bitcoin.
The biggest thing also is your system too, because mine and Alex's system is very different.
Very different.
It's like there's been times where like Alex has been stopped out, I don't get stopped out, I end up being right. There's been times where I get stopped out and Alex is right. It depends on your system.
Yeah. And so like it's just more of an internal question for yourself. I mean, I can just tell you, me and Farn can tell you guys what we do. And we've been trading for years, and that is what we do. I like extremity trades, like I mentioned, and validations are easier. And you're right, Alejandro. If you're trying to play a 1 or 2% and it's high conviction good trade, yeah, you can go a little higher in the leverage, catch that 1 or 2%, maybe make 30%, whereas you maybe would have made 10. So it all just depends on your system. I always recommend and tell people, leverage should be the last thing. You should first just fine tune everything in psychology, your system, and like what you're actually going to trade. Because people, when they trade, they just are going to trade everything. You should zone in on a few things and everything, and then focus on leverage. Because leverage, is the easy thing. Many people just full bang leverage and think it's everything. I think it's just
lottery
the
ticket.
byproduct. Yeah,
lottery ticket.
High leverage is just a byproduct of a good system. That's it.
The way I look at leverage is that leverage doesn't really matter. What matters is your position size, because the leverage just increases your position size. So whenever you have a very high confidence trade, you want a higher position size. And the benefit that leverage gives you is that you don't have to put all of that money in your exchange. Because I don't know about you guys. You guys saw FTX. Like,
oh yeah, dude.
We don't trust the exchanges.
No.
We don't want to put our full stack on the exchange. So if you want to take the same size trade, the leverage is what helps you. The place that where most people fail is that they don't see how leverage works like that. They see that, I'm going to use leverage as a lottery ticket. I'm going to increase my size by like 20x, and here's how much money I'm going to make.
My profits increase, but then they get the margin.
And then they get liquidated.
Right. So it all depends. It's an important question. You have to ask yourself that. That's all I can say is what I do. And that's very loose. I'll sometimes just bang a 5x, and then sometimes I'll be on a 40x. So for me, it's very, volatile. But that's just because I'm very experienced with leverage. I understand it. So with time comes just a system, and with a system, then you can kind of tune stuff and trade how you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let me pass the word along to everybody, and I appreciate you guys. That's a great answer. Ok, lo que pregunta aquí mi queridísimo Pomporrita es: cuando abro posiciones, ¿meto todo mi margen con bajo apalancamiento o porcentaje de mi margen con un alto apalancamiento? ¿Cuál es la mejor forma? No hay una mejor forma. Lo que recomiendan estos tíos, y personalmente también yo se los recomiendo para aprender y no aprender a putazos, es esto. Empieza a hacer trading sin usar leverage. Es lo que quieres hacer. Quieres empezar a crear tus sistemas, quieres empezar a darte cuenta dónde están invalidándose sus entradas, tus salidas, dónde te podrían liquidar, dónde no, etcétera. Una vez que tienes una base sólida que digas, ok, ya hice 10 trades, entiendo dónde me sacaron, dónde perdí, dónde gané, ahí empieza a usar leverage. Y lo que estaba diciendo Farhan es que le dice el güey que le enseñó a hacer trading que no use jamás más de 10x. ¿O de cuánto? ¿De 5x? Farhan, just quick question. Your guy told you never to use, the guy that taught you how to trade, more than 10x or 5x?
4x.
4x. That's, well, I already also failed at that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Lo que dice Farhan es que el güey que le enseñó a tradear le dijo que nunca uses más de 4x de apalancamiento, para que tengan una idea. Entonces, Farhan mismo está diciendo, yo ya violé eso. Entonces, para responder tu pregunta es esto. Usas apalancamiento para poder crecer tu posición, para aumentar tu posición de entrada sin tener que usar ese dinero. Piénsalo, no quieres meter todo tu dinero en un exchange. Recuerden lo que pasó con FTX, con todo eso. Siempre quieres tener cuidado y quieres solamente meter lo que estés dispuesto a tradear y a perder, básicamente. Entonces, la recomendación es bajo apalancamiento con movimientos de alta convicción. Obviamente le vas a ir subiendo el volumen de acuerdo a ¿cómo se llama? De acuerdo a qué tan convencido estés, pero tienes que usar stop loss y tienes que hacer todo esto. La idea es, crea posiciones del tamaño que quieras, pero, o sea, del tamaño que se te haga substancial, ¿no? La ganancia o la pérdida, y sé muy cuidadoso con tu stop loss. Y aquí cada quien tiene una estrategia diferente. Punto. All right. I can remove myself from this. Let's go. Mercado Libre. This is a good one. Before, whoever wants to do it, I can't remember who did the last one. But before we go into this one, if you guys don't mind me, I'm going to do a shameless plug.
Yeah, might as well.
Perfect.
Yeah. Why the fuck is this not appearing? There it is. Oigan, por cierto, si quieren, ya saben, aquí tenemos el Discord. Les dejo el enlace aquí en el chat para que caigan. Es absolutamente gratis. Ya casi somos 2,000 en la familia acá. Acá está nuestro chat general donde pueden venir a platicar. Tienen el análisis de Alex aquí arriba a la izquierda, el análisis de Farhan acá. También tienen nuestros, para decir hola, para pedir que subamos tablas, noticias también, muy payasas. Y también tenemos, obviamente, los famosos bien hecho aquí. ¡Wow! 90X, hablando de usar poco. Y acá 50X, Juan Pablo en Bitget. Bien por ti, perro. 23% en un 40X. Estamos hablando de ser responsables, así que, cabrón. 108%. Movidón, mi queridísimo Reyes. Has estado aquí todo el pinche fin de semana dándole. Y acá también tenemos todos nuestros links en donde dice partners. Para cualquier cosa que necesiten, tenemos nuestro exchange de BitGet, que es internacional, no funciona en Estados Unidos y requiere KYC, los fees son más baratos. También tenemos Bluffing, que funciona en Estados Unidos, en todo el mundo y no requiere KYC. Y tenemos nuestro enlace de TradingView para lo que necesiten. Aquí está en donde dice Partners. Así que ya saben, aquí está Elite Trading Academy para lo que necesiten y aquí todo el mundo. Pues bien. ¿Qué? Una preguntota, ¿no? Una preguntota, ¿eh? Ahí está. Ready. All righty. Who's doing Mercado Libre? 1 second.
I think it's this chart, right? MELI.
I'll tell you right now. I'm pretty sure that's right. Melly,
perfect. All right, cool. So here's Melly.
There it is.
See. Nice.
What do they do? Let's start with that beforehand.
Oh, dude, Mercado Libre is, think about Amazon, but way bigger, with way more services. This is the Latin America Amazon of the world, and Amazon in these countries isn't big compared to these guys. So we sell our water, our mezcal, our products through them online, and they also have like the same day delivery and all these crazy shit that they do. Crazy. They also buy and sell cars, everything you can imagine. I'm pretty sure there's houses too.
They do same day delivery?
Oh, dude, they'll send someone in a fucking motorcycle to go find you with anything.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Back when I was in Monterey, for like 2 weeks in Mexico, I was trying to make Amazon deliveries. I was used to next day delivery based off of Amazon Prime. I was waiting like 5 days to get something there for Amazon.
No, you do it through Mercado Libre, dude.
If only I knew about this.
Well, now you know. That's the important thing.
Cool. So here we have Melly, apparently an amazing company. I mean, just like Amazon, I didn't have no idea about it, but as amazing as the company is, the chart showing us this chart looks extremely strong. This is the monthly view, and this monthly is crazy momentum. We have, in my opinion, the breakout confirmed on this monthly. Well, it's unconfirmed, probably confirmed on lower time frames. Unconfirmed because we haven't closed above the last basically wick high at $1,825. As it stands, though, you see the reaction after we reclaimed the EMA 9 right here. We lost it, wick to the 21 on the monthly. Like I've been saying on streams, we lose the 9. It's not a death sentence. It's definitely not great, especially on a monthly. We look to the 21 next. My experience, the 9 and the 21 go really hand in hand. Lose the 9, go to the 21. Or on the flip side, reclaim the 9, resistance X. The 21 acts as resistance. And we see that. It's still working out. Each and every time that the monthly's kind of gotten bad, the 21 has come and saved the day. So ever since we reclaimed the 9 here, we essentially have just been in a nice uptrend on the monthly, in my opinion. This being a higher low, this was the higher high, next higher low at the 21. Something to mentally note, right? If we're forming higher lows at the 21 monthly, probably is a good place to watch if we, get big dumps like this. And this stock is very volatile. Let's see from top to bottom from the last 3 months. 26%, almost 27. So the stock's very volatile, and it also just shows you the strength of this candle that we had popping back into support, which was a nice 18% move up. Now I have resistance here at $1,558. This is a crucial spot for Melly, in my opinion, because this was the last spot before we had a major breakdown. You see here, when we lost this right here, this led to a very massive dump to the monthly EMA 100. So it's very welcoming to see, yes, we deviated, rejected and came down. 21 held and quickly got reclaimed, now healthily above the 9. And the monthly is bullish to me, because it's, basically in an uptrend. I'd like to see the closure, but I'd take them on a wick basis. And to me, yeah, this is a confirmed breakout. But also, we see the monthly EMA 9 healthily pointing up, along with the 21 now. So great sign across the board. Since we're on the monthly, you really wouldn't want this low here that was formed on April 1st, in April, basically 2024. The low, which was at $1,324. You really don't want that to get broken, even in my opinion, on a wick basis. If we break that low, I think that this can probably break down more. And in that case, I'd look for that, basically that $1,000 level. But one thing after the next, and before that, we have support at 1,265. But breaking below wouldn't be good. Be a massive deviation, and it means we're losing the 21. But that's a monthly, so that takes a lot of time. Let's go to a 5-day on this chart. The 5 days looking great, as we'd expect. And we have resistance we're approaching at 2014. To me, that's the next level. And you can see, the reaction after we broke this high here, basically, and actually visually, now that I see this, if we go and draw just a quick trend line, right, it's very simple. We rejected, this was the high, and we came down, we deviated. So I'm going to look at this rejection high. This is what I was saying. Basically, like getting back above this high here is a great sign. And the fact that we even based on it on this 5-day is an even better sign. It's like the SR flip in real life. So for me and how it looks, I have 2014 being the next spot. That'll be a very key spot to see if we reject again, or if we can actually break out and make new highs, essentially. As it stands, though, right, we just basically we want to reclaim this resistance. If reclaiming that would also mean we're now above this healthily, this high, and it'd be very much like I just showed with the SR flip, right? If we can get back above this green line, based on it as support, great sign. Overall, this chart, especially on the higher time frames, which is the most important, is looking very, very, very good. I'm actually interested to see just how the quarterly is looking. I think not many people look at the quarterly, but I would expect it to be good because of how the monthly is looking, and just the last month as well. And it is. This is an insane quarterly close. Healthily holding the 9, basing off of basically what this looks like on the quarterly is we broke out, the monthly came down, back tested this into support, and now we're in the expansion up. Basically, just this very simple TA, but it works, and that's bullish. That's very bullish. I was getting somewhat on the monthly, like an inverse head and shoulders here, but I'm not sure about that overall. You could argue, this is the left shoulder, this was the right. This is the
Head.
the head. So I think you take the measured moves, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't use these to trade with the measured moves, but I'll mentally note it always. But in this case, I think you take the low of the head, and you go from, what is it,
Somewhere around there. You
the top of
basically
the
go
shoulder?
through the neckline. So you would
I
draw the
see. So you
neckline
go
from
from
one
here, right?
shoulder to the next, which comes in a little bit of a slope like this in this. So you can measure it up. Give me 1 second.
Wouldn't the neckline be basically where we made the trough, and then this would confirm the neckline? So it'd be
Let me
somewhere
show you
right
real
here.
quick. Here, hang on 1 second. Present share screen. Just so that everybody that's also doing this can do it.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I don't know everything, so it is interesting.
Here, it's just like depending on what you learn, and I learned like all these dumb fucking basic shit for beginner. Like the first shoulder, right?
Mhm.
The head right here goes down up until here. The next shoulder is right here. So your neckline, and I'm gonna delete that. So in a simpler way, it's basically shoulder, head, shoulder, right? And
Right.
then what you want to do is grab the first, like this is the first shoulder. You grab this right here onto the next shoulder right here, and you have the official breakout right here. So if that's your breakout, the way that you can, this is your neckline. The way that you measure it is you go to the deepest part of it and then go up in a straight line to the line,
I
right?
see.
And then you grab that line and put it right here where it broke out, right there where it starts. And then
I
you have
see. Okay.
a target of basically 3,100.
And I'm not unconvinced that couldn't happen, because to me, yes, it looks like it
I'm
did
putting
for
back your
head and
chart.
shoulders. That's something I noticed off the bat on a monthly, but also the way the quarterly we just observed, really over time, within a year, wouldn't be surprised. A year or 2 years, wouldn't be surprised if that did get met. So as it stands, it's looking good. I'm interested to see how OBV is, which is basically the on chain, like the volume on chain, or in this case just volume related to it, healthily pointed up. And it's also potentially making a higher low here on the OBV.
Yeah.
Something I like to watch. Healthily up on the monthly though, which is a great sign.
The most like layman's explanation I can give for OBV is the amount of money that's going into the market. It's basically the same thing as
basically.
RSI. It's like momentum.
Related to the asset that you're looking at. So this would be like the money going into MELI, which it's basically the reason I'm mentioning the potential of a higher low here is because it's in an uptrend. Money is flowing into this, and that's why I use it as confluence, because it doesn't take a genius to see that. Now on the flip side, the bear hopium would be, we'd want to reject here. We don't want this
Double
high.
top.
We don't want, the idea would be this was the double top. We came down. This is some macro lower high, and we'd want to break this low. Seems super unlikely to me, simply based on how the quarterly and the monthly is looking. But I have to give the hopium side of the bears, and that would be the bear hopium. We do not, if we go here on a 5-day, it's very simple. You basically don't want this high to get reclaimed, and you want this to roll over and just be a macro lower high on the monthly. Very unlikely to me though, and the reason I say is just because on every single time frame we're basing off of what was resistance right here into support. We're now above every major moving average, very healthily too, and on top of it, the quarterly is looking insane. So overall, that's just hopium, but that is what bears want if you're bearish on this chart. But yeah, the trend is your friend on all time frames. It's looking quite good. Essentially, watch 2000 to 2015. It makes sense. Big psychological level here, 2000, 2015. But I'd look at that as resistance, and then essentially the trend is your friend, so don't fight it. We are in an uptrend on all time frames, so find the higher low and bid it. Have your invalidation where we would basically break trend, whatever time frame you're trading. If that's a daily, then we ideally wouldn't want this low to get broken, because this was the last low that led to the higher high. So in my book, that's the last higher lows right around here.
Mhm.
So then what we would be looking for is us definitely to come down. Things don't, go up only, but we'd essentially just want it to flip. So like how I took here, we took this high, it could be in very strong uptrending markets. This is exactly how Bitcoin acted in the beginning of the breakout. We make a rejection high, it comes down, makes a higher low, comes here, doesn't break this low, more structure, higher high, bases off the last like rejection highs as the next higher low, which probably lines up, with that EMA 9 to go up. Now, that's just in my experience what I see, especially in very strong uptrends like MELI. So something to watch. Don't fight the trend. The trend is your friend, but we are approaching resistance right around 2000, 2014.
Yeah. And if I can add a point to that,
Get it.
right now on the weekly on the same chart, momentum is pointed up. But if we close the week below 1859.68, momentum is going to point down. And not only is it going to point down, it's going to reject the bullish control zone. So that's going to give us a very sharp move down. But right now it's still holding it, so it's still looking good. We don't have the weekly close yet.
That's
What
on
is-
the weekly.
Yeah. So
What
continue.
is the bullish control zone number?
Right now it's at 1859. So if we close below that, we will lose it.
1859. Let me see here. Interesting. Yeah, right around the daily EMA 9, a little above it. Bollinger Bands too are nice here. Just like in Bitcoin, anytime they get tight, it just led to expansions. And that's what we're seeing now on the daily, very healthily. Very nice. So overall, banter expanding up. Watch that 2015 level. And then let me go back here. Let's go to the monthly, confirmed monthly breakout. If we close anywhere above February 1st's high, in my opinion, which is healthily above. And then the weekly closure here is, let me turn this off, looking really good, fantastic. And we just essentially now, you just want to keep bidding the weekly 9. That shouldn't get lost. If there's any kind of major dump, switch to the monthly and focus on the 21. Why make your life hard if the chart's been telling you each and every time we've hit the 21 that it's an opportunity? Now, some hopium would be, this over time comes up, matches here with the basically major level here at support, and then we just keep basing to go up. So overall, strong chart. Wouldn't look to short this at all. I would just bid the higher lows, and I would use EMAs in confluence with the meme lines to find that. And that's it. Play the trend. It's been easy money. It's up only.
And what gives you extra confluence added to that is the momentum pivots.
There you go. So, that's an interesting chart. Very strong. One of the stronger ones I've looked at in a while.
That's
And
where
the
me
fact-
and Alex, like whenever we go back and forth in between, we have our ultimate setups where he has his meme lines and I have my momentum setups. Whenever they align, we have the best trades we've ever taken.
Yeah,
That's
gonna be
when we
so
do
much
the
fun.
copy trading, right? That's what we're putting on the copy trading on
Yeah,
Bluffin.
exactly. No, exactly, 100%. That confluence has made me so much money. Like in Greece, I remember, there was just this one trade. We both had to set up meme lines. It just worked out perfectly. So it's nice when two systems can, correspond.
I'll be taking advantage of that shit. And then I'll take full credit. Look at how much money I made. I'll share my P&L cards
Get
with
the clout.
everyone.
Yes,
Exactly. You know it is. All righty, let me share this with everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Estamos viendo Mercado Libre en la semanal. Rápidamente lo quiero poner en la mensual para que lo vean. Vean la fuerza de esta cosa. Encima del EMA 100, el 21 y el 9 con fuerza, señores. Tenemos este tope que lo hizo en los 2013, 2014 dólares. Depende de cómo lo veas. A ver si lo puedo mover tantito. Ahí está. No, más para abajo. Ahí. Ahí está, tu tope. Entonces, tienes ese tope y ahorita lo que estamos preocupados y en lo que estamos haciendo es simplemente que, vean esto, y aparte en la mensual, o sea, espérenme tantito que la acabo de cagar, se los voy a poner en la mensual, vamos a la parte más alta del precio, lo bajamos por donde está la parte roja y también por acá donde tienes bonita concentración de precio. ¿Y qué es lo que ves? Un breakout a la alza. Eso es lo primero que te das cuenta instantáneamente. Cuando volteas a ver a la semanal es un poco de la misma historia está haciendo nuevos bajos más altos, altos más altos, y ahora tu primer objetivo va a ser esta línea verde. Poder ganarle a los 1958 y romper a la alza te va a llevar a los 214, a ver si vas a tocar un doble techo acá, si es que esto no fue un doble techo. Una vez que llegues acá, también tienes que darte cuenta que en la semanal y además también en la mensual hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Aquí está, hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, y ya lo rompimos a la alza. El objetivo de este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido son $3,000. Toma por lo que es. A mucha gente le funciona, a mucha gente no. El precio no siempre te tiene que dar todo el movimiento, pero es lo que tiene cara. Tiene demasiada fuerza el precio de Mercado Libre en todo tipo de temporalidades. Vean, o sea, vean, espérame. Véanlo arriba que está del 9, del 21 y del 100. Y déjenme rápidamente también el 55. Entonces, no hay excusa. Mercado Libre se ve bastante bien. Si eres bajista, tienes que estar pendiente y viendo si te va a rechazar la línea verde acá en los 1958. Si eres alcista, quieres romper los 1958. Y de ahí tu siguiente obstáculo va a estar en los 2014. Si puedes romper estas dos líneas a la alza, tienes aire limpio para nuevo descubrimiento de precio potente. Y Mercado Libre, qué fuerte, fuerte, fuerte tabla tiene. ¡Wow! Qué mamada que no me di cuenta aquí. ¿Cuándo fue esto? En junio del 2022. Puta. Qué subidongo de 6,000 a 1,800. Nada mal un 3, 4X. Vale, pues. What is INTC? Is that not Intel now? Yep.
I believe it's Intel.
Yeah, it is Intel.
This is one of the.
Ooh, wow, big dump.
Wait. Let me just say so. Let me just say something. And by the way, you see the little meme?
Yeah,
Did we nail it or what?
we
Did
did.
we fucking
That's
nail it
funny.
or what? And this is what I told people because everybody was acting very smart and telling me that, oh, this is going to be a great purchase. It's like, no, dude, you're getting fucked.
Big time.
Intel.
Royally fucked. Not even with the T's. Just
Correct.
No.
down only.
Please correct me if I look like a conspiracy theorist right now. But the way that I think about it is the charts tell you the news.
Always.
And if Intel is doing this right now, is China about to invade Taiwan? Who knows?
That's what they say. But
Interesting.
my friend that told me, because at first when Russia was attacking, I'll say this without the this. When Russia was about to attack Ukraine, everybody was like, they're not going to do it. Putin's never going to do it. And I called my friend, the one I told you, Farhan, about. And he goes, dude, we're literally making bets right now in the office when the attack's going to happen. And when I heard that, because my guy owns certain things between Russia and other territories, I was like, fuck, this is serious. So I came into my channel. I said, never mind. I changed my stance. Russia will attack.
Yeah.
Everybody's like,
So
what? And then Russia did.
Back then, I had the same conversation with so many people. And they're like, oh, Putin's not stupid. He's not retarded. He's not going to do it.
Yeah.
The main thing like that was convincing me that they were going to invade is that Russia has never built that amount of resources near the Ukrainian border ever. Do you remember in 2014 when they invaded Crimea?
Yep.
They literally had 4 times as much military assets on the border as they did when they invaded Crimea. Why would they do that if they're not going to invade?
100%, 100 million%. So I didn't have that knowledge. I just thought it was ridiculous. And then my friend told me they are. But when I asked them about China attacking Taiwan, he goes, because I also told him this. I was like, the US and China are going to go into a war. And my friend started laughing and said, you and your conspiracy theories. Mind you, this motherfucker knows like all the crazy shit. So he goes, you and your conspiracy theories. And I go, what? China and the United States don't hate each other and are not going to go into war? He goes, no, we work together. I'm like, okay, so what about Taiwan? And he goes, what about Taiwan? I'm like, when China's going to take over Taiwan? It's like, Taiwan is ours.
So the reason why I disagree with that is because the majority of people in Taiwan, including the Taiwanese president and everybody in Taiwan, does not consider themselves Chinese.
Yeah, but this reminds me also Hong Kong. Remember how they did it in Hong Kong? All they did, they just put the right lady that was in charge, and the right lady in charge just changed the laws to be whatever it was. That's what I think.
There's one difference between that.
What?
The U.S. does not have anywhere near as much strategic advantage with Hong Kong as they do as Taiwan.
That I agree.
Taiwan is absolutely necessary for the U.S. to control, because if they lose TSMC, America is fucked.
We said that we would blow it up, so let's see.
They literally said if China's about to invade, we will blow up TSMC.
Yeah, which is fucking incredible, if you ask me.
TSMC. Yeah,
This
I
is
watched
crazy.
TSM. I don't know if that's correlated, but
That's the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturer.
Yeah.
They make the majority of semiconductors in the entire world.
so yeah, I mean that's what I would watch if Taiwan ever did get invaded, because that could be an easy short.
Like right now, you see Russia is running out of their like guided missiles. The
Yeah.
only reason they're running out of them is because they've been cut off access to those semiconductors.
I see.
Right now, everybody in Russia, they have to turn in their washing machines, all their electronics, so the government can take those semiconductors out and make more missiles.
That's incredible. I would donate my washing machine.
Oh, I would hide my washing machine and say, I don't have shit, bro.
And then they hear the and they come over and arrest your ass. Who's gonna do this one?
What's
This
next?
is far.
I'll do it.
INTC.
Intel?
Intel.
Didn't we just do Intel?
Nope. We did
No,
that
no.
last stream, but not on
I
this
just
stream.
showed you this. Yeah.
This is Intel. We just did it right now.
No, we didn't. We
No,
were
dude.
talking about it, just how shitty it looks.
We just did Mercado Libre and we were just talking about how it literally went here.
All right, let me switch to my HPDR and I'll put on Intel.
Kind
God,
of
that
looks like my
so bad.
GME crying bitches target. There it is.
That is
Yeah.
so funny that you have that.
Is it, I call this the cry zone, where everybody that's holding the bag is going to start crying and eventually it'll become a good purchase price.
It's funny because you had the cry on Intel, and the monthly. It's just humorous. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
There we go.
You guys remember back in the day when Intel was like the only thing you could get? If you got anything other than Intel, people were like, "Oh, you're poor."
Yeah, 100%.
Now it's AMD.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Intel just fucking kind of went to shit. I don't understand.
It's because whenever AMD releases, like people who are not like computer nerds like I am, they don't remember whenever AMD released their Ryzen processors. Whenever they released those, it was a game changer. Like before, Intel had like such a huge step above AMD that AMD was known as the poor man's option. Anybody who bought AMD, like, oh, you're poor.
Yeah.
But whenever they released those Ryzen processors, like AMD would have a processor for $200, which would outperform Intel's processors for $400 or $500. So why would you buy the Intel at that point? Intel was done.
And
AMD was
they continued to.
outperforming them like so crazy. Like everybody in the PC community was just going with either you buy AMD or you're poor. It was the exact opposite.
That's incredible. It's kind of like as if Android became like the rich people's phone out of nowhere versus the iPhone, like overnight.
That's how it is in third world countries, though. Everybody's using those Samsung phones.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're rich. People in like in Mexico, people look down on you if you have one of those.
Yeah, well, that's why they use it. Like South America and Asia, it's just cheap. Androids, and there's so many variants. You don't have to spend $500 to get a phone. You can spend $100.
I've been to Pakistan in November of 2023, and I had an iPhone 15 at that point. It was like maybe 2 months new at that date. People were freaking the fuck out. They're like, you have an iPhone 15? Where did you get that from? How much did you pay for it? Because in those third world countries, those phones cost you 2 or 3 times
lot of money, dude.
more.
Yeah, a lot of money. Even in Mexico, the iPhone is super expensive compared
And
to
it can
here.
even
Well,
be
it was.
more
I don't know
expensive
now.
than the United States and Ecuador. It's like
They normally
20%
are.
more, 15% more. Yeah.
Are you guys seeing my
Taxes,
screen?
Yep.
All right, so right now we're gonna start on the monthly on Intel. Right now, the monthly we're getting like extremes on momentum, the lowest we've had since this point here in October of 2023 when we tested this meme line. The difference is that we're strongly below this meme line, and we have what is this time frame? We're just about to close below it too. The only way to reverse this is that we have to close the monthly above $30.43, which right now that would be how much of a move up from here? That would be around a 56% move up to reverse this, which like in crypto, you can see it happening. Even in Bitcoin, it's going to be a little questionable. Maybe you can see it happening, but on something on the Nasdaq, I would never see that happening within the monthly close.
No way.
Especially because the monthly close is like 18 days away.
So in order for I'm sorry. So if we don't close in the 5620 area by the end of the month, you're saying that most likely we'll continue to see a downside?
It is $30.43 that we have to close above, or we're gonna confirm this is a local downtrend.
$30.
30.43. We close below 30.43. Let me get a quick fib target. That would take us to, let's go from this low right here. The reason I'm not starting from this low is because this one is not confirmed yet. So you can't count that as a local low. You have to start from the one that is actually confirmed.
So the closed one before.
Yeah. Because if you go from the one that is not confirmed, you're gonna get targets that will give you like very fucky results.
Got it.
So right now we have this one confirmed. If we do lose this line right here, which is at $17.75, right now it looks like we're about to go towards it because we have momentum pointing towards the downside. We have volatility supporting it, and we have a very vertical jewel sell signal. We've broken below the pink moving average, which is the fast one, and now we're at the slow one. If we break below the slow one, that's going to confirm that we're on a trending move down. And we also have DMI pointed red. DMI is like direction of movement index, which tells you how much money is coming into the market. Right now, this has been steadily red ever since February of 2024, right when stocks were breaking out to new all-time highs and Bitcoin was breaking out as well.
I like your idea, what you're saying now, looking at this even in more detail about Taiwan and China. Interesting.
So right now, what we're looking for this area to hit. We have a 95% chance of hitting this area right now, which is currently at $17 roughly. So if we hit that, the best hopium that we can have for bulls is we make a low right there, because right now we still technically have a higher low in momentum. So we can make a low right there. That'll confirm some very serious hidden bullish divergence, and it'll give us a target up to this 78.6% level, which is at $30. If we get not even a weekly close above $78.60, we would have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed, and we would have
$78? No, you're talking about a level.
No, 78.6.
Got it. Okay.
The number is $30.41.
So basically, that dollar that amount keeps popping, right? Like if we don't get there,
it's right here with this previous breakdown zone. And the way this works is based on market psychology, because everybody who took longs here, everybody who took shorts here, there's a whole bunch of liquidity here. So if we were able to break above this consolidation zone, this would confirm this as a local low, and we would have to play out the bullish divergence, and that would take us to the 88.3%, because we have 3 drives of bullish divergence currently. So whenever you have 3 drives, it takes you to the 88.3 at a minimum. And right now, the 88.3 is at $74.80. And this is going to go up after every monthly close. Right now, we have that. But we need, at a minimum, we need a close above that $30.41 zone to confirm it. Right now, it's not looking very likely because momentum is pointed very heavily down. Volatility is pointed up. Jewel is giving us a vertical sell signal. I would say maybe we could possibly bounce if the jewel was starting to curve around, like right here. But we're not even getting a single sign of curving around. Let's go to the weekly.
Oh, and that's on the daily, or was that monthly?
That was the monthly.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy fuck.
Right
That's
now,
impossible.
Right now, in the monthly, we're getting several closures below the 95% range. The reason why this is very bad is because with the 95% range, you only have a 5% chance of closing below there. So every close we get below there, it signifies weakness. We got 1, 2, 3 closes below there, which tells you price is very weak right now. At the minimum, we're going to come down to this meme line right here, which is at $17.75. Probably get a bounce right there because momentum is at very extreme levels. This is probably going to bounce up to over here. We can't get a price target from that, but we can get, like, if you know how, like, a basic understanding of technical analysis, you can get a target from there, which would be this roughly
2063.
This zone right here to this meme line, right around $25 to $27.
Okay,
that's where you would expect your lower high to be at. And also, what adds confluence to that is you look at the weekly jewel. We moved up to the slow moving oscillator right where you'd want to see it at, and rejected. This right here gives you the perfect jewel sell signal, where we're getting a sell signal we're moving below the slow, the fast, and all the oscillators are moving together. Right now, they bunched up right here, and then we got a confirmed sell signal. And then after that, we got a rejection right here at this slow-moving oscillator. That's telling us like price is on a bearish downtrend. The only way to reverse this is to close above this yellow. And to close above this yellow, we would not have like an actual number that we would need, but we could get like an idea out of it. And that would be above this 5 EMA right now, because this whole time we've been rejecting the 5 EMA. And that one lines up with the 95%, which I like to see. And that is at $23, and basically $23 flat. So we're going to close above that. This pink moving average right here, this fast one, will hold as support, and we can move up. But since we have this perfect sell signal on the jewel, we almost never see this. The last time we had this, like for example, we had this on Bitcoin, the monthly, on December 2021, when the price was at like $55,000 or $56,000. Within the next 2 weeks, price went to $30,000. So this sell signal you see on the jewel, whenever all these oscillators like bunch together, and then it gives you the purple signal, that is the ultimate sell signal. On the opposite side is right here, whenever all the oscillators are moving together and you got a buy signal. This is the perfect jewel buy signal. This is the perfect jewel sell signal. Right now, like I would not short it here because we are at such extreme levels. We are at the 90% zone. I would wait for us to consolidate here, retest this zone here, wait for these price levels to move up, and then from there, I would say that we're going to hit this zone at least after it consolidates. Somewhere around, and perfect, you love to see it, right around this 100% zone. That's $15.72. Last thing I'm going to look at is momentum, and then from there, we can move on. The momentum will tell you how the trend is on based on the higher time frames.
No, it's INTC.
So on the weekly right now, we're at the bearish control zone. So it's telling us that bears have to push way more than bulls have to do to keep the momentum down. And we're also at maximum on the volatility after this move down. After you see levels like this on volatility, you expect volatility to contract, because volatility is like it's a mechanical method. Whenever volatility goes to extremes, like extreme lows, it's programmed to expand from there. Whenever it goes to highs, it's programmed to contract from there. Like we went right here from extreme lows, we ended up having an extreme dump. We went to highs, we consolidated, volatility went down, price consolidated, then it expanded a little bit. So price went back up to resistance. We had another extreme on volatility. Volatility went down, price went down again. We had another expansion of volatility, price nuked. So right now we have volatility at extremes with a price nuke. So we have to expect a mean reversion from what we had before. Right now we have a silver cross to the downside. Whenever we get one of these things, we can expect a retest of the silver cross. The retest will be your ideal short entry. Right now, it's like you have to look between the 21 and the 55. The easy entry with the 21, because right here we have all this consolidation, that is at $30, which coincides with momentum about to point up. It's not going to point up on this close because it's at $26. On the next close, this momentum pivot is going to turn down. Very likely, the easy way to get a target off of that when it turns down is you have to look over the previous wick lows. So right here, the previous wick lows are at right around $24, $24.29. Almost certainly, on the next close, the momentum pivot will go somewhere around $24, $25. If we can close above that, it's not going to tell us that we're going to reverse, but it's going to tell us that we're going to get our next lower high. And what I would target is somewhere around this 21 to 55. I would enter half size here at this 21 at $30.75. I would enter the rest of the size here at the 55 at $35. This is a weekly chart, but any close above $35.50, say if you want to be more conservative, any close above $36 and you would cut it. If it doesn't close above 36 and it rejects, then you would target this next fib target from here, which would be this number. I don't even feel comfortable saying because it's so low from here right now.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
$8. But if we were to lose this level, I would not be able to say that like I'm bullish from here. I would say we will more likely hit $8 than we will hit this 200 at $41.
So I have a question myself, just based on how you get there, because you're saying right now we need a monthly close at the 30, we need a daily close at 20, a weekly close at 23,
Mhm.
and unless we hit those, price is probably going to nuke, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do you envision for price going all the way up to 35, for example, so you can short it? When do you think that'll happen in this whole equation?
If it were to happen, since this is a weekly chart, I would think it would happen over like maybe 2.5, maybe 3 months.
Okay, so
This
there,
is how-
okay. Now, and then that would give you basically, because it would take so long for it to hit, because the weekly needs to close 23. Let's say it doesn't close at 23. Would you say there's still a chance for that short to play out, or do you think it's just going to be directly down?
It depends on the weekly close. If we get a nasty wick rejection above the right at the 21 and we don't even hit that level, at
Yeah.
that point that would give me even more confidence that price is even more bearish than I thought it was before.
Got it. I
But
understand.
right now I'm looking for the 55. The 55, in my opinion, is the maximum opportunity zone to get into a short. Because the last time we had a silver cross to the downside, we had it right here. The price went from $56 all the way down to 25 with a 54% drop. And now we have a fresh silver cross to the downside again. The difference is last time we were above the 200. So that signifies some type of strength because we had the slowest moving average. We were still
I see
holding
what
it
you're
support.
saying.
Now we're below every single moving average.
Yeah.
So as much as I like to give hopium, there's not much hopium that I can find right now.
What? If my hopium dealer can't find me hopium right now, I don't know where we're. I don't know where
That's
we're
saying a
going with
lot.
this shit.
That's
Yeah,
saying
that's
a
saying a
lot.
lot. That's saying a lot. All right. Well, let me just share the bad news in Espanol with everybody. All right, boys, get ready, because we're going to the chill zone. And by the way, that's at 12:18. That's most likely what I think we're going to end up ranging at. Either way, bueno, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Intel. Lo voy a poner en la mensual antes que nada y poder empezar a hacer esto. Obviamente ha tenido mejores días, no se ve bien. Pueden ver que mi carita triste ha sido tocada y el precio llegó justamente ahí. La vamos a dejar aquí abajo para después recordar a la gente que ahí están los malos precios y las malas decisiones de todo el mundo comprando. Bueno, de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo en la mensual, el momentum va para abajo, la volatilidad va para arriba y esto nos da una perfecta señal de venta en el Joule, ¿ok? Para Intel. ¿Qué nos quiere decir eso? Que muy probablemente, si no podemos romper en la mensual los $30 con 43 centavos, podemos despedirnos de Intel, ¿ok? Si no tenemos un cierre arriba de eso, el precio va sin problema alguno a llegar a la parte de abajo o mínimo a ranguear en esta porción y vamos a ver si creamos un bajo más bajo. Eso es lo primero que se tiene que dar. En la semana, y otra cosa que les quiero enseñar, quiero que vean el SMA 200, cómo lo perdimos, intentamos tocarlo en la mensual y pueden ver la vela tan predatoria que nos dio esta vela de tope que está justamente aquí, que le hace una vela de tope, lo delgadita que es, lo gordita, y es gordita en menos de 25% del cuerpo total. Y luego tienes tu confirmación, que es este movimiento a la baja. Esta vela no cierra hasta en 18 días y 3 horas. Si esta vela llegara a regresar aquí arriba a los 30, que es justamente lo que estamos hablando, olvídate de todo lo malo, el precio se revertiría a la alza, pero hay muy pocas posibilidades de que eso pase. Ahora, ese es el SMA 200, solamente para que tengan una idea de lo lejos que está el promedio más grande que existe. Les voy a poner el 21 y el 55. Aquí arriba pueden ver, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja. La última vez que tuvimos uno de esos fue básicamente acá. ¿Y cuánto cayó el precio? Un casi 50%. Entonces vas a tener otro de estos por acá. ¿Qué tanto cayó el precio? Ahí estás, en tu 50%, básicamente te lo está dando ahí. Vamos a la semanal rápidamente. Voy a ajustar esto y pueden ver que seguimos perdiendo y estamos muy abajo de todos los promedios mensuales, semanales, etcétera, que tenemos 21 días, 100 días, 200, etcétera. Seguimos muy por abajo de ellos. En la tabla semanal, básicamente tenemos no es esta. Tenemos un poco de lo mismo, donde está dándonos una señal de venta. Si no podemos romper en la semanal tampoco los $23. $23 que están por acá. Si no podemos regresar y romper los $23 y tener un cierre encima, vamos a probablemente ver más downside. Si tienes esto y te va bien, ¿no? Y digamos que el precio llega a subir y se agarra, y lo ves que está empezando a subir, y llega más o menos al EMA 55, ahí es donde querrías hacer un short, porque definitivamente vienes en una tendencia bajista fuerte. Así que no se ven las cosas bien para Intel. Semanalmente hablando, no quiere cerrar abajo de los 23. Mensualmente hablando, no quiere cerrar abajo de los 30. En la diaria es un poco irrelevante porque estás bajo todos los niveles también. La diaria tendrías que cerrar también arriba de los $22 para que esto cambie, pero Intel tiene cara de que se quiere ahogar por completo, damas y caballeros. Vale. All right, boys, you ready? Rivian and then UNG. Of course.
Of course, UNG. All right, let me
Of
pull up
course.
Rivian.
I'm sorry, that is my fault. And by the way, I told everyone a long time ago, sell your fucking shit. We're at $17.22 or $18. Sell it. And now everyone's like, I'm trapped. Can you tell me how's UNG doing?
Let me pull Rivian up.
Rivian. I got it right here. I
Nice.
guess people are, oh, this is fucking sweet. Okay. Let me see your chart. I'm sorry. I thought that was your chart. There you go.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So I have Rivian on the daily because we have a daily closure in 2 hours. It's very, very interesting to me. As it stands, it looks like we basically flipped our resistance here at $15.27 into resistance, solidifying it. This was basically the bearish retest. We want to now watch closely if this is going to be another deviation. We can see here the deviations. This one was harder because it didn't fully deviate. But we did get the expansion down. If we really zoom out and see here, the daily closure basically preceded that because we lost the meme line. And so that's kind of what could be happening here. That's what bulls don't want. So watch the daily closure. $13.71 is what bulls want to reclaim essentially. Out of curiosity, I'm interested to see where these EMAs are. So let me just see the 200 too. Yeah. So
Yeah,
to start, we're basically at crucial support. And the way it looks now, it would not surprise me if we lost this, but this is the area where bulls want to hold. And it's already hit. So, right now as it stands, this is at $13.39. So ideally, we see a little bit of a push up since we finally hit this, maybe to finally get above that 1371 for a possible push up to the daily EMA 9, a place where we would expect in a downtrend to potentially be the rejection point. And the reason I say a downtrend, and for me, it's still unconfirmed in my head, just simply because we haven't broken the low at 1296. But as soon as that gets broken, this will look like a lower high, and breaking this low that we made on August 5th will be the lower low. Now, some hopium here would be, we have a massive gap here. So, what I like about this gap is, visually, you can see that this meme line at $12.30 basically was a big spot on Rivian. I reclaimed it. We did get a push up, right? We lost it. We got the push down. We had a nice move up. It rejected it. A nice move up, rejected it. So ideally, if we lose the daily EMA 100, I would look for a bounce at $12.30. The big question everyone should ask if that happens, though, is if we get a bounce, a mean reversion, will it be enough to reclaim this EMA 100 if we deviate? Basically, these two levels. Think of it like a range right now: $13.37 to $13.71. Can it bounce and get above? If not, then it you'd have to look for a bearish retest. But one thing after the next, and we are at major support, so I'd look to see if we get a bounce. Let's see how at least. Oh, and then on the daily as well. It basically the deviation here of the SMA 200 isn't a good sign. In my opinion, that was the point where bulls really should have held if this was bullish, and we should have consolidated above that. But deviating and rejecting it is definitely not a good sign. You could argue it's almost like this, where no, my apologies. Let me see. Can I find a scenario quickly? Nope, I can't. But deviating these EMAs, like it reclaimed it, deviated down, not a good sign. The reason this scenario isn't it is because this was the EMA 100. I was trying to find a deviation of the SMA 200, but ideally it's not a good sign. And to me, that's why I'm not the most confident that bulls are going to step up the last 2 hours of the day. But we'll see. I'd be pleasantly surprised. And we are at the bounce zone. But if this doesn't hold, and let's say we do deviate here, but the EMA 100 holds, to me, it still would be a cautionary sign. And that it's an easy trade then if we reclaim this while holding the EMA 100. So I'd look at that first. If we do basically deviate and lose, yeah, I'm getting a nice support at $12.30. I'd look at that as a mean reversion bounce. And then the question will be, is it a bearish retest to lower? Out of curiosity, let me see how the 5-day is looking. And the 5-day is solidifying my view on the daily, where it's just not good. And the reason I say that, well, why, Alex? Why isn't it good? Well, 2 points. The 9 did hold here, but the issue is on this week, it just totally lost both the 21 and the 9. Solidifying that the weekly is possibly in a downtrend here, and this was just a macro lower high. The high we made essentially at 1880, perfectly hit the line, went down. But also, when you get a candle, and this is unfortunately now for bulls going to close in a day, when you get a candle with this severe of a rejection, it basically gives bears the momentum they need to form this candle body. So this could turn bad. And this also, as it stands, looks like a top candle anyways, which isn't what you want to see at the low. But as it stands, yeah, this 5-day looks bad. It's rejecting the 9, the 21 meme line here. This looks like it took all the liquidity up, got all the shorts out, made longs really horny, only for it to deviate. And now we're back where we almost opened. And to me, it looks ready to go more down.
Same.
So I would just be very mindful of that also. Even, so then when I'm viewing the 5-day and the daily, it can give more confluence than that. Yeah, I mean, if we do lose this area, I would maybe look for the bearish retest to short then, because this doesn't look the best. Now,
I have a question for you. My EMA 100, it's showing to be underneath price, like above price. We already lost it. I wonder, do you know why?
No, I'm unsure. I mean, no, it's not a coin. I was going to say what exchange you use. What time frame is that you're looking at?
On the daily.
The daily, let me see.
Like, just like you. Look at this. This is my 100.
Here's the question I have though, Alejandro. Which
Yeah?
trading view plan do you have?
The most expensive one.
All right, so we're good. Because the way that it works is if you have the free one, you have 5,000 bars. The next one is 10,000 bars. And then the premium one is 20,000 bars. So it gives you the most amount of data.
I get 20,000 bars.
Yeah, 20,000 is the best.
Yeah, Farn, that could be actually then my problem.
I'm putting yours.
So, that could be why then. I have, I think, the intermediate, the second plan. So if you have the premium, then
I'm paying like $50 a month. It's crazy.
Fellas, the best way to get it, the best way to get trading views, you have to wait until Black Friday and you'll get it for 75% off. But use our referral code.
Touche. And I will.
Yeah, no, I'm going to use it today because that makes me a little uncomfortable. Not that the analysis is wrong, but I need accurate stuff, because when you're trading, the littlest of issues, like it already have lost the EMA 100 on your daily, where mine looks like it's about to. That's important. And so this is a good point, even on a reminder of me, and why the more data we have, the better it is for us. More confluence, more confidence. So yeah, I'm going to definitely use our referral link for, $15 off. If you're going to buy it anyways, you might as well get 15 off. But that probably is why. So good catch on that. But overall, not looking good. Looks quite bad. Let me just check really fast the 4-hour, not the 5. Yeah, the 4-hour already looks deviated. And it looks like if we do get any bounces up, technically at 1375, but in my experience, especially with a 4-hour, you'll see a little bit of rise above, hits the 9, the EMA 100, and it comes down, leaving a nasty wick. Those wicks down give bears the momentum they need to push price down. just like this. This is what we don't want on the 5-day. Came up, took everyone's stops, and then, you know, it basically forms this disgusting body. You know, look at
talking
this
about
candle.
my body.
And then, you know, look at this 5-day. So like that's what we don't want on the 5-day. And you know, that it's like this will be exasperated down. Big moves down. So it's brewing, and bears have, in my opinion, the momentum. Bulls, this is out of bulls' control. Yes. So, you know, I'd be very leery of that. In more layman terms though, yeah, watch the daily. You know, 1271 is the area I want to see hold for possibly a pushback up to 1530. But even before then, we'd have to reclaim levels. But for now, 1371 is what I'd watch on a daily. If it closes under there, I'd look at that region then to be flipped into resistance, very much like here. Closed below it, and then dumped, rallied into it, rejected. Even on this pump, rejected it. And that's kind of the idea then. We just play the levels, and that's all trading is just playing levels.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Here we go. Ahí les va, Rivian. Esto es algo que les habíamos dicho hace un rato, y bueno, sobre todo yo que estoy viejito. Rivian tiene cara de que quiere bajar, quiere bajar. Y es lo que estamos viendo un poco cuando volteamos a ver el S&P 100, ¿no? En la semanal, que está aquí arriba, el promedio de los 100 días. Cuando ves el promedio de los 9 días estando ahí arriba, ¿lo pueden ver? Está arriba del precio, es el hilito azul. Y cuando ves el S&P 21, que todavía está en la semanal, arriba de donde está el precio en este momento, esto no pinta nada bien. Y sobre todo, déjenme pongo el 200, tengo el 200 acá, sí, estoy seguro que es lo tengo abierto, pero en la semana no me lo va a pintar. Deja que lo vean en la de los 5 días. Y discúlpenme que me siga haciendo esto la maldita tabla. Ok. Aquí tienen la tabla de los 5 días. Aquí tenemos algo horrible que está pasando con Rivian. Esta es la vela en la que estamos ahorita. ¿La pueden ver? Apenas si se puede ver en mi computadora de lo delgada que es y aparte lo alta. Esta es una vela de tope. Y aquí, ¿qué estás perdiendo? Estás perdiendo el S&P 21, estás perdiendo el 9 y además, si no estoy equivocado, un segundo, ¿dónde lo estoy poniendo? El 55 que te quedó ahí arriba, ya lo pueden ver en los 16.44. Básicamente también en la diaria, si lo empezamos a ver, ya perdimos el 200. La diaria es la que más te va a contar un poco más inmediato lo que está pasando. El 100 lo perdimos en los 13.73 y estamos debajo de todas. Esto lleva fuerza a la baja y está recargándote en soporte. Ese soporte es acá, el de los $12. Que llevábamos por un rato, no, perdón, el de los 13.34, que llevamos un rato con esto acá. Voy a ponerme a ver la de las 4 horas y va a ser un poco de lo mismo. Pueden ver que estamos bajando todo y pueden ver que hay confluencia en los $12 con el S&P 200 en la de 4 horas por acá. Obviamente, mientras más cierre el precio por acá arriba, más va a subir esta línea y nos podría llevar a los 12.44. Pero por ahorita, a menos de que retomemos estos EMAs, estos promedios, no tiene cara de que vaya a subir. Y eso es Rivian, damas y caballeros, y es por eso que no me he entrado de vuelta. No tiene ninguna confirmación de momentum a la alza, solamente todo se ve para la baja. All right, get ready. Farhan, UNG, of course. You're muted.
I'm muted. We already said it was going to happen, so I don't have to give up my entire net worth.
Exactly. Good, because I was going to go right after the stream over to your house to get it.
Hey, if it happened, I'm going to be living on your couch.
That's fine. We'll just trade and make it back in 2 days.
Now, Farn, am I tripping, or does UNG on the daily look kind of SFP-ish, deviation-ish to the upside?
I'll start on the monthly, then I'll go to the daily after that.
Curious to hear.
Imagine
monthly two's not looking bad.
Imagine having to explain to Berlin, like, this guy's going to be living on our couch for the next 2 months.
There's other weird shit that's happened before. I don't understand what's going on in my computer. Look at this. Hang on. Look at the right side.
Oh.
Has that ever happened to you? Is someone hacking my computer and should I disconnect it?
Is your keyboard sticky maybe, or something sticking?
It's kind of freezing for me. Anybody else?
No, I saw it. It was just cycling through everything. That last happened when like my keyboard was a little sticky or something, but I'm unsure.
Now, TradingView sometimes fucks up because the TradingView platform, whenever everybody's using it, tends to crash. So the best way out of that is you can sign out and sign back in.
God damn. All right, let me see if it's
TradingView
just...
is kind of fucky.
All right, quit it. Let me see. Let me just open another one. All right, I'm on the... Yeah, there's something going on with my keyboard.
And by the
That's
way,
what it
in
is.
case anybody else doesn't know, there's also a secondary platform for charting, but I don't recommend using it. It's called ExoCharts, but it's not as good as TradingView. It's not nearly
No.
as good as TradingView.
Oh, there's no fucking way, homie.
It's not even
There's no
close.
second best. TradingView's the best.
You guys see my chart?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna start on the monthly on UNG. Right now on the monthly, we had this range right around here from December of 2023 until right now in August. We had a little bit of a wick below it. We ended up wicking back into the blue zone. We have 18 days and 2 hours to confirm this as a close above the blue zone. But if we do maintain this blue zone and close above it, every single time that's happened was like the last time it happened right here. We closed below the blue zone, we closed above it, we maintained it, and then we had a massive pump after that. We went up about 292% after that. So right now we have a momentum pointed towards the upside. It's not currently positive yet. It's still at negative 28. We want to see it get above this neutral zone. If it gets above the neutral zone, then momentum is heavily in control of the bulls. We saw it right here. Whenever we were dancing around the neutral zone, we finally broke above it right here. Price went up after that when we broke above the neutral zone from... Yeah, just a calm 234%. No big deal, right? Right now,
Not bad.
Yeah, right now on the jewel, we're getting the fresh bicycle in the bearish control zone. Let's mark where the bearish control zone starts with a horizontal line at the 35. Okay. Right here. Last time, the only time we've ever had that before, where we had the jewel flip into the bicycle in the bearish control zone, was right here in July of 2020. Price went from there in July 2020. It doesn't look that much because it's on, once again, logarithmic scale. But if you were to do the math, that was a 265% move. We're getting that same signal right here. We're getting momentum flipping up. We're getting, right now, volatility is flipping down, which is not really that bad. But as long as we're above this blue zone. If we close above the blue zone, at that point, volatility is probably going to start flipping up like we did every one of these times, where we held the blue zone and volatility flipped up. Once volatility supports this, we're most likely going to go back towards this area on momentum. These areas are where you hit around the 90 to 95% range. And right now, the 90 to 95% range is sitting at right above this 21 EMA, right at $32.59. We still have a silver cross to the downside. So even if we were to hit this 21 EMA at like $28, $30, it would still be a lower high. It would still be a confirmation of the silver cross to the downside, and we will still most likely go down from there. And let's see if I could guess a target from there. We'll start from this previous low here because this one has not closed yet. Go up to here. I want to get it exact. So right now we're still at this this support zone right here, and what we like to see is that it's lining right up with this 38.2. But if it does lose that zone, we have to target the 161.8, and because this is a monthly, it's gonna take a couple months to play out. So it's gonna move up, and based on the Fibonacci rules, we would like to see it somewhere around this 88.3%, which right now is at $9.15. So if we were to lose this level right here at what number is this? I want to give you an exact number. I don't want to bullshit you.
$13.10?
$13.54. So if we lose $13.54 on this is a monthly chart, but I would say I would feel comfortable saying even if we lose it on a weekly, we're going to end up massively dumping from there. Our first target will be the 78.6. That one is at $9.80. I feel like whenever we drop below $10, everyone's going to be like, oh, this is the point to buy. We're below $10. Here's what I'm going to buy.
And
we're
it's
going
to go lower like Rivian.
We're probably going to get a bounce from there. Like nothing goes down in a straight line. Almost certainly we're going to get a bounce from there. What we're probably going to go to, though, right here, right where these other lows were. go test these lows right here at around $13, $13.30, maybe $14. Make a rejection there. At that point, the momentum oscillators will reset. These Fibonacci levels will move up. Most likely, it's going to line up with this 88.3. Like every one of these times you saw, it bottomed at the 88.3. Right now, the 88.3 is at $8.94. So wick right below that $10 zone, get people bullish, get people trying to buy that zone, retest the resistance, reject it, get those people to puke their positions, go back down below $9. At that point, I feel like the big money market movers and the people in Wall Street are going to try to start taking positions.
Same.
Once that happens, we're going to get a little bit of move up. If we can break above $10, I would say, okay, the bottom is in, and we're going to go test this 55 up here at $59.76. If it rejects, though, because it happens a lot of times, like obviously, like they have a lot of money, but they can't decide which way the market goes. So if it goes against them, they start dumping their positions too. And the amount of money they're putting into the market, whenever they dump their positions, the price goes down very heavily because there's more sell volume than there is buy volume. Because right now, I believe you can see how much volume there is. Right now, there's 4.55 million of volume, which is really not that much at all.
No.
So if that were to happen, there would be more sell volume versus buy volume, and then we would have to break this low, and we would target this 88.3 minimum at the same $9 target. If not, on the worst case scenario, probably around 95%, around $7. The reason why it's not based off of anything like statistical or anything like reasonable. You can correct me. The reason why I don't think it's going to break that level is because I think UNG is something like very significant, or whenever it gets down to that level, everybody's going to start shorting it, and I think we're going to get the mean reversion bounce because there's a lot
natural gas.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's not like it's GameStop or something like that. It's natural.
Yeah, yeah. It's just an ETF of natural gas that just keeps depreciating itself over time, but it should gain enough momentum to bring like some delicious gains to some people.
Let's check
when it's right, not right now.
Let's check divergences, and then I'll end off on that. Right now, we don't have any divergences on the monthly, but we are at the bearish control zone, which we don't like to see. If we do not, on this monthly closure, do not close above $16.24, at that point, I would say bears are heavily in control, and we're going to go down to, it doesn't even tell you what the number is right now because it's so low, but the way to get an idea is by drawing a Fib retracement. Let's go from this closure to this high. We would target somewhere around, it's going to go up. To be honest, it's going to go up. I would not feel comfortable saying this, but I feel like it would be somewhere around $5, but that number is complete. Like, I'm just kind of guessing right there. It's an educated guess. But as long as we're below this 9 EMA, it's bearish, and I would say that we're going to go to the downside. But we don't have any divergences right now. That's the only hopium for the bulls, is that we don't have any divergences. And on the weekly, we do have bullish divergence. The only way to confirm that bullish divergence is that we have to close above this 9 EMA at $15.07 over the week. If we confirm that, then we can get another lower high. I don't think we will stop at this 55. I think we're going to go up to this 200, which is around like $49. At that point, I think we will reject. I don't think we're going to break it because the momentum indicators are going to go back up to the extremes, and then it's going to be much harder for bulls to maintain that upwards momentum. So then bears are going to take back over control.
Makes perfect sense. Let me just set up my chart because I lost them all. I realized when you were talking, Alex, before, I kicked the keyboard that I have underneath my desk, and it landed on my shin, but like fucking hard. So I have now a gigantic bruise, and that's the keyboard that was like pressing against the ground, and it was doing all the stupid shit that
yesterday evening, me and Alex were on my balcony. We were drinking some Coronas. We went back inside. I slammed my left foot so hard against one of those edges on the door that to this day I'm struggling to walk.
I hate it, dude. During the pandemic, that happened to me, and I've never broken anything. I broke my fucking toes. And when they were like, you can't go to the hospital. So I was just sitting at home. My foot was this big, and it was my wife's birthday. And she's like, you're not going to take me anywhere. I was like, fucking foot.
I'm like, fuck that.
Terrible.
I'm going to the hospital.
Well, I didn't. So and it healed pretty.
There you go.
It healed pretty good. So
Yeah.
there we go. Here's UNG. Ahí les va. Aquí tenemos UNG, esto es gas natural, es un ETF de gas natural, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo la semanal, podemos ver que estamos abajo del EMA 9 del 21 y cuando lo ponemos en la diaria, yo creo que eso te da todavía una mejor idea, aunque el EMA 9 está justamente aquí en este nivel de los 13.81. ¿Qué es lo que debemos esperar para este ETF y para sentirnos cómodos con él? Sencillo, damas y caballeros, esta semana tenemos que cerrar arriba de los $15.07. Si no cerramos arriba de los $15.07, que es más o menos esta área acá, muy probablemente vayamos a conocer nuevos bajos. Más allá de eso, en la diaria, si mínimo hoy no cerramos en los 13.54, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser a la baja, los 9.80. De ahí pueden ser los 8.94 y de ahí más para abajo puede haber mucho más downside. Así que lo único que tienes que saber en UNG es, ¿quieres 100% cerrar el día de hoy y esta semana arriba de los 13.54 y el día de hoy en los 13.54 y quieres cerrar la semanal arriba de los 15.07? Si no lo logras, no puedes retomar los siguientes niveles en la semanal, probablemente tengas más caída. Y eso es, damas y caballeros, UNG. Boys, is there anything else other than a shameless plug that we can share with everybody?
You're muted, fine.
Oh, I
want to end off on Tether dominance, then we can do our shameless plug.
Do it.
Cool. Let's see. Here's USD dominance.
Oh, I'm not on the right chart. I have like 5 different setups, so you gotta forgive me.
As long as it's not a YouPorn video, we're all good.
Oh, we're all good. I'm not gonna pull a Louis C.K.
Thank you. Or a Drake.
Drake is even worse because it's with minors.
Fucking Drake.
Jesus.
So right now on Tether dominance, the only thing that's giving me cause for concern on crypto is that Tether dominance is flipping up onto positive momentum. It's not where we'd want to see it, where like it actually means like a trending move. That would be above this middle zone right here, where we saw it break above here, and that was around April of 2022, right when Bitcoin was around I want to say 60K or something like that.
No, on April 2022, it had to be around 45, 43.
Really?
Am I crazy? April 2022?
No, we were even lower than that. We were on 40K to 30K.
There you go.
All right, my bad on that. But
our bad.
So what's giving me a lot of cause for concern is that we're getting momentum flipping up. We're getting volatility flipping down. That gives us a target of the median. Right now, the median is over here at 8.25%. Obviously, because this is the monthly, it's going to move down. Probably it's going to be around this meme line right here, which is at 7%. The thing that I do not like at all is that the jewel is starting to give us the first signs of a buy signal on Tether at this in the bearish control zone. If you're to go back into the entire history of Tether dominance from 2017, we have never had a jewel buy signal this low ever before. It has not confirmed yet. The only way to confirm is that we have to confirm closed Tether dominance over this blue zone right here at 6.9% or basically 7%. We close above that. At that point, I would say it's probably the best move is to get out of every single crypto market and get into cash. But right now, we haven't confirmed that yet, but it's just on something.
And that's the monthly or the weekly? The monthly.
This is the monthly. This is the monthly. So this is something that you absolutely have to watch because we have never had this in history. We have never had the Tether dominance jewel switch to a buy signal in the bearish control zone. And whenever we have that on Bitcoin in the monthly, that's whenever we get our like 150, 200% moves. So imagine what that would mean for Tether dominance if this switches to a buy and it confirms the buy in this zone. That's not going to be pretty at all.
It would destroy everything and everyone.
At that point, I would say Bitcoin bear market is in. We're going below 40K. Get out of crypto. Get into something very safe. Maybe Peter Schiff will be happy hearing me say go into gold.
Well, no, I think also gold, because if you just look around, right, and just do a contrarian trade, everyone's bullish on gold. I don't know a single person that's going to tell me that gold is going to go down. Not a single one. Again,
so maybe Lockheed Martin then.
There you go. That's where the money's at. That's where their money's at. Just invest in American industries. War, famine across the world, what else? Death. If you invest in those things,
America's biggest industry is war, so you can't go wrong.
That's right. That's right. That's right. All right, let me just pass along the message on USDT, and let's be done with the. Yeah. Let me do that.
Cool.
Rápido para todos ustedes, estamos viendo la gráfica de USDT. Perdón, mi teclado está todo puteado y cerré todas las cosas, está todo mal. Y sabemos, la dominancia de Tether en el mundo de cripto es gigante. Es literalmente la dominancia del dólar en el mundo de las criptomonedas. Digo, el dólar contra las acciones, esto es como el dólar contra las criptomonedas. Tether por primera vez está poniéndose listo para dar una señal de compra en el Joule de aquellas que son perfectas. Sí, este mes, que todavía tiene 18 días, me parece, 19 días para cerrar. No podemos cerrar arriba de 6.9%. Digo, cerramos arriba de 6.9% en dominancia. Corre. Cripto se va al pito, todo se va al pito y todo para abajo, y probablemente quieres cambiarte a otras industrias por el tiempo de, o también puedes disfrutar con nosotros en el E-Trading Academy, en nuestro Discord. Dense una vuelta para también shortear toda la bajada, porque algo que me encanta de lo que hemos aprendido hasta ahorita es que literalmente podemos hacer dinero en el camino para arriba y en el camino para abajo. Les voy a dejar aquí el Discord, les voy a poner una vez más acá el enlace para que lo tengan y se unan. Es completamente gratis y una vez más, súper fácil de entender. Tenemos acá todo lo que es el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Tenemos acá nuestros enlaces para que puedas entrar a TradingView y te compres la versión buena como la que tiene el tío Salo. También tenemos los exchanges, tenemos nuestro enlace de BitGet, tenemos nuestro enlace de Bluffing, exchange internacional, exchange en Estados Unidos que funciona internacionalmente con KYC, sin KYC. Los fees son mejores en BitGet, pero en Bluffing te dejan donde quiera abrir tu cuenta, así que cágale por acá. Aquí está nuestro chat general, donde todo el mundo me recuerda todas mis fallas. No es cierto, esta comunidad está de no mames. Tenemos noticias, tenemos peticiones de tablas, y pues vengan a decir hola, simplemente. Aquí está en la descripción de abajo. Dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord, y sin más ni más, nos despedimos. Boys, anything else to say, aside from the shameless plug?
No, good stream.
Yeah,
Very smooth.
Other than that, I'm just going to say watch the Bitcoin weekly close for this week. I feel like that's going to tell us the biggest direction we're going to go from here. As long as we do not close below $58,000, I think we're going to go from here to at least 64.
I like it. Alex?
Yeah, I concur. Watch closely. Things are, boring, but they're cooking up. And the monthly as well. So, good stream, boys.
Good stream. Let me just say goodbye to everyone. Thank you so much, boys. Y ahora sí nos vamos. Básicamente con los que lo queremos dejar es, tenemos que checar el cierre de Bitcoin esta semana. Queremos que cierre arriba de los 58,000. Cerramos arriba de los 58,000. Probablemente veamos los 64,000 después. Pero cerramos debajo de los 58,000. Empiezan a pasar diferentes cosas y tal vez nos empezamos a proponer un escenario bajista. Así que checa cómo hace Bitcoin el cierre semanal. ¿Quieres más información? Cáele a nuestro Discord, porque ahí está toda la gente y también todo lo que hemos aprendido y lo que estamos aprendiendo diario. Más y más gente comparte, así que te puedes apoyar de muchísima gente y además divertirte, porque veo, honestamente me meto bastante, intento no platicar mucho para dejar que todo el mundo haga lo suyo, pero me encanta ver a todo el mundo acá platicando, dándose ideas, dándose niveles, etcétera. Es excelente un lugar que tener para recargarte en conocimiento de otras personas también, además del tuyo, y poder hacer un análisis más profundo. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho. Nos vemos la próxima, ¿cómo que no? Gracias.